smoke screen.
All right, everyone, this is August the 30th, 2021. You're listening to Elevate, an instrumental by Allergic to Bullshit. All right, so tonight's topic, and this is something I've been discussing for months now since I've seen this thing emerge. It's a completely inorganic phenomenon created, I believe, by the government and the media in tandem. It's the creation of a new terror threat. It's the black pill, the incel threat. And the incel is indeed a terrorist threat. And we're going to go into the incels, what they are, what the movement is, how it's been represented. The title of the stream tonight is The Black Pill Incel Ideology and the New Manufactured Terrorist Threat. So we're going to look at some of the more well-known cases, how they're all interconnected, and how manufactured it is. And that's really the word here. It's a manufactured threat. Right now we're live on all the various video platforms, but to make it easy to find when we're live, just go to infiniteplane.live or darkmatter.radio. Tonight we're on darkmatter.radio, also on the TuneIn app. So wherever you're listening, you can join in on the chat at any of the platforms, and they're all integrated. So let me see who is in the chat. All right, Travis says, got the text. Yeah, we do live stream notifications, so you can sign up for those as well. Going through some comments. Yes, the text link is going to the newest YouTube channel. You can also find us, like I said, Dark Matter, and also all the other links. We're everywhere. But what we're talking about tonight, this is very important, I think, this topic, because this is something that I think the public has just grown acclimated to, and no one has ever questioned it, or those who have, maybe they haven't put it all together. And we have what appear to be a lot of separate attacks over a long period of time, and I'm suggesting that they're all interconnected and they're all part of a story. And there are props, there are characters, there are aspects to these stories that mirror one another in ways that are beyond coincidental. So let's go ahead and start with the black pill incel ideology. Let's go ahead and start with what that actually is for people who don't know. And this does go back a few years, but there are some more recent examples of individuals motivated by the so-called black pill ideology. So let's go ahead and start with this. This is from Wikipedia. The idea of red pill, as you all know, by the way. So red pill is from the Matrix. Red pill means leaving the Matrix. Blue pill is staying in the Matrix. But the way it's been used, red pill within the manosphere refers to adopting a worldview. And this worldview is the one that is somewhat male chauvinist, mostly exaggerated, hyperbole, if you ask me. But they've taken that to an extreme with this black pill. So while I do think there is such a thing as red pillars and people who believe in the manosphere, the black pill, I think, is mostly agitated, mostly probably provocateurs. And the other day we were just talking about how many times you can find examples of the feds, the FBI, paying authors to produce racist or inflammatory content, neo-Nazi content, Vice just did a big story on this. They just did a story on how the FBI bankrolled a publisher of neo-Nazi books. So that's a fact. So my thinking here, though, is, and you'll see why as we go through this, that the black pill thing is probably agitated by agencies. It's not organic. And moreover, that they're creating a terrorist, a new threat that doesn't actually exist. And it's giving substance to this vanilla ISIS, white Al Qaeda kind of creation that they've made, this bogeyman. But it exists if the public believes in it. So, taking the red pill in the manosphere context means seeing a world where feminism has given women too much power and there's no black privilege, and so when you see it that way, you're red pilled. So it's kind of a loser ideology. I don't know any people who take the red pill in that sense, but the black pill is an extension of this, and there's disagreements over it, but basically it's this. It's the belief that incels, which are individuals who are involuntarily celibate, are born with a disadvantage in a society that rewards people based on looks, based on values that are consistent with women's emancipation. So the black pill thing is a very regressive thing in many ways, and it's worse than just a form of male chauvinism, because in this sense they want to actually have a reset. So there is this idea that they have to take out all of the non-incels and punish a lot of them, obviously. And then, of course, they want to reboot society where men are in control. So let me go ahead and go into some of the details here. So the black pill generally refers to a set of commonly held beliefs in incel communities, which include biological determinism and defeatism for unattractive people. Believers are referred to as being black-pilled. So it's a profoundly sexist ideology. And I think it's totally phony. I mean, anybody here listening, you know that unattractive people, what does that even mean? It's far too subjective, and that's not the primary factor. Now, as far as the lexicon goes, incel refers to involuntarily celibate. So this is the online culture. And this is where I suggest that this is part of the manufactured threat, the new manufactured terror threat, in that there's a correlation here between the sexually repressed, resentful basement dweller playing first-person shooter video games, that is, simulated mass murder, powerless in real life, but very powerful in the video game world. They're correlating that character who has an axe to grind with women and with society, with revenge fantasies. They're comparing that to the terror cell, where you have the jihadis who see Western society as fallen, depraved, and decadent, and that the women need to be put under a different set of values because they're corrupt, or in that perspective. And so there's a lot of overlap between this black pill idea and this caricature of the jihadi terrorist in the cave. And I'm suggesting that both of these groups have the same authors, that it's a parallel story, as you'll see. So there's a correlation between the incel and the terror cell, and the idea that these repressed individuals are ready to self-sacrifice, achieve martyrdom for the cause. And the suicide bomber is said to go to heaven and get his virgins. Well, the incels have something that correlates to that, which is this martyrdom, which they call becoming a hero, which we'll go into. We'll get into that. And again, it's because they believe that they have to collapse society and rebuild it where women aren't in control. So members of incel communities use jargon and a distinct dialect. They refer to women as femoids and other things which I won't read here. They also talk about looks maxing, which is an attempt to look good by using steroids, taking drugs, whatever, working out, plastic surgery. So looks maxing is another huge part of this thing. And they've also correlated this with like toxic masculinity, going to the gym to achieve a certain ideal. This is all stuff that plays into where we're headed here with this new radical terror threat. These radical celibates who are ready to blow up society. Members of incel communities use terms within. There's a few different terms in here we can go into, but I'm suggesting that most of this is pretty much fake. I don't know anyone who would actually identify with any of this stuff. Okay, so let me go ahead and continue. Mass murder and violence. Mass murders and other violent attacks have been committed by individuals who identify with these ideologies. So where I really get started with this one is Elliot Rodger. So Elliot Rodger's the one who was driving around in his car talking about his problems with women, and then he shot up a few sororities. Elliot Rodger killed 6, injured 14, and this is in 2014 near the University of California, Santa Barbara. These killings drew media attention to the concept of involuntary celibacy, misogyny, the glorification of violence. He was a self-identified incel and left behind a manifesto and YouTube videos describing how he wanted revenge for being rejected by women. He became something of a martyr. Now, the martyrdom here, this is the other aspect to it. They call them heroes, and they capitalize ER. A reference here, it says, mass violence is referred to as going ER. Elliot Rodger. So going hero, it's H, capital ER, RO. So he's a hero to them, my point being. So about Elliot Rodger. The thing about Elliot Rodger is that these were the Isla Vista killings, which in my opinion were all fake. His father is a very noteworthy person within the Hunger Games. I'm talking about a cinematographer, a director. That connects Hunger Games, and there's a certain theme here that we should look into, which also relates in some ways, maybe not so indirectly, to Suzanne Collins, who wrote the Hunger Games, who lived in Sandy Hook. And there's some interesting little connections between Elliot Rodgers and his grandfather, who was doing war photography in World War II. We'll look into a few other of these incel killers and how they're all interrelated. But let's move on to there's a few other ones that were more recent. Nicholas Cruz killed 17, motivated by other extremist views, but apparently he had posted somewhere, here it is, he had posted somewhere, Elliot Rodger will not be forgotten. So there may have been some relationship here. And what they do is they connect all these different events to, I believe, bolster the existence of this fictional universe, this where these things are real. And they just phased out the Islamic terror cells, and they've replaced it with these ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. Let me go and go through some chat comments to see if anyone else has anything to add to this yet. All right, let's see here. Frank Zen says these are badly manufactured. Yep, I agree. Jordan says most incels I see in public appear to be woke liberal dip shits. Okay. You know, I'm suggesting that they don't exist, that the whole idea here is phony, that there aren't any, I mean, there may be people who have problems, whatever, but that's completely separate. And in a way, this is also kind of a shame-based thing, where I think it's attacking certain individuals as, inadequate. So I actually think this is Psywar. I don't believe there are incels. Just like I think that the radical terrorists from Islamic faiths, that these are largely made up. And usually you find that they're just puppets, FBI puppets. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. There's a few others I wanted to discuss. Dylan Roof is another one I want to talk about. Now, Dylan Roof shot the church in Charleston, killing 9 during a prayer meeting. If you believe the story, and there's a whole lot there to suggest that this thing was not quite what it seems. A few interesting articles. GQ, a most American terrorist, the making of Dylan Roof. Now, his middle name is Storm. And listen to this name, and I've said this before. If they have 3 names, they're probably a crisis actor or a patsy. I mean, for example, let's just look at the recent one. There was a Floyd a different Floyd this year. In D.C., he was going to bomb D.C. or something. Was it Roy Floyd? Yeah, no, Floyd Ray Roseberry. Always with the three names. Okay, so Dylan Storm Roof. So, of course, a storm already has significance with white nationalist websites. And then, of course, Dylan, well, that is an association with Dylan from the Littleton shootings. And this is, again, pre-incel movement, but they're pointing to the same group. And the Littleton shootings were, I think, really where it all really started. They started really creating this new devil. Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, the Trench Coat Mafia. And by the way, Marilyn Manson played heavily into this whole story. A few other celebrities, Michael Moore, worth looking into. You know, people are all part of building up this caricature. Like they act like they're holding up a mirror to America. Like this is what you've created with your gun culture and whatever. But no, this is a liberal creation, a CNN creation, a left-wing anti-gun creation. These are, I believe, these are just basically movie villains. So Dylan Roof with the bowl cut. Haircuts are very important. In fact, I really started paying closer attention to these mass shooters when I started realizing that they all had the same barber. And I thought, well, maybe there's a reason. What are they conveying with that? What does that haircut say? But now listen to this. He confessed that he committed the shootings in hopes of igniting race war. So he's been described as a domestic terrorist. Now, this was the motivation for the Manson killings, helter skelter, start a race war. So he basically did a Jussie Smollett, just on a bigger scale, where, yeah, it's an atrocity intended to create a specific reaction along, racial lines. And this is, to me, this is a further indication that his middle name Storm is a prop, that this whole thing is just a character. Okay, so Storm, again, the storm is coming. The QAnon movement is all based on something called the Storm, which is when the white hats take out the deep state, when the bad guys lose. The storm is when the good guys win. The storm is coming has been this refrain for years. So it's not a coincidence that they stormed the Capitol on 1/6/21. And if you studied that event in any depth at all, if you watched the 21-minute video called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Hill Shooting, you can find it at fakeworld.news. That video shows you how that was a simulated riot. Like it or not, facts don't care about your feelings. That was a simulated riot. Ashley Babbitt did not die, which is good news. Although some people get mad when you tell them something that contradicts the mainstream. I'm suggesting that the storming of the Capitol is all connected to this long, drawn-out psyop creating this new enemy, these white Al-Qaeda, vanilla ISIS extremists, and the incel ideology is part of the package, and that it started back even with this shooting back in 2015, putting the memes out there. The storm is coming. And so again, Dylan Roof, the storm. Now, let's move on. Okay, we talked about Elliot Rogers, Dylan Storm Roof. Now, the next one I wanted to talk about was the shooting that occurred in Atlanta for a couple of reasons. And there are so many clues around all these different events that we could go into. Okay, so you had a parlor shooting, and this was back in March. And the first thing that caught my attention with the Georgia massage parlor shootings, the first thing that caught my attention was that the anniversary, the date. This was March 16th, or yeah, about that date, March 15th, March 16th. And I thought, okay, wait a minute here. This date seems very familiar. And it turns out that the Christchurch shooting, which was in New Zealand, occurred at that same date, which was, I'm double checking the date on it, but the shooter, again, same thing, basically a cardboard cutout. Yeah, 15 March. So you have the anniversary of the Christchurch shootings being discussed, and on the same day, on the same week of March, over a period of a couple of days, you have these shootings in Atlanta. Now, the thing is, the timing of it connected it. But then there are other connections, as we'll get into. But one other thing, the massage parlor shooting happened at 3 different locations. Robert Aaron Long, there's your 3 names. They always do that. So Robert Aaron Long went to 3 different locations, and I'm pretty sure there's some inside jokes here in these stories, which I'm not going to get into at the moment. But just the big picture is he shot up 3 locations, target immigrant group, and they captured him with a pit maneuver, which is when they run someone off the road and pull them out of a car. So I'm like, well, that's interesting, because the Christchurch shooting was a multi-location event, and it ended with a pit maneuver where the shooter was run off the road and yanked out of the car. So I thought, well, it's the anniversary, very similar, racist ideology, probably an incel. Somebody also frequents the same websites and is arrested in the same way. So again, these events are all interconnected. And then there's another one I could bring up. Let me bring this up just for the purpose of illustrating how connected these are. So the King Soopers shooting, which happened on 3/22/21, happened at the store number 33, involved 33 union members, by the way. Just some interesting patterns here. So the 2021 Boulder shooting happened at this store, at this grocery store, where some people were actually getting their vax. So they went there for their COVID-19 shot, and they got an AR-15 shot. Phony as you could believe it to be, the numerology tells it all. I mean, even the date, 3/22, the police entered the store at 3/22. 3/22, shout out to the Skull and Bones Society, John Kerry and company. That's actually, if you didn't know, the Skull and Bones Society from Yale is actually called Chapter 322, another Templar chapter. And by the way, the Skull and Bones Society was created by Batman's great-grandfather. He was the founding member. You can actually find that on an episode of Batman from 1966, Season 1, Episode 33, Fine Finney Friends. The Penguin captures and brainwashes Alfred to be his pawn for a plan against an event. So anyway, let me go ahead and play this for you. There's a part in this episode where you find out that, yeah, Batman's grandfather was the founder of the Skull and Bones at Yale. All right, here we go. Batman's great-grandfather. And this is an episode from 1966.
I'd like to make it my own personal charity. All are worthy. Now you can say that again.
And that is Bruce Wayne's grandfather, Mrs. Cooper?
His great-grandfather.
I understand he was
She's gesturing to a portrait on the wall. He's got a Y on his chest. He's holding a football.
tapped for Skull and Bones.
Tapped for it? Sir, he founded Skull and Bones.
So there you have it. Batman's great-grandfather founded Skull and Bones. So that's kind of an interesting connection there. And Joker is a Victor Hugo character, you could say. So there's a Prior of Zion Freemasonic story there, I believe. All right, let me go ahead and go through some comments. Jordan said, how'd you like a Whopper? Oh, that's right. Let's get back to Dylan Roof really quick. So Dylan Roof did the deed and then was taken to Burger King for a Whopper, which I tend to think is a nice way of saying that the whole thing was just a psyop. Police chief says Dylan Roof was taken to Burger King for a Whopper. Shortly after arrest, June 17th, 21-year-old man Dylan Roof sat in a prayer group. This is talking about the killing. 12 hours later, he was captured while on the run in Northern Carolina. They pulled him over, and after that, this is the part they said was peculiar. According to the account, Shelby Police Chief Jeff Ledford, Roof complained of hunger, so they took him to Burger King for a meal. It says early in the day, Roof had bought water and chips at a gas station. He was hungry again, so they got him food from the Burger King. After slaughtering 9 people in the church, he was arrested, strapped with a bulletproof vest, and then treated to burger and fries. So anyway, I think it's a Whopper, and which nothing surprising there. Okay, so we're talking about the shooting in King Soopers. Okay, here's why I wanted to bring that one up. So the King Soopers shooter, and this was on 3/22. His motivation, retaliation for the Christ Church shooting. So again, I'm just bringing this up because these are all interconnected stories. And this one here in particular was easy to expose, more or less, as just story time, full of symbolism and agenda. 100% propaganda. And you're not a conspiracy theorist just because you notice propaganda. And we don't just notice it, we just analyze it a little deeper. Zin Vela says, Crisis Actors Supercuts, find a location near you. Okay, well, the bowl cut is actually an ADL symbol. Rather, the ADL website lists it as a symbol of, well, hate. So if you look at the Anti-Defamation League's website, they will actually show you that the bowl cut and the AOK symbol together are white supremacist symbols. NBCnews.com, OK hand gesture and bowl cut added to the hate on display database. So yeah, the bowl cut is technically a hate symbol. You can find a graphic here, and that's clearly based on Dylan Roof's bowl. To me, it's a symbol. It's a symbol of asocial, awkward, maybe someone who is homeschooled, someone who's not fashionable, someone who's socially awkward, can't fit in, someone who's an incel. It also says poverty, possibly resentment, somebody who might be a school shooter. So when I see these bad haircuts, that's the story that it's actually telling. Now, what's interesting, though, is that the more affluent among the same group of white supremacists, they adopt something called the fasci haircut, which is tossed over to the side. And so before the bowl cut was pointed at as a hate symbol, you had the fasci cut. And I'll see if I can find an example of somebody with it. Yes, perfect. In fact, the killer or the shooter from the Atlanta shooting, he has a fasci cut. Fasci means fascist. You see it's combed over like Hitler. Hey, you know what's bizarre about this one, by the way, is there were multiple takes. So he had multiple mugshots. Great lighting, good fill light. I don't know if somebody's holding a reflective mirror. But if you go through the photos, yeah, there's multiple mugshots, and his bangs have been teased a couple different ways. And I'm pretty sure his hands are behind his back. So I'm not sure who is teasing his bangs in between shots. Again, this is Robert Aaron Long. Now, there's a side note here. There is this theory that Robert Aaron Long, the parlor shooter, is portrayed by the same crisis actor known as Dylan Roof. So there's a period of time, a few years between Dylan and this Robert character, this parlor shooter. Different haircuts. One has a beard, one doesn't. But if you do a facial analysis, they do actually come up pretty close. Now, one other thing about the parlor shooter, because they were calling him a parlor shooter, and the term parlor, of course, is referencing the massage parlors. However, at the same time this was going on at the beginning of the year, you had Parler, which was an alternative social media platform meant to be the new Twitter for the right wing and all those who would be considered the haters on the right, the hateful ideologies, the racists, etc. So the mass media had a hate affair with Parler. They didn't want Parler to exist. So I don't think it's a coincidence that you have a Parler shooter who checks off all the boxes of the bad guy they're creating at the same time that they're trying to shut down the website Parler, and it's being hacked, and its users are being their docs are being released. I mean, the whole Parler website was basically being shut down at every turn. And this has been going on and on with all these platforms. Here's a New York Times article from January. Amazon, Apple, and Google cut off Parler. So they cut off the app that was meant to be a free speech alternative. And they said it's because of mass shootings, etc. Mass shooters and extremists using it. Spa killing spree leaves 8 dead in metro Atlanta. Again, that's the story. I just don't think it's a coincidence that you have this Parler shooter, the devil that they've created, and they're going after a site called Parler. That's how the MSM plays. That's how sophisticated of a smear machine it is. Got Your Back Bear says, shout out IPS. Thanks for being you. Love what you do. Thanks for joining, everyone. Appreciate everybody here in the chats. Ivar says he didn't specifically say he wanted a race war. He said that would be terrible. I'll have to check. I'll have to read what he said. I remember at the time, this whole Charleston shooting thing, I remember at the time how it was being used because it was a political prop, this whole event. But it's worth looking back into, especially now that you can see that Storm was foreshadowing, predictive programming in his middle name, referencing, I believe, this big storming of the Capitol. Going through some comments. Knockout Bear says the bowl cut haircut says, it screams, I live in a basement. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they've created. Your mama says, I had one this summer. It was like one of those monks cuts. Yeah, exactly. Well, nothing against these cuts either. Again, this is a media caricature. It's not a hate symbol. How many of you do the A-OK hand sign? Still, like if something's A-OK literally, like you can't anymore. It means you're either Illuminati confirmed or you're with the bowl cut crew. Going through some comments. All right. And I'm going to open up phones here in a bit if anybody has anything to add to this. So we talked about the Elliot Rodgers, which we could look back into his father in the Hunger Games. That figures prominently in the zeitgeist, this Hunger Games thing. And, the Sandy Hook connection there is also worth looking at. Batman, we talked about Batman a minute ago. The Batman Dark Knight Rising, or Dark Knight Rises, that movie has some very curious connections to Sandy Hook we could look at. But anyway, sticking with the incel and the black pill for the time being. Because I'm suggesting here that what we're witnessing, what we've seen, has been the creation of a new terror threat to replace the Islamic terrorist. And these ones are, in many ways, analogous. So let's look at this one here. This is a great one. There was the one in the UK. And this guy, I'm pretty sure, let's see if I can find his name. There's a few recent ones I have to look at. I think his name was Jake Davidson. But what we're looking at here is, like I said, this is a creation of a new terror threat. This guy wasn't even American. And he identified, this is a gunman in Plymouth who killed 5 people. He said, quote, women are arrogant and entitled beyond belief. A 22-year-old. So before these online postings, he was part of the incel culture, and then he went out and he killed some people. So if you look at him, he actually has movie star looks, in my opinion. I'm not saying that much. I'm just saying that this doesn't look like something that you would be surprised to see on television playing some role. I mean, he's got a beard that's slightly unkempt, but to me, it looks like this person is probably not what you would call ugly by any standard. I mean, we're just talking, just objectively speaking. So it's kind of strange right there. But anyway, this individual identified as an American Trump supporter, which is kind of strange. It says here on August 4th, he posted to a website called Incel Exit, designed for men looking for a way out. He appears to blame the movement's black pill for his state of hopelessness. Black pill is a fatalist outlook centered on the belief that success with the opposite sex is determined by genetics at birth. He says, I wish I never came across this. It's toxic, negative BS, and it makes you feel like no amount of self-improvement is going to be enough. So here, this to me is part of the agenda. For some time, they have been trying, the mass media, have been trying to conflate ideas with viruses. That is, you can catch it. They use the lexicon of epidemiology to describe what they call dangerous misinformation. So you can catch a bad idea. Like, you saw a flat earth meme, you drive off the edge. Like, they have this slippery slope argument. Oh, so this guy came across some memes. He took a black pill course or watched some black pill videos, and now he has a sense of hopelessness and despair. And there's nothing he can do. He's been radicalized. And he admits it here. I wish I never came across it, meaning if I hadn't come in contact with that, this wouldn't have happened. If he had only been properly quarantined, or if somebody had been censored, this wouldn't have happened. So because these ideas weren't censored, 5 people are dead. Written 2 days before the shootings, he writes this little farewell note, but let me go a little deeper into this, because this is the analysis by theguardian.com. It says the incel movement promotes violent misogyny and has inspired a number of high-profile murders in the U.S. This includes the case of Elliot Rodger. It says the Observer has learned that Home Office's Office for Security and Counterterrorism is already investigating the incel movement in the context of an emerging threat. So the black pillars are a terror threat. Imran Ahmed, chief executive of the Center for Countering Digital Hate, said, incels are terrorists. They want to seek a way to teach women a lesson. They want to remold society and change it through violence in a way they cannot achieve with the ballot box or persuasion. So this idea of hate itself, I think, is actually a very not so subtle attack on free speech itself. Free speech is there to protect offensive speech. Inoffensive speech doesn't need it. And hate is too subjective a term. I mean, in my opinion, climate change rhetoric is very hateful. I think it's very hateful when Skull and Bonesman John Kerry says that we need to cut our carbon emissions in half. Because basically he's saying mankind's the problem. Let's shut down our activities. To me, that's hate. That's misanthropy. That's hate speech. Greta at the UN telling us not to fly, to shut everything down. It's our fault. We ruined the world. That's hate speech to me. But you see what I mean? It's just too selective. I mean, it's too subjective to be considered an objective measure, but that's what they're trying to create here. So incels are terrorists. It says here, they undergo a process of radicalization unchecked by broader social norms because these digital spaces isolate them from the rest of society. So while they're growing out their bowl cuts and their beards, they're separate from society and no one's there to make sure that they're not hate variants. All those unvaxxed are now variant factories. Well, you're kind of a variant factory for hate viruses if you're within a hate-filled echo chamber in your basement. And this is the other point too. Unchecked by broader social norms. Oh, you don't have enough NPCs looking over your shoulder to correct what you say. And I'm not in support of this black pill nonsense. I believe in free speech, but what I see here is a contrived, manufactured movement to justify shutting down free speech. And that's what it looks like here. Unchecked by broader social norms. So they chased him off YouTube. They go to BitChute. They go to 8chan. And then you have the Christchurch shooter, which I contend is a fake event, and we can talk about that later, but I have a documentary on it on BitChute. If anybody cares, I'll send a link. But basically, that event was used, I'm talking about the Christchurch event, to justify shutting down a lot of these websites that aren't being checked by broader social norms. So you can't have your own websites. We can't ghettoize you. We can't just kick you off these platforms. You got to be off the internet altogether. This is part of, I believe, a broader holy war, a purging of the internet, a purification process. And that's what it is. It's a purgation. It's a purification. It's a religious holy war, in fact, They're trying to purify the doctrines. They're covering everybody with hand sanitizer and vaccinating you on the inside, but the ideas, the cyberspace, is what needs to be purified next. And also, they're trying to purify outer space. So they're dealing with space junk, they're dealing with the junk in your veins, and now they got to deal with the junk in cyberspace. All around, it's a holy war. This is a big effort to purify our minds. Experts point out that followers of the extreme end of incel culture share conspiracy theory-like views with the far right. Now, in my view, incels are just the other extreme of the feminists that wear the pink hats. Like, you have these extremes on both sides, like the soy boys, Antifas, and the Proud Boys. I kind of think you have these dynamics that are set up so that they're always fighting with each other. But this one here, in particular, they're suggesting, yeah, it's a right-wing thing. It says, we realize how potentially violent they could be, and this is from theguardian.com. It says, so many malignant ideologies, from anti-vaxxers to anti-Semites to incels, these are accelerating the radicalization, developing violent, mobilizing elements. So they're talking about communities online that are radicalizing people. So you had radical mosques after 9/11. Now you have radical websites. Comment, this is again from theguardian.com, and this is the individual for the Center for Countering Digital Hate, the chief executive, Imran Ahmed. He says, it's up to the government to protect society from the threat posed by twisted, violent male supremacists who are whispering words of encouragement to the next terrorist attacker. So again, this is part of I believe, a made-up, contrived threat, but it's becoming increasingly believable to people, I think, because of repetition, conditioning. Now, there's another one I want to bring up. This was the incel attack in Ohio. Now, the significance here is, again, I believe in, here it is, creating the parallel between the radical terrorists of post 9/11. So here you have Ohio man charged with a hate crime, a plot to kill women in a mass murder killing spree. So this was in July. Incel arrested for plotting a sorority mass shooting. So this one was clearly inspired by Elliot Rogers. His name was Tress Genko of Hillsboro, Ohio, charged with attempting to commit a hate crime while possessing a machine gun illegally. So he called himself an incel, expressed frustration with women online. But now here's the thing that I think connects to 9/11, and again, another connection that they're trying to correlate. He said he was going to kill 3,000 women. That was his plan. He had some kind of a plan to kill 3,000 women in retaliation. Well, that number 3,000 should call to mind 9/11. Tress Genko was charged Wednesday with attempting to conduct a mass murder. His goal, investigators say, was to kill as many as 3,000 people, and he attended military training. He plotted to slaughter up to 3,000 out of hatred and revenge. So that sounds egregious. Who could actually do 3,000? He wanted to, quote, aim big. But again, if you ask me, that's just another way of recalling to mind that particular number and the trauma people have associated with it. Now, let me go into Elliot Rogers for just a moment. Just because, as I said, there's some interesting connections within his family. So, one, you have Peter Roger. Peter Roger, British filmmaker. He was the second unit director on The Hunger Games in 2012. And if you look at the cover of this Hunger Games, this is an interesting one too. The cover, you have the Mockingjay bird with the arrow and it's burning. Totally a phoenix. Now, if you think back to the inauguration where Lady Gaga was wearing the Hunger Games style uniform, like her clothing was like something out of that movie. But on her chest, she wore a dove with the olive branch. And my contention is that dove is actually a way of representing the phoenix. And the phoenix is a symbol of the reset. And The Hunger Games is a movie about a post-reset world. And the phoenix, of course, it's reborn in its own ashes, the symbol being burn it down, build back better, as Darth Klaus says. So the symbol there is very significant to me, I think, or significant in that she's wearing a symbol of the reset. And there's a clear allusion here to the Hunger Games, just right there on top of the dystopic view of the inauguration with DC fenced off. And it's more than just theater. There's symbolism at work here. And the symbol of the phoenix would have been too much if she had put that on her chest. It's too much. It's too occult, and it's too obviously associated with this reset ideology, which is burning down our system now to build it back. So they put the dove there. But what I like to point out is that the dove is not really a symbol of peace, if you think about it, because it's the symbol of it's a symbol that that it's safe to go back after the flood. So basically, God floods the world, and then after a period of time, the waters recede, and the dove brings the olive branch to Noah and says it's cool to go back. So is it a symbol of peace? No, it means I'm done killing everybody. I drowned everything. You can go back, start over, build back better. Same symbol. I mean, not burning it down, flooding it, but the symbol with the dove or the phoenix, these are synonymous, if you ask me. At least that's how they're used. And again, it's all about the post-reset. So his father, connected with the Hunger Games, has some interesting connections, but also his grandfather is also interesting. Like I said, he's a war photographer, did some war photography, which it connects a number of things here, a number of ideas, namely that it seems like the family, the entire family, was somehow all part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, all part of the big terror theater. Let me go through comments. Let me see if there's any black pillars in the chat room. Any incels? Are we getting it right here? Am I missing anything? Okay, let's see here. Nope, nothing yet. No incels in the chat room. No one admitting it. Polecat78 says, I find it offensive if somebody asks my vax status. I just show them my vax tracks. It is kind of, I think it could be construed as offensive, but it's part of the culture war. I think it's totally engineered. It's like, are you saved? What's your religion? It's kind of the same thing. It's like, are you copacetic with establishment, media, and science? Or are you one of the bowl cut killers to be? Are you a hate? That's what they've done. They've made this so polarizing that you can't disagree without being a bad guy to somebody in the room. Okay, so again, going through your comments. Most of these I can't read. A lot of them I can't read, but I'd like to. I'd read Zaret's comment if I could. No, but I'm suggesting again that these are all fake and not even believable. And I think, moreover, it's an attempt to demonize conspiracy theorists in general and conspiracy theories. So the idea here, a conspiracy theory, again, it's very subjective, but a conspiracy theory is non-mainstream news. But they want to put it out there that simply allowing these things to exist is a problem for society because somebody could come across it and be radicalized. Now, if you remember after 9/11, the radical mosques, the radical clerics, the idea that you had this radicalizing factor here, which is the interpretation of the Quran that they offered, the jihadist idea, the idea of martyrdom. This was like a mind virus that had to be tracked. They had to find out who had this mind virus. So we had to basically give up a little bit of our freedom for a little bit of safety. So you're like, okay, well, I guess they can listen to our phone calls. I guess wiretapping's cool, read our emails. You have to give up some freedoms because some people might be spreading bad ideas amongst each other and radicalizing. It's the same thing. Same exact idea here. Only now it's the digital spaces. It's not a physical mosque. But they got everyone to accept the premise that something must be done early on with the Islamic mind virus coming from the Quran. And now it's the QAnon radicals and the QAnon radicalizing verses that are making people dangerous. And that's another topic, somewhat and in many ways related to the whole black pill ideology. Like I said, it's part of a package of creating this new terror threat. But there is quite a lot that the media is able to point at now if they want to paint up the idea that QAnoners are crazy, like they're part of a cult similar to Charles Manson's cult. Remember, Q sent me, said Jake and Jelly, the QAnon shaman. That was his defense. He couldn't resist the power of the memes, that he was just drawn in like a victim of the information. And that, again, is still reiterating the same theme here, that Jake and Jelly probably wishes he never came across the QAnon memes, because look what it made him do. This is the devil made me do it. And they're getting people to believe in the devil. So the devil made me do it explanation is being used consistently. They came across the information. And so now I'm a problem because I'm talking about these things. And if I talk about these things, someone might listen to it and then they might go radicalize. They might go radical. And next thing you know, they're shooting up a church or something. And they're trying to make that case. Like, oh, you caught the mind virus here, therefore that person is responsible for that. And they're doing this with COVID too. There was some musician today, I don't want to shout out the band, but he basically said, some selfish member of our audience wasn't vaxxed, so I got COVID. I'm like, well, wait a minute. You're both super spreaders, vaxxed or not. So how can you say that? But it's the same thing here. Somebody posted some memes on some website that didn't do its job, didn't protect its people by censoring these memes. And now look, Matthew Coleman, dad accused of killing kids over QAnon theories, undergoing psychological evaluation in jail. Somewhat related still. Extremists doing extreme things, thinking they're saving the world. Coleman said he knew it was wrong, but this was the only course of action that would save the world. By the way, this story is on the cover of People magazine. And I find this to be very, very peculiar. So go to your local grocery store, and I called this. I said, we're going to have something commensurate with the Manson killings this summer, because the summer of '69 is templated over 2021 summer. And sure enough, on the anniversary of the Manson killings, we have the Coleman killings on the anniversary. And I said some other things about it, that it would be a right-winger, that it would be a radicalized QAnoner, that Q would send him like Charles Manson sent the killers. And it all came true. So look here, this is on People magazine, inside a family shock after Coleman is accused of killing his kids. She didn't see this coming. And what I find so strange about this whole story, though, is that they're on the cover of People magazine. Whatever happened to the presumption of innocence? Has he been convicted? So he's already on the cover of this national magazine as a murderer. His smiling wife in the picture with him. And I'm wondering, how did she allow herself to be put on the cover of a magazine after her children were allegedly, supposedly just murdered? I think it's made for TV psychodrama. And here's the reason. Because the purpose here is this. There has been an attempt, a very successful attempt, I would say, to brand the right-wing QAnoners as a form of hippies. These are the new anti-establishment hippies. And the Charles Manson case was something that was used to demonize hippies in many ways. And they're doing the same thing with the QAnoners. And you'll find, and I've been digging into this, the mass media has been more and more suggesting that QAnon represents a right-wing, new age hippie movement. And so the hippies were known for rejecting conventional values. That was one of the things they were known for. Conscientious objection, anti-war, etc. So the hippies today are the ones who are rejecting establishment media, establishment science, the vax refusers, the lockdown resistors, and the QAnoners with their QAnon shamanism, which, look, if you look into QAnon, and I've talked about it quite a lot here, they are heavy into New Ageism. It's a New Age revelations. It's a New Age rapture movement. It truly is. They do believe in a reset or a new age, that society's going to reset very soon. They believe in numerology to a great degree. So they have made these correlations, and I think it's going to stick, that the right wing are now the hippies. Here's another one. Find this the title's kind of funny. This is from medium.com. Jules Evans wrote, "Make love, not vaccines. Why are new age hippies so anti-vax?" And also, yoga studios and yoga practitioners are also being targeted as dangerous because they're prone to conspiratorial thinking, because they think everything's connected. They don't believe in coincidences. They believe they're fighting a spiritual struggle with the world. All these various things that seemed innocuous are now seen as threats to the system, that yoga is a window to alternative medicine. And plus, people who do yoga love to breathe, which makes them very problematic post-COVID. All right, so this article here again, "Make love, not vaccines. Why are new age hippies so anti-vax?" It's a pretty good piece, but it is just explaining here, or asking the question, how did all this switch to the other side?
Thirst donated $5.
Well, appreciate the contribution. You go to infiniteplane.tips if you want to post a message on the screen, and appreciate your generosity that keeps us going 24/7. We've been defunded on all the major platforms. Let me take this call here. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, caller, do you have any experience with the black pill?
No, not at all. Just the red pill auto hoax. This is lickety split. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, actually. I think this black pill thing is a tremendous joke. Do you agree with me that this is a construct meant to replace the radical Islamic terrorists who are also described as misogynistic?
Yeah. Actually, even like probably 15 years ago, you would hear little things about this little plan coming into fruition. That it was going to start with terrorism abroad, and then that it would come to the domestic terrorism. Except I would also hear that it'd be mostly like blonde hair, blue-eyed people doing it. Maybe that was too many specifics about it. But yeah, and I even hate to give credit to, I think I even heard Alex Jones a little bit talking about that stuff back in the day when I listened a little bit to Alex Jones
yes.
before I knew.
Yes, Alex Jones, in fact, he did say back when the Patriot Act was being passed, he was talking about what this meant for our civil liberties. And he back then said, you just wait, they're going to turn this on the patriots. And I think he actually coined the phrase white Al-Qaeda, which I like to use. I don't know who coined vanilla ISIS, but he coined white Al-Qaeda.
I thought you coined vanilla ISIS, to be honest, but maybe not.
No,
but also, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I know, I think I coined Telcom X for Sean King, but no, I don't.
Oh, that's just good. But no, it's Alex Jones, so you could assume that he got this from somebody else, maybe Bill Cooper, because he was totally biting Bill Cooper stuff way back then. But no, I was actually going to also call in about the talk about the musicians and how a certain one is standing up. Am I allowed to talk about that? I'm not sure if we're going to get too much into the V word.
Well, but, here's the thing about that. The topic about vaccination is, I think it's kind of played out. I think 2020 is boring already. And it's so polarized that I think it's purely a political thing. It's the new church. The media is the new church. This is the new way of taking your communion, showing that you're in solidarity with that
Yeah.
church. And so it's all about the saved versus the unsaved. So I don't really care so
Right.
much about what's in it, because to me it's just a schism. And every week they say it's something else. Like originally it was going to track you, now it's filling you with graphene. What is it this week? So what do you have to add?
Yeah.
What do you have to add?
Well, actually, I was gonna out Mr. Clapton because I think that's what's so funny about it, that he's coming off as this hero. But I'm pretty sure that he's your average, fight Gnostic musician that worships, God knows what, and hates the demiurge and all that good stuff. But because I think so, he has that song. It's called Layla, right? And so I've been like reading about like Jewish mysticism and all that kind of stuff, and Gnosticism and all that. And I'm pretty sure like they don't use vowels. And I think if you listen to the words, that he's talking about Lilith. So Layla would also come close to the word Lilith if you took out all the vowels. And then if you listen to the words, what he's talking about in that song, he's talking about "you got me on my knees, begging, darling, please." And so like Lilith,
wait.
I think is like also associated. Go ahead.
So you're suggesting that Eric Clapton, even though he may ostensibly be against the medical tyranny, is nonetheless a satanic sellout.
Yes, satanic for lack of a better word, of course. But yeah, you know what I mean. And that would make sense, that they would put somebody on the other opposite side of the schism to further the schism, So everyone's thinking he's doing great things. Oh,
Okay,
look,
well, one
man,
question.
that guy.
One question. What do you think is going to happen to Chet Hanks? Do you think the Illuminati is going to take him out for going against the grain, or do you think he's just
Yeah.
playing a role?
No, exactly. It's the same exact thing. Yeah, he's just playing his role, of course. And but it's really an interesting topic, and I don't have my notes right now, but I've been like taking notes slowly. Another time, hopefully I can get it together and talk about it. But it's Clapton. It's also that famous. He's gotten really famous like lately. Chris Stapleton. He's the guy that does that Strawberry Wine or whatever. Really popular song. He just won an award.
Okay.
He does a song called Angel of the Night. Go ahead.
I'll suggest this then. If you want to have a specific call, we'll bring your notes, because I picked up a book today on Thelema. It's like this compilation, and there's a chapter in the back about the New Age concept of the goddess described as Babylon that I want to actually go over. And so it's kind of it's an obscure book. I found it at a thrift shop, and I wanted to go over that. So yeah, I'd definitely be interested to see what you have to say about this stuff, because whatever people think.
For sure. Another time, I'll definitely call back with some notes on it. But yeah, Chris Stapleton, Clapton, they're no good, for sure. But anyway, I just wanted to like point that out for now, because that's all was getting talked about. And the whole connection with the succubus and the Lilith, and some deep stuff going on there. But anyway, that's pretty
Very
much
good.
all I got for
All
now.
right, appreciate the call, and we'll talk soon. All right, thank you for that. And yeah, I always appreciate the research, and that's one of the things we do here. What really distinguishes this channel from every other channel is that we have what we call here a think tank, which is the opposite of an echo chamber, always open to new ideas, new research, always moving. And sometimes we shoot things. But we've kept this going nonstop since 2017, and it works because of people like that who are part of this research body of researchers who are investigating a lot of different things, pulling our information together, and we do distill a lot of great information. And if you want to be a part of the think tank, it's as simple as listening in and joining in on the chat, sharing links, ideas. You can also join at the website. Go to infiniteplanesociety.com or darkmatter.radio. Either way, it'll get you into the same chat, and you'll see the same individuals and new people all the time. Jordan says Eric Clapton faked his dead son all show. Interesting. Just like John Travolta, says Jordan. No, I'm not looking for heroes, and I find it's strange how people do see certain celebrities as heroes because they say something that seems to go against the establishment. But as the caller pointed out, you have to take that with a grain of salt, really, because these celebrities are reading their teleprompted lines. So Chet Hanks comes out. He seems like he's going against all of the establishment media and science and all those recommendations, whereas his parents were the first ones publicly here in America to catch the thing. So what is he doing? What is this? Is it an act? Is he going to turn up dead? In fact, let me bring this up. COVID-19 killing off popular conspiracy theorists. And this just comes from 5 minutes of research. This is what I found in 5 minutes. More than half a dozen popular conspiracy theorists that denied the efficacy of mask and vaccine mandates are now dead. The MSM has not been this happy over a pile of corpses since Sandy Hook. So what are we looking at here? Legitimate deaths, grifters, double agents, crisis actors. First one, Robert David Steele, QAnon conspiracy theorist. They called him a conspiracist. Notice that. He's not a theorist with ideas and theories. No, he's a conspiracist. You know, con together, spire, breathe together. They don't want you breathing together. That's why they hate yogis now. Well, this guy just breathes racism. He's a conspiracist. And he dies from COVID-19 that he called a hoax until the very end. So he's up there until the very end, posting selfies on Instagram. I'm dying of COVID. Send me some money. I'm like, where are you going to spend it? You're on your last breath, literally. Your lungs don't work. And I'm only saying this because I don't think he's really dead. I think this is a hoax. Number 2, Phil Valentine, conservative radio host. COVID death should prompt others to end vaccine lines. Family statement, quote, Phil regrets not being more pro-vax and looks forward to being more vigorously for vaccines once he's back on the air, which we hope is soon. Nope, he's dead. Scott Apley, Dickinson City Council member, state Republican executive community member. What happened here? Coronavirus death. Caleb Wallace, Texas man who had the anti-mask protest rallies, dead of COVID. Mark Bernier, from New York Daily News, New York conservative radio talk show host, anti-vaxxer, dies of COVID. Dick Farrell, radio host, passes away, COVID. And this is all within the last few days. What are the odds? I'm waiting for Alex Jones to go, or Richie from Boston. Somebody. Maybe that guy, Mac Parhar, Flat Earth Fokker. We should place bets. You know, who's the next truther? Who's the next anti-vaxxer out there who's going to go? Awfully coincidental, right? Once is a coincidence, maybe. Well, once is happenstance. Twice is coincidence, according to Ian Fleming. 3 times is enemy action. What do you call it 6 times? A conspiracist-demic? I mean, this is an epidemic killing all the conspiracy theorists. Adaptivia says stay away from the jabbed. Isn't that full circle, though? The jabbed are like stay away from the unjabbed. The jabbed are stay away from... I mean, this is like unjected. There was a dating app called Unjected. And this was an app for those who aren't vaccinated, who have clean blood, to date other people with clean blood. I mean, that's what it's about. It's about pure blood. But they see themselves as pure by nature. The other side sees themselves as having been pure through having been saved through sacrament. Really, this is a new religion. It really is. And you can see how it's divided. You have a Protestant. The anti-vaxxers are in many ways like Protestants against the NWO church. Unjected, the dating app for the unvaccinated, is banned from the Apple Store because they don't want the unvaccinated. I mean, this is a strange one that they would even go... Well, it's not that strange, I guess. Because they don't want the unvaccinated to get together and conspire, to do yoga together or whatever. Apple boots inappropriate anti-vax dating app Unjected. Now, I've even seen anti-vaxxers who own Airbnbs discriminating against the vaxxed. I've seen hairdressers saying that they will not cut the hair of the vaxxed. That's been more and more prevalent. It's like a discrimination versus discrimination. On that topic, Xbox urges its users to get the vax and to ignore conspiracy theories. Nothing to see there. Now, we're still waiting about this QAnon killer in California. He's on Time People magazine. We're still waiting, but there's going to be a psychological evaluation, and he's not dead, just so you know. My thinking on it is that he and his wife are going to be on the news a lot, and it's going to make this topic the topic for everybody in every household. You know, do we have a problem with memes, with ideas and conspiracy theories? Do we need to lock down the internet? An internet quarantine. And I think that's where they're leading us. And I actually called this last year when the Kardashians froze their social media because of conspiracy theories and hate. I said, wait, if these opinion leaders, these celebrities, are shutting down their social media as a protest against ideas floating in cyberspace, in other words, if they're quarantining, I think it's setting the stage. I think they're setting an example here. I mean, people are free to turn off their internet. And that's how you know it's actually about control anyway. You know, if there's something I don't want to hear, I don't want to see, I don't watch it. I don't demand that it gets removed from existence. And that's really what we're looking at. Reality curation. Earlier today, or actually it was yesterday, we actually talked about this. There was a discussion on Fox about the soldiers killed in Afghanistan, and one of the Fox contributors brought out, Leo Terrell, brought out a towel and cried into it. And the others just kind of looked on and shook their head. They looked like they didn't believe it, if you ask me. My point is, he brought a towel to work to cry into. Not very believable. And maybe they get bonus points. I don't know. But he scored. Well, anyway, Lynn, who called in yesterday, she sent me this message on Facebook today. The Fox News contributor who cried over the Kabul airport story has made a career out of fake crying. Here's one from March where he breaks down in crying over teenagers lost to suicide during the lockdown. So he cries a lot on air. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, IPS, this is Got Your Back Bear one more time.
Hey, what's up, Got Your Back Bear? Hey, what's your take on the black pill and the incel ideology? Do you know any black pillars?
Yeah, I know a lot of doomsdayers, but I'm not headed in that direction. Listen, I have to be honest with you. I've had a couple beers, and the time before last we talked, and I said that I had a couple beers. I don't want to be ignorant, but I just wanted to say one thing, and then we can end the call and you can continue with what you were doing. When you played that video earlier about Batman's great-grandfather with Skull and Bones being the founder, Christian Bale just came right into my head. Isn't he affiliated with American Psycho, and he also played Batman? If there's any thought, I don't know if this might pique a little interest in you, but is there any way we might be able to figure out who Christian Bale's great-grandfather is?
Oh, interesting question. Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I will definitely look into it. And there is something with this this character Batman and this archetype. It's a very prominent one today even, and they use it in all the psyops. So Christian Bale is someone we have made a study of.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents on that. Like I said earlier in the stream, I really appreciate what you do, but I'm not in any position to be talking tonight. I hope that you appreciate that, but I love you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing.
Awesome. Appreciate the call. That's Got Your Back Bear, everyone. Oh, yeah. So the last time we talked about Christian Bale, it was with regard to the role in the movie Vice, where he transformed into Dick Cheney. And he looked exactly like him, 100%. You could not tell the difference. You wouldn't be able to distinguish which one is the real one. And someone else pointed out something kind of interesting to me. I don't know if they have the same birthday, but I think they do. Or at least I think that they are 33 years apart. Christian Bale, Dick Cheney. And you really ought to look at that costume. You ought to look, I mean, it is a perfect example of what I would consider to be a deep fake technology. And this is before it was all digital. It's all prosthetics. He studied videos with the former vice president, and he totally caught the role. Look, Christian Bale and Cheney have something in common. They were both born January 30th, exactly 33 years apart. Now, funnily enough, I came across this because there were some people who were trying to convince me, or they were convinced, that Mike Pence was replaced, and he was more than likely playing the role, or rather, he was being deepfaked by Christian Bale. In fact, here's a tweet about that. Kyle McDonald, I keep seeing Christian Bale playing Mike Pence. He's just got the script. He makes it look natural and convincing. See, I'm not the only one who's noticed this. I think a few people have. It's like, think about this. He can perfectly play Dick Cheney. How difficult would it be for him to play Mike Pence? I mean, it's really just another vice president. And they do have I think there are some similarities there. Much closer than Dick Cheney. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue on this topic about Batman and the Skull and Bones Society. It was from the 1966 episode of the Batman TV show, Season 1, Episode 33, Fine Finney Friends, where it's revealed that Batman's great-grandfather was the founder of the Skull and Bones. And let's go ahead and look really quick, too, at Victor Hugo and the Joker. Because we're talking about the occult origins of these characters. How Victor Hugo helped create the Joker. Did The Man Who Laughs inspire the Joker? Is this some silent film? Here we go. Back in 2009, during a Comic-Con interview, comic creator Jerry Robinson revealed the story behind the Joker's inspiration. While the Joker himself is a sadistic maniac, the inspiration from his look was from the Victor Hugo's novel, The Man Who Laughs. And so then you look into Victor Hugo and his secret society involvement. And I think that, here we go. Despite a written record establishing his status as a Mason, Hugo's writings contain numerous references to Freemasonry and its philosophies. And we were talking about this a couple of years ago, right before when the Joker movie came out. And the reason we were discussing this is that with every one of these psyops, there's a patsy. There's somebody that brings the chaos. There's the random element. And that creates a reaction from the public. Then you have the response. The response is the police with the SWAT team, the militarized police with their Batman costumes. So you have Joker, the wild card, chaos, Batman, order. So the order out of chaos, that happens to be the motto of the 33rd degree of the Masonic cult. So you have the 33rd degree Masonic cult with their double-headed eagle and their symbol, of course, order out of chaos. And when you look at these psyops, and I alluded to this earlier when I talked about the Batman movie and its connection to various psychological operations. So if you look at the Boston bomber, for example. The Boston bomber, his name was Dzhokhar Sarnath, but the media referred to him, and I believe his friends called him Joker. I mean, it sounds like Joker. So you have the Joker, the Mad Bomber. You can find him on the cover of Rolling Stone, like some kind of rock star. Look, you have the bomber of the Boston bombing, which I think happened at 666 Boylan Street. Just a little side note there. Right there with Jay-Z, Willie Nelson. I mean, imagine having your name on a magazine cover with some guy who just bombed a bunch of people with a couple of crock pots or whatever. That's what the story was anyway. But he was the Joker, and then you had the response, which was what? The SWAT team, the shutting down the streets, doing the house-to-house search. So if you remember the story that followed, you had the bringer of chaos, the Joker, and then the Batman. They bring back order, the restoration of order. Then you have the Dark Knight Rises shooting with James Holmes. And this was on the opening night of the Batman movie. And this is a common theme as well. The movie theater shooting This is something that happened recently, which we can get into in a second. But yeah, there was a shooting at the opening for the new Purge movie, Purge Forever. Somebody was shot in the head. A social media influencer, in fact. And it was in Corona at the Regis Theater. Regis, Crown, shot in the head, Corona. Interesting. But anyway, that was another movie opening. But the movie opening at the Batman movie had the Joker shooter, James Holmes. Another Batman Joker. And of course, the movie itself, Dark Knight Rises, has references within it to the Boston bombing and even to Sandy Hook. And these are all within the props. The art department, the individuals involved in that would be responsible for it. And you can find some interesting connections between these movies, Sandy Hook, art directors. The connections are there. I'm not going to get into all of them. I'm just making the point that the basic psychological operation is always the same. Chaos, order. Chaos, order. And it's represented by Joker and Batman in the movies. They represent these themes, good versus evil. So if you look at the Dark Knight Rises cover, for example, just to point it out, they make use of the burning bat. This has been a symbol that's been out there for many years. You've seen it if you watch the Batman movies. A burning bat, a bat like a phoenix. Noteworthy, too, that the Joker was played by an actor named Phoenix, Joaquin Phoenix. Well, the phoenix is a symbol of the reset. Burn down, build back better. You can actually find references to COVID in 2020 embedded in the Dark Knight Rises movie. But when the Joker movie came out, we were analyzing it in this context. That here you have these two characters with deeply occult origins. And you have this theme, order out of chaos, and you have this Batman movie referenced in various mass shooting events, mass casualty events. So when the Joker movie came out, we were looking at the subtext. What do you have? You have rich versus poor, kill the rich, so it's a communist revolution. The Joker, I believe, represents this idea that the lower class have been made into clowns, and he was just a martyr for the cause. He was the epitome of the result of a society that doesn't care about the lower class. He's a victim of society. So in the movie The Joker, he leads a rebellion. He shoots these rich guys on a subway who treat him like crap, laugh at him after he gets beaten up. But anyway, it's revenge. He asserts himself and he shoots some of these rich guys, and a lot of people in the movie actually agree with him. Well, in the movie, you have a lot of riots and protests. And this is, again, 2019. So this is before riots and protests were pretty much as common as they are today and as unruly as they seem to be. And in the movie, they put on the clown mask, symbol of this guy who hasn't been caught yet, the killer who shot these rich guys. And they put on these clown masks and they gather around and they do their uprising. So the movie has this theme of an uprising led by this guy with the clown mask. So in our analysis of the movie, we're looking at the Joker as a trickster, in many ways a very mercurial character. And the mask is very significant because the uprising, of course, is by individuals wearing masks. So the movie in many ways seemed to foreshadow the summer of 2020 with the chaos. And so that's what we saw with the burning of the police precincts, the riots, the looting. That was the chaos, the burning down. And what precipitated that? What preceded all this? Well, one, COVID, starting with what? The bat. So if there's any catalyst for this reset, you would say, what lit the spark? What lit the fuse? It was the bat. It was the COVID. That was the thing that... So the phoenix symbol has been replaced by the burning bat in this movie. And I think it's very much prescient. Predictive rather. It was showing us more or less that there's this catalyst that's going to precipitate the reset. So the reset is shutting down businesses, shutting everything down first, locking down. And even when they first started the lockdowns, I said, this is like a communist revolution without burning everything down, just turning it off. And when I say communist revolution, I just mean it's the oligarchs gutting the middle class, killing upward mobility. it's a leveling, although it's not actually leveling. It's removing the middle. So you have this thing going on with the COVID, and again, the masks. So you're masked up. And this is kind of interesting too, how you have the masked individuals are the ones who are participating in the shutdown. So when I saw the masking going on originally, I said, well, if you put that on, it shows that you're copacetic with the revolution. Whether or not you know it's a revolution, you're actually going along with it just by putting on the symbol, the mask, the clown mask. And at that point, I basically said, yeah, the media has made clowns out of all of us. And now comes the order, the Batman, the cops, the lockdown police, the authoritarian aspect of it. So the order out of chaos. They had to burn down the system first. Now they can establish the new order. I'll put some of the archives from a couple of years ago about the Batman series into the replays. We got into this topic, not really a tangent, but we got into this because the caller wanted to talk about, or wanted to us to elaborate on Christian Bale and the Batman character. And speaking of which, Christian Bale is in the movie Equilibrium. And I've been making a list. I'm compiling a list of must-watch movies. And Equilibrium is a movie that has everything to do with today. I watched it when it came out, and I thought, this could never happen. This is dumb. It's like a watered-down 1984. But now it's pretty accurate. Equilibrium is about a future where they've removed all the dangerous misinformation that might turn you into an incel shooter, a QAnoner, or a flat earther. They get rid of all the culture, make everything bland and boring. And if you have any kind of content, art, music, ideas, jokes that might cause a reaction, well then you're a sense offender. Sense crimes. So Equilibrium is about maintaining a perfect stasis. No ups, no downs. Another Christian Bale movie, which I'll probably rewatch. We've been doing a few movie reviews lately. One I discussed the other night, Daybreakers. Must watch. There's a very, very interesting 2020-2021 subtext for a movie that came out in 2009. In fact, the opening scene, the opening credits of Daybreakers, and it's a movie about a vampire plague. And speaking of vampires, Dr. Fauci's on the cover of Time magazine, and the M is right behind his head like a couple of horns. But anyway, Daybreakers, the movie opens up, it has an opening scene where it zooms in on a sign in a subway that says, "It all started with a single bat." And it's, clearly 2009, clearly a good example of predictive programming. It's a movie called Daybreakers. So many movie reviews. I'll make a list. We'll just do them all in one night. Oprah Winfrey said she's fully vaccinated and she's throwing a big taco party when her friends are too. So if you want to take part in Oprah Winfrey's taco party, get your vax. This is posted by Skylar in Discord. He says, Taco Gate, taco has to stand for some type of adreno harvest. Yeah, that's likely. Oprah Winfrey actually figures prominently in a lot of the really strange Pizzagate stuff. Not saying I believe it, but there is something there. What I mean is, whether or not the celebrities are all a bunch of cannibals or devil worshippers or other whatever, that you have no way of knowing. But the evidence, or rather the insinuations, and there are plenty of them, kind of suggest that either they want you to think they are or they are. So take your pick. And why would someone want you to think such bad things about them? Makes no sense. Oh, here's another coincidence. Revealed. QAnon shaman who stormed the Capitol Jacob Anthony Chansley, 33, was kicked out of the Navy for refusing an anthrax vaccine. Tell me that's not an agent. Tell me this is not an operative of some kind. We're talking about an anti-vaxxer before it was cool. When did that happen? I mean, how did that happen? How did he arrive at that back then? And he actually got kicked out of the military for it? Find it very unlikely. Going through some comments, Polecat78 says, the brother of Joaquin Phoenix, River Phoenix, died outside of Johnny Depp's club. Yes. Well, Joaquin Phoenix is a very interesting character on and off the world stage because, check this out, right before the Joker movie, Joaquin Phoenix was doing Fire Drill Friday with James Fonda, where he got arrested. And this fits in. This fits in with the bigger picture. You know, I talk about these actors as being actors on and off the stage. So before the COVID lockdowns, before the Joker movie, he was already out doing activism with Jane Fonda. It was called Fire Drill Fridays, where they protested climate change and got arrested. Joaquin Phoenix arrested during Jane Fonda's weekly climate change protest, Fire Drill Fridays. Even the Joker believes in climate change. Oh, by the way, the Taliban does too now. Now, my take on it is that climate change is a replacement for the wrath of God. It's just a tool they use to scare you. The globe's going to punish you if you don't cut down on your gas emissions and stop using hairspray, etc. But the fact is, it's an attack on free market and capitalism. It's a communist thing. So here you have the Joker advocating for a communist revolution before COVID, getting arrested, all staged. And if you look at these protests that he was at, you'll find images of like a burning globe. The world's going to change. Also not a coincidence that Tom Hanks was involved in climate change protests right before he caught COVID. And that ties in, interestingly enough, to the book Inferno and the movie Inferno. Dan Brown. Dan Brown's Inferno, the movie starred Tom Hanks, and Tom Hanks pretty much lives the book when he caught COVID. The book opens up with a world stricken with a pandemic called Inferno, a super virus. The character played by Tom Hanks wakes up in a hospital in Italy. Well, at the time that Hanks caught COVID and was locked down in Australia, Italy was in lockdown. I mean, these aren't coincidences. Nor is it a coincidence that they're following up the COVID lockdowns with climate lockdowns. It's to save the planet. And I have to say this. If you believe in the efficacy of lockdowns, the necessity of mandatory this and that, and you believe in climate change, well, then you're a hypocrite if you don't sell your car and lock down to save the planet. Right, again, QAnon shaman got kicked out of the Navy for refusing the vaccine. If you want to believe it, I don't. Detroit Zoo to vaccinate gorillas, chimpanzees, tigers, and lions against COVID-19. I'm going to vaccinate the animals against COVID-19. It says that the Detroit Zoo announced Monday it's vaccinating animals who are believed to be the most susceptible to the virus. The zoo is using a very special vaccine. Fascinating. It says, much like we vaccinate dogs for things like distemper or rabies, we need to protect the animals at the zoo. Okay. How are you going to protect them from dangerous misinformation? I hope they're not letting anybody expose them to memes. Can they catch those? Can animals be radicalized by memes? Okay, more comments I can't read about Oprah's taco party. Let's see what else we have here. Maxwell Cooper says, don't you mean Mark Dice? Oh, yes. There is this theory that Mark Dice, you know Mark Dice, the guy who used to be on InfoWars a bit, but he's an author, writer, something of a comedian, street agitator. He wrote Hollywood Propaganda. He wrote The Liberal Media Industrial Complex. And he's blocked me on Twitter. Anyway, Mark Dice is believed by many to actually be a grown-up River Phoenix, which is a huge can of worms. And I was talking about this one night, and the next day Mark Dice blocked me. Now I know he has hundreds of thousands of followers, hundreds of thousands of haters, so I don't know why I got the special attention. But yes, I've been blocked. You wouldn't believe my Twitter blocked list. Zareth the Alchemist says, zero carbon means no carbon-based beings like humans. That's what I took it to mean. Zinvala says, River Phoenix is now Mark Dice, who's known for conducting interviews near the ocean. Well, it fits the pattern here. You know, we talk about the duality, order, chaos, Joker, Batman, black and white. Well, in this case, you've got River Phoenix, and again, the name Phoenix, dying and resurrecting, is built into it. And by the way, Joaquin Phoenix plays many roles where there's a Christ subtext. But here you have a left-wing liberal commie agitator, Joaquin Phoenix, with all his Marxist claptrap at the Hollywood Awards ceremony. And now you have a right-wing agitator, frequent guest on Alex Jones, calls climate change a hoax, writes books about Hollywood propaganda. So they're 100% diametrically opposed. And they're brothers, supposedly. And his name's not Mark Dice. When he first showed up on the world stage, it's because he had called Mandy Moore a whore. And his name was, at that time, John Connor. This is how I heard about him. And I'm like, wait, John Connor, that's from The Terminator. I wonder if we can find this. I'll have to look into it. So, yes, again, so Mark Dice got his introduction to the world stage. Here it is. Mark Dice, Wikipedia. Better known as John Connor, formerly. His real name is Mark Scholdice. Okay, well, Mark Dice, John Connor, obviously fake names. YouTuber, right-wing conservative pundit, conspiracy theorist, activist who first gained notice in 2005. He advocated for the destruction of the Georgia Guidestones. In 2008, Fox News called him a conspiracy theorist who believes that Freemasons worship Satan and that the U.S. military has enormous underground cities for the political elite. Conflating Illuminati and Satanism, Dice has called Jay-Z and Beyonce Illuminati puppets and satanic skanks. He described the halftime shows at the Super Bowls as elaborate Illuminati rituals hidden in plain sight. So, you know, whether or not he is the brother of Joaquin Phoenix, he's not wrong about a lot of this stuff. He exposes the, quote, liberal lunatics and their manipulation of mainstream media. Now, the problem with this, of course, is he's saying the liberal lunatics, those lunatics. Meanwhile, Alex Jones is not a lunatic. So the partisan nature of it, to me, suggests that he's a world stager. Dice has spread false claims of election fraud, resulting in his content on YouTube and Facebook being placed behind the content warnings. All right, so we'll move on. I don't see anything here about him being the brother of Joaquin Phoenix, which is kind of noteworthy. Well, actually, I put a picture of him and Joaquin next to each other, and I messaged him with it on Twitter. I said, brothers? And that's when he blocked me. Jordan says, I like Mark Dice's Venice Beach Jay Leno interviews. They're boring now. Yeah, they're boring because they're too partisan. And what can you ask people now in the streets that gets any decent response? You know, it's like, it shouldn't be a surprise that most people are not concerned or not all that informed. Jordan says, Mark Dice is funny as Steven Crowder. Is it the same guy? Steven Crowder's funny. All right, let's get back on target here. Oh, speaking of Pizzagate, Matt Pizzagates. Look, I keep finding these images. Every time I see Matt Gates, who allegedly ordered a 17-year-old pizza on Venmo publicly and published it on Venmo. Okay, he's 5'7". Matt Gates is 160 pounds. 40 pounds is from his shoulders up, if you ask me. 5'7". Okay, so 5'7". Jim Jordan is 6'1". And this is well known. His size is well known. He's very fit. He's taller than his son, who's 5'6", who's a wrestler. But anyway, if you look at the picture, Matt Gates is easily 7'5". So he photographs at above 7 feet. He could slam dunk without even getting on his toes. But in real life, he's 5'7". And every single time he's photographed next to somebody else, he's huge. And I always thought, I'm like, man, this guy is just very tall. And, it just struck me as like he's a very tall guy from all the pictures. Then I find out, no, he's not. So what are we seeing here? How is it that Matt Gates is towering over Jim Jordan? I don't know. The mystery continues. I'll continue to follow up on that one, and I can't find anything contradicting the 5'7" thing. Did he hire a short photographer to make him look tall? That's another possibility I considered. Like if I wanted to overstate my height, I would hire paparazzi who are under 4 feet. All right, everyone. Appreciate everyone for joining, and especially the callers and the commenters. I want to get back to this topic we started with, which is the black pill incel ideology, a new manufactured terrorist threat. My assessment here, and this is my contention here, is that the black pill is a fed, agitated, fake movement, that incel ideology is hoaxy as hell, that this isn't real. Physical looks aren't the primary determinant as to whether or not somebody has children. Just look around. And the idea that there is this body of ideas called the black pill that could turn you into a killer is as fallacious as you're going to read the Quran, strap on a bomb vest, and blow yourself up in a cafe or something, or that you're going to look at a flat earth meme and die in Antarctica. Like, these are, I believe, subtle and not so subtle ways of undermining the public's faith in free speech, and that the government needs to protect us from the virus and lock down society. Why wouldn't it shut down the internet if more people are being killed by incels than by Islamic terrorism, for example? Polecat78 says fake news. Jim Jordan is 6 foot tall. No, Jim Jordan is 6 foot tall. I mean, if you can cite me something more reputable than Wikipedia, please do. Again, if you go to fakeworld.news at the very top, I have a video called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes or Less. Do your due diligence and watch this video, because it will show you how what happened on 1/6 was a CNN production staffed by actors, 100% simulated, in order to broad brush the political right as dangerous insurrectionists, and moreover to cast aspersions on anybody questioning the election. And you have the right to ask questions, but making it seem like those who ask questions are a danger to society. And again, it's all simulation. It's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes. There's a step-by-step, frame-by-frame breakdown. This is unequivocal. This is from the uploader. Quote, "The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg long in the making. The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for disaster is overwhelming. We will show you how staged direction and fake blood became an instrumental role in furthering the division of the nation. Strap on, it's going to be a bumpy ride down the Babbitt hole." Reference to Ashley Babbitt, who, by all indications, isn't dead. And it's a burden of proof thing. If you have extreme faith in media, you might dispute that. And we're getting very close to the 20th anniversary of 9/11, and I'm finding many, many, many examples of footage from handycams, just individuals out there, non-mainstream footage, where you can see that maybe the official story has a few things to explain. For example, the lack of airplanes. You can see a video where the second tower explodes in the middle without getting hit by a plane. What's your explanation for that? Oh, this is a good one too. This was posted by John LeBon on Twitter. This is great. This is an individual in Australia who found some reporters about to talk about the pandemic, and the reporter has a pink mask which matches her suit, but the cameraman is not protected. And you got to listen to this exchange as the cameraman is asking, why are you following the protocol and you are not?
Hey mate, can I just ask you, where's your mask? How come she's got a mask on and we're in public health orders, supposedly, and you're reporting, how come you've got public health orders reporting for the news?
So he says, why are you reporting for the news about these public health mandates and he's not wearing a mask? She's flustered, they have nothing to say, and for 90 seconds, he calmly harangues them about this, just calling them out on the blatant hypocrisy. And then here's another video that came from Nicholson 1968 called Let Me Tell You About Jet Engine Safety. And in this video, you're given a demonstration of what happens when a car drives behind a jet. It's about to take off, and what can happen and what you would expect to happen, and contrast it with what happened in Afghanistan recently. I'm going to go ahead and play a short clip here.
It's not as easy as you might think. It's too dangerous to drive them under here, behind the engines. They have to be well clear. In fact, they have to be way back here, past the tail, and then a bit more. That's a good 50 yards behind.
So what you see in this demonstration, and this is from Nicholson1968.com, is a few cars being swept away on the runway. And then it's contrasted with what happened in Afghanistan at the airport.
Well, there you go, you see.
Where it seems like what we were seeing was possibly not a real airplane, maybe even a dummy. And there are many indications that that event was fake just based on the symbolism, the story, the timing, the optics, the clear numerology, which they love to use. You see the reverse 9/11 on the front of the thing. Again, all of these links can be found at fakeworld.news. A couple of things, just a heads up. Ars Technica put this up. A bad solar storm could cause an internet apocalypse. Undersea cables could be hit hard by a coronal mass ejection. A little predictive programming. Putin, by the way, has banned mandatory vaccines and has prohibited employers from firing the unjected. So they're a little less authoritarian, I think, than we are here. Finally, I want to close out tonight. This was sent to me last night. This is a track by Mike Keever. He said, "Hey, Tim, I got the idea for the song, the title for the song, after a discussion you had with a caller where he talked about the color of the age shifting from red to green. Definitely find myself inspired by your content. Thank you." And this is a song called Red to Green. You can find it on Bandcamp, but I put a link here below. Thanks everyone for joining. Appreciate the calls, everyone, and we'll be back same time tomorrow.
Lives change from red to green. Power fiends running eco schemes. We're dirty, they'll make us clean. Accelerating to a dark dream. Earth chilling in the 70s now. Cow farts got it steaming. Tax your breathing, tax your breeding. Beasts keep feeding. Another cult man believing. Bow to Gaia, dirty polluters cast out like pariahs. Evil ways cause wildfires. Technocrats and bankers, helm of the tankers. Self-serving wankers saying you own nothing and you'll thank us. Lies on the rise, not the sea or the tide. Keep the profane guilty, the followers blind. Less plastic straws and bags, but a tight control grid future looking mighty sad. Chipped and tagged, Mother Earth lost her rag. Guilt, fear, shame, what they're selling. These commies should be felons. Like Fagin thieving, end times religion deniers heathens. Climate always change like the seasons. Carbon trading, pensions fading, looting, raiding, killing, not saving. Green swindle, people on their knees, stacking cheese while felling trees. Tower of Babel built by the block, more riches for black stone and black rock. Burgers and planes causing floods and hurricanes. Leave the heating on your sinning, keep the polar bears swimming. Herd needs thinning, doomsayers winning. Teenage girl to do your bidding. There nowhere it's Diluvian, methods Malthusian. Noose won't loosen, ain't about pollution. Fucked in a house of prostitution. False rebellion, part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green. False rebellion, part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green. Useless eaters sapping energy like leeches. Blind trust in science never ceases. Plan is ironed on, no creases. Powerful images deceive us. Attenborough, climate, Jesus. Elitist eugenesis. Aphids got more value than the kids. False rebellion, part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green. Holier than now, but it's cronyism, scientism causing schisms. Reality viewed through a distorted prism. Stuck in traffic by design, train shit never on time, keep you static inside. Khan's a cunt, there's no denying. Slap a price tag on nature, select skew the data. Engineer the weather, agenda in a virus, birds of a feather. Energy in the air, ether all around, not just dinosaur juice from the ground. Greenhouse gases from celebs, patronising the plebs. Listen to them preach, bashing my own head. No future of cancer, cut us out like a tumour. Not producers, just consumers. They pollute air and waterways, don't do what they do what they say. Profit and control the essence of planned obsolescence. School but not learning any lessons. Nothing built to last. Dolphins now wearing face masks. Agenda 21, Club of Rome. Antichrist takes the throne. Off your cans and bottles to the green man. Don't burn in his belly by your own hand. Norbert drives a Prius so he's Captain Planet. Smugness rife, independence took a dive like a gannet. False rebellion, part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak banging or die. Time to hijack mass media narration, inject the real into all their creation. Go full rappel and don't exit. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3:12. Go full rappel and don't exit. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rappel and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go for rappel and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's the next shit. No speak banging or die. Speak banging or fucking die. Go die. Incel. We're here for the thines, bitches, don't make us wait, it's 3 past 12. Go full red pill and don't max it. Hooks for life, it's an act shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. We don't wanna discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you wanna fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's an act shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's an axe shit. Now speak Penguin or die. Speak Penguin or fucking die. Speak.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. Exit the dome, new lands to roam. to your brain, the infinite plane. The edge is in your mind. 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 Edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your
I'm so tired of World War III. I don't care for this riot scene. I've got a fever of 113. And watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Boot on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty-eyed Bezos counting his cash. Now he can build his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives. Walking around the food king don't satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. find a TV show to pick.
retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the teams? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. I'm Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Forget it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones on their surface, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host and messing, squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a sinner. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The rules to has paid for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hoax events. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close to resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Got another Hopes army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Quit fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it, they're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right to do it this way.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to online media.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing, infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane, I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things, I supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing
playing the games. Since I found out the day, I live on the infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on the infinite plane. Yeah. No, the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But I'm infinite gang, infinite plane. Playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite plane. The world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on the infinite plane. I'm doing different things. Yeah, I'm on the infinite plane. I'm on the infinite plane. I'm on the infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Stop on the strings. But they can't fuck with the gang. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang. That's in your mouth. I just take more play. Infinite plane society. Yeah, man. All I do is black roll out, black roll out. Yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You take that, check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Take the word of flat, man. Grow for the whole man. I take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck is, man. I rock the Eagles and shit, man. They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. Shout out, what up, bro? And Tim Out, what up, bro? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm up.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Got some requests here. Let's see here. COVID 1984. Man, I don't even remember how to play that one. It's like COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bend you over like a whore. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is the other verse? I don't even remember. So, go into my grandma's house. Shut it, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. I haven't played that one. I don't think I've ever played that one live, so I don't know the chords, man. I can't remember the chords, dude. Chord H. Do a cover of Earthman. Hey, TLCIV, it's Teddy in the house. Earthman, Earthman. Dottie's World Meetup in March. Yeah. Tell you what, boy. We got a flat earthworm in the live stream here. We got TLCIV, you know what I'm saying? He's earthworming it. Oh, yeah. Man, we got 59 people in the chat. What's up? I just love seeing all the different tribes in here, you know what I'm saying? Everyone get along, you know? I mean, fuck it, you know? Shit, let's all just hang out, you know? Party at my house. Slam dunk barbecue, you know? We're gonna have a slam dunk barbecue. Should that be it? Should we do the slam dunk barbecue? I'm in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm Alex Jones. I'm at the Grove. It's a real deal. I'm on TV, the web stream, the internet, CNN, NBC, LeBron James on Fox Sport. Everybody, you know, I'm a dork. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, and the holy sneaks. I wear the. Wait, check it out. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, I fucked it up. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I wear the sneaks, tip of the beak. I'm a 33, my nigga. Charles Manson, Rance Trisson, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch. Does anybody have a conch? Anybody want to? Rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Go wow 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 wow. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Wow 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 wow. Ouija board. peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, Blue Ranch with the water world. Nightmare hippie girl, Pepe Penguin Knot. Got the VIP cause I'm a 33, my nigga.
Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers.
4, 81, a bunch of important numbers. 5,
a bunch of important numbers.
Number 9,
bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers.
22,
a bunch of important numbers.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2,
bunch of important numbers. Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers.
No way, I'm not in a cult. 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 Wait, cults are cool. I'm in a cult. 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 It's fucking cool. I'm in a cult. I wear a kilt. I have a quilt. We make quilts. We're in a cult. We make quilts. It's fucking cool. I wear a kilt. I have a cloak. It's freaking sweet. I'm in a cult. Yeah, cults are cool, man. What's wrong with a cult? I think they're sweet. You have a fire. We all sit around the fire. Wow. Get visions of rainbow swastikas all up in the fire, you know what I'm saying? Get them visions. Yeah. Got visions, baby. All right, we're gonna finish this off with a gospel tune for you. All right. We're gonna go out on the cultish gospel song. Have a minor chord harmonica. What are we, from the UK? All right, gonna finish this off with a sweet little tune. There's a hey, you know, once again, shit, guys. Fucking love y'all. Love y'all for coming, hanging out, being here. So-called Mexicans are the tribe of H minor. Look at he split out the H minor. Hey. Hey. Shout out to all my cult members. Here's a little spiritualized song called Shine the Light. Hey. Haha. Once again, this has been Chief Crow giving you some of them flat earthworms. Yeah. You can get baptized in the Colt. Colt 45 or 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. You can go to the bar, pick the ball, smoke that tumbleweed. The man wanna burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bone like Cheech and Chong, sell teeth from here to Hong Kong. Yeah, finish the night off with some Afro Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to check out in the description, I have a link to my new channel. Like I said, I got 2 strikes on this one. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So, sub to my channel. And, yeah, celebrate good time. Diet Pepsi. If it's irresistibly, hypothetically, and come on, says a bit about it, but go get it, got a good bust a bucket, bust a bucket. Yeah. Solo return March 27th, if any of y'all out there, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, East Coast area, come on out. And I want to thank Flat Plane Oregon X322, The Toast, Impress Infinite, Thirst for Truth, Blake O'Reilly, 6119, Leon Dion, Osher, shout out Osher! Much love, y'all. I think I might have figured out this live stream stuff, so hopefully I'll be back soon. Peace. 2. March 27th, Crystal. Okay, not March 20th. March 27th. East Coast. Hey, Tim Osmond. Thanks again, bro. Shout out to Tim Osmond, Infinite Plane Society, Penguinati. Check out Infinite Plane Radio, y'all. Best stuff out there. Infinite Plane Radio. 2. Peace. 2 up.
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that, I'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like I'm going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned adaption, armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation, having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction, making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands, smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches, separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies, follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes, moving on without you, not even leaving notes, activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames, we have looked through all your fancy games, your green screen doesn't impress us anymore, your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages, entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
people run in circles, chasing the dream, chasing a dream within a dream. I live in a world that's all about the fame. Broken people giving me their word, but it doesn't mean a thing. No, it doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got bling. If you ain't got bling. They're asking me, what do you do? What have you done for me lately? What of love? What about love? Where is the love? Everyday love. I live in a world where it's so cool to be fake, where narcissism is all the rage and crazy is sane. Crazy is sane. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm bowing to the plastic gods of celebrity. World stage actors wearing maskies. World stage actors wearing maskies. They're posting vaccines in their maskies. Posting vaccines in their maskies. But down is up and up is CG. It's like a Photoshop reality. What of love? But what about love? Where is the love? I live in a world of a scripted tragedy, with people dying everywhere and believers who believe in the insanity. It's no conspiracy. It's no conspiracy to survive the dying breath of our humanity. We got to breathe. We got to breathe. Just breathe. What of love? Have no fear. What about love? No fear. Where is the love? It's here. It's right here.
globe isn't my home. The globe isn't my home. Globe, they're telling me the globe is my home. I'm too infinite. Globe isn't my home. The globe isn't my home. You're telling me the globe is my home. The globe isn't my home. The globe isn't my home. I'm too infinite. I'm too infinite. And I'm killing it. I'm drilling it. And I said, it's fake as shit. Yeah, I was in the basement. Now I'm in the spaceship. Cause it's fake shit. Right on my camera. And I got in the challenger. I'm smashing the actress. Cause that's all that NASA is. Space isn't real. The stars are a spirit. And I'm trying to do the real. I'm counting it. I'm trying to show. Space is so fake. Nobody can relate. So infinite, yeah. I'm so infinite. Oh, I'm so never infinite, yeah. Knowledge.
I'm always flexible.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report come out of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened with Russia.
A flat Earth report. That's those are striking terms. Those are striking terms. report. Those are striking terms.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past in the past as a ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix, these maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit. But they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Fun the jokes from riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season, the elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling, like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic. It's tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. That's me, my chalice for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Highness roaring upward toward the heavens like a lioness. Heated hurricane, rebirth of the initiates. Segments scorching, blazing, fire priestess. So fly, wings ascend from the ashes. Trust will be rising, since we hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Hit the cloud to introspective human consciousness. Sacred serpent lick their ears for heartland.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly by just like a phoenix. Tips so wavy, go to a bunch of jealous beaches. World go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least like you breathing, there's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order, they've inverted all the meaning. So we do this for a reason, keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on there?
cartoon, little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Living this life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy from here to infinity. We're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. But a waste of your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the admittance of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new norm with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. Where the nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence. Immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist. Show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
So did I accidentally ask a deeper question than I meant to?
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know. We would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question. Or why is there gravity? That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start. And I can also say that Einstein noted that matter tells space how to curve. Space tells matter how to move.
Say that again.
Isn't that beautiful?
It is. No, I want to get that. I like that.
So
That's a t-shirt.
matter and energy will curve the fabric of space.
Okay.
And it's that curvature that tells other matter how to move in the curvature of space itself. And so Einstein juxtaposed those in a poetic phrase where he said, matter tells space how to curve. Space tell. Did I get that right? Yes. Matter. Get that right? Yes. Matter. Space tell. Did I get that right? Yes. I don't know.
Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. And cream, you make that dough, the symbol show, euthanasia, nightmare hippie girl, blue wrench, very big Illuminati, got the VIP, cause I'm a 33. A bunch of important numbers, 3, a bunch of important numbers, 42, a bunch of important numbers, 481, a bunch of important numbers, 5, a bunch of important numbers, 0, a bunch of important numbers, 9, a bunch of important numbers, 23, a bunch of important numbers, 7, a bunch of important numbers, 11, a bunch of important numbers,
technology for liquefied ground or something, or a hidden technology or unknown technology. But we're taking it and trying to avoid that. Occam's razor. The idea is you don't jump to a conclusion that requires a leap of logic, a leap of faith, or an intervention of the supernatural. Clearly, there's no way you could have mud in vast quantities moving across vast distances. It doesn't make sense. It would have to already be there. The commenter says, I don't understand how a mud flood can kill everyone but leave the buildings intact. Because gravity. They're inferring a whole lot from photos. We're just going to sink. And the only buildings that don't sink are the ones that have the foundations built down low enough, built before the last mud flood, maybe even several resets before, inferring a whole lot from photos. Mudflooders are the people who didn't pretend history. You know, that's insane. Mudflooders skipped science and math. Mudflooders skipped history. And they may go with that. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to shy away from overarching explanations that begin with the story. And then you find tidbits that build it up. The story, I don't like to put the cart in front of the horse. And to me, the big story with technology and Tartaria and all this, it needs to be approached very much by what we can verify and run away with. Like, you're supposed to believe that's a petrified Nephilim elephant. Come on. So again, this is evidence that we can leave is real. This is coming from a biblical mudflooder. So right now, you're going to be seeing rock formations, which are going to be presented to you as evidence of fossilized Nephilim. So again, this is evidence that this is coming from a biblical mudflooder.
Water doesn't curve for fuck, they give a vacuum, ain't ever thought it's fake. Telling you about spins and orbits, all vanities like little hobbits. You've never felt the orbital speed, there's no way you could stay on your feet while you're blasting in every direction. Your doom would need a redirection. You've never ever thought about this, just accepted it, that's the way it is. They've taken your mind to crawl it a rod, indoctrinated it with a foreign thought. Talking about their imaginary friend, helping the masses to make light bend. A concept for water on the ball, like it could stick to a wall. Vast bodies of water won't ever display the convexity a globe would portray. They clearly meet that ability, no way to form that kind of stability. And before you get off on your water drops, you have to know a thing about the ocean's tops. Cause they got waves rising and falling, destroying your fallacy about surface tension. In fact, why you would even mention. But gravity, you rush to say, a giant law with a role to play. Substitute of Abrahamic thought, result of adjustment to a dying God. You already have a Babylon 2.0, a fucking update here to run the show, and you don't even want to know. It is the same old glorification of the sky. Roman gods are above, they never die. And the theme's one hell of a genius thought. Gravity is still unproven and a fraud. And look at the theoretical black holes. They've taken money and debt and their goals, presenting now pretty graphs and sheets to mix logic while it feeds. By virtue of an object's mass alone, no attraction to its center was ever shown. Mathematically doomed and believed. Many generations got deceived. CGI is the best out of space you get, and they fail like 500 years yet to show you a spinning ball with water on it while itself shooting an elliptical orbit. Avoiding A360 pan at all cost, moon landing dead or unfortunately lost, unable to evidently prove the ball. It's the mechanics of the force wall. Gravity be all around and everywhere, apparently making everything is fair, giving you uncountable objects in orbits, a random universe of chaotic movements. The Earth shooting in every direction, couldn't have thought out a more alien fiction.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Donald Trump doing labor at the candy factory. Like interplanetary travel through a tunnel underground. It all connects. Zareth the Alchemist says, they're getting us to accept this nonsense as the new normal. Oh yes, absurdity. This is the Overton window. Has just been opened up so far. I mean, they've actually just blown it off its hinges. There is no more Overton window. And that's the window of discourse. The realm of possibilities. Like anything is on the table right now. Because anybody, this is the thing. The limiting factor is belief, mass belief. If the masses are ready to accept the existence of fill in the blank, it will manifest. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Godzilla, COVID-23. It just really depends on where the public is, brainwashing wise. I'm waiting for the UFO invasion still. They didn't show up last year. We have this new wild theory I came across the other day about monoliths. If anybody wants to hear it, it's terrible. The idea is that again, I brought this up earlier, that the vaccine might actually be the spice that Dune was about. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. Hey, what do you think about my theory that Bill Gates is actually just injecting us with a spice that'll make us palatable to the aliens?
Look, I wouldn't rule it out. I'd like to see a bit more evidence first, but possible as much as that it's going to help us to fight some virus called Corona.
Right, exactly.
Quite a fan of the beer, by the way.
Thanks. I'm glad that you're calling in here at the last minute. We're trying to do this routine thing. Always appreciate our callers. Any other opinions on the topics we've covered tonight?
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole 42 falling through the earth, the Lewis Carroll thing, you're the first person that I ever heard bring that up, and I think that's pretty amazing, that encoding. Similar to the whole Elon in the Mars book by our friend Werner von Braun. And I just think it's really interesting to see these things encoded so far back. Yeah, certainly gives more credence to them when, you know, these books have been around forever. There's very little chance that they could have been sort of just brought out on the stage, you know, faked in some way over the last few years. Although when I look at something like the Trump, what's that book called?
Right.
The Trump one with
the Baron Trump, the time traveling books.
Yeah. Just the mere fact that no people that I knew or had spoken to had ever heard of this author before this book came out of nowhere. I kind of had my doubts whether that was one that, okay, this thing has kind of always been encoded in there with Trump, or whether this is something that they just wanted people like us to believe, and maybe even the QAnoners to give Trump a little bit more flair. Oh no, he's not just a president; he's a time traveler too. So
sure.
Might be calling auto hoax on that book a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I think that's more likely. I mean, I've looked into it. There's a lot of interesting little coincidences, too many to just ignore it. And it is entirely possible that this is just part of a long planned, thought out PR campaign for Trump. And that this is just like giving him a little bit of a mythology. And it seems to have worked. And all it would require would be some connection at the Library of Congress to pass off a forgery.
Yeah, which doesn't seem too difficult for, you know, the kinds of people that are involved in Q. They seem to be, you know, close enough to sources to be able to pull something like that. I mean, really, I just think it's. I've been thinking more and more this week. What a bunch of larpers. You know,
but
we often give the people in charge way too much credit, and there are some fantastical sort of coincidences, you might say, and you know, things that are clearly there, like written in the meta text or whatever, the meta script of reality. I'm not saying that's not happening; it's definitely there. But at the same time, you have this bunch of larpers that are just playing games, you know, be they, you know, CIA or anything like that. I find them quite crude and unimpressive. And I find them to be a bunch of larpers, little better than the kind of guys that like to go out and play Lord of the Rings in the middle of the forest.
Right. Yeah, I definitely.
Is that unfair?
Not at all. In fact, there's a really nice article I came across the other day comparing, well, actually describing the QAnon phenomenon as an alternate reality game. And an alternate reality game is just a live role-playing game. It's Dungeons and Dragons, it's fantasy, and you have a guide, but it involves suspended disbelief. So they're kind of playing along with it. And that's what we're kind of suggesting here, I think, by suggesting that it's a LARP, is that, yeah, it's kind of more or less a game. It's a play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I heard a caller. He was the one who hadn't called in for about a year. I think it was 2 days ago now. And he said the same thing. And it had just been sitting on my mind for a week or two. Just really just being very unimpressed with the effort that they're making at the moment. A lot of the, you know, sort of the hoaxy stuff, you know, the people, the actors that they put in front of us, they're just not trying. And I feel like they're giving us not even B grade, but C grade sort of entertainment at the moment. And I really think they should step up their game if they're going to even bother to sort of try to trick anybody who has any sense of, let's say, I think you used the word, what do you say? Graphical sort of literacy, media literacy. No, you say, what do you say?
Well,
you know, just being able to see.
Yeah,
visual literacy is something you use. Yeah, certainly.
And I think it was about 3 years ago when Parkland first happened that, you know, we were saying the same things. We're like, well, they're not even trying. They're not even hiding it. Their crisis actors are laughing, and it makes it very maddening because we're pointing out a blatant hole in the story and nobody cares. and they're not even trying. And so we're like, okay, let's just start keeping up with the crisis.
How much better though is that if you really want to what's the word? Sorry, it's late at night and my brain's not ticking over real well. But yeah, if you really want to gaslight somebody, then that's going to work a whole lot better than if it was something that was, well hidden, well produced. It's far better at gaslighting those people who are actually seeing what's going on.
Yes, that's
because we go back, we talk to the people we love, and we say, "What the hell? Can't you see this?" And they're like, "What? No."
Right.
That's far better. So I feel like they've had decades of practice. They've gotten this stuff right over a long time, partly in the West, but a lot in the East as well, and Russia. They perfected this stuff. Again, one thing that you've mentioned that I hadn't heard anyone else mention was how QAnon looks just like this Trust the Plan that came out of one of the Eastern Bloc countries. And so they've been practicing this, and obviously they've perfected just how much not to make it good quality.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're really onto something with this, because if the thing was very, very slick, it would be one thing. But the fact that they're so bad at it, one, it's maddening to point it out, because people who trust the authorities look like they're in a trance, and it makes you look crazy. So it alienates the conspiracy theorists, and they probably know that. It's like, if we flaunt it.
Finding terrorists, for instance, because their passport fell out of a plane. That sort of level of stuff. You wouldn't take that in a movie. You'd say, how ridiculous. The protagonist hasn't even had to try here.
Oh, yeah, right. Nashville.
So,
We had a bombing in Nashville recently, and they found the guy's passport after the explosion, just like 9/11. Or, for example,
really?
After Parkland, you had this story where the shooter goes in, he's a Nazi, whatever, he's wearing a MAGA hat. He goes into Holocaust class, which I don't even think is a real class, and supposedly one of the crisis actresses says that he shot her friend, who then threw a copy of Anne Frank's Diary of a Young Girl, and she took the book and blocked some of the rounds. So we're supposed to believe that tiny books, her words, a tiny book, blocked the rounds from Nick Cruz's gun.
To be fair, I think she said it might have deflected them, or it might have helped her. But then she talked about her having been grazed by the bullets. Certainly the people on the news show, I think it was at CNN, or maybe CBS in this case, were saying, "Oh, you were also grazed by bullets." Like, hell, show us your graze. That's news. You'd think there'd be a picture of that.
Oh, yes, and you would think too that if you're talking to, let's just say, a high school student who was shot at and she watched 5 of her friends die, I don't think you would say, "Oh, show us where the bullet hit you. Show us your wound." Like, that just seems so insensitive. But
yeah, the whole thing very off. But yeah, they're just not trying. That's my point of view. And I don't know how much is that they're just not good at it, that they're just laughers. But it does seem to me like, they could put better people in charge.
Right. And, we used to call them gags, because we're like, well, maybe they just don't have the big talent pool from Hollywood with the Screen Actors Guild. So the Government Actors Guild is just like a group of rejects. And so they're all just really bad. And so we call them the gags, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate the call very much. And yeah, so we've all just been keeping up with the crisis actors to stay sane. And it's literally that, because if we aren't able to corroborate our information and just compare it with other people, how could you remain sane? You'd be the only person who sees how fake everything is. So I consider what we're doing here to be very healthy.
Yeah, you're keeping the sanity. I appreciate that. Could I bring one more thing up just briefly, just because it's been on my mind a lot lately?
Yes.
It's the TV show, the newer version of it, Battlestar Galactica, and then it's about 10 years old now. And then the prequel that came after it, which is Caprica. And I was wondering if you'd seen that. Certainly, if your callers had seen that. I feel like there's just so much hidden away in that. it's something definitely worth exploring. So I'll just mention that here, and maybe another time we can delve into it. But I'm going to go back and watch it again just because it seems to have a lot to do with what's happening around the world.
Wouldn't surprise. I haven't, but anybody here, by all means. I happen to like a lot of the science fiction, everything with space. I watched Dark Matter on Netflix. I like a lot of the stuff, and it's always full of subtext. So if anybody here has seen it, by all means, because we're always talking about science fiction, which is usually prophecy and predictive programming.
All right. Well, thanks, boss.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate the call very much, and somebody here will probably look into that and hit me up. So thanks for the call. All right. So yes, it's kind of late over here too, but this is a late live stream I had. I really wanted to get it mentioned tonight at a minimum that the plane parts that fell, most likely we're looking at predictive programming, and it perfectly corresponds to Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio, and it perfectly corresponds to the new show called Debris, which is about to start. So they're getting us used to space junk. They're getting us used to stuff falling from the sky, which has to have some kind of deeper significance. Leon Dion says the Mr. Robot show demonized people that call out the crisis actors. See, the caller made a point here, though, that could be it. That by making it so obvious that it's a hoax, it's like a limited hangout op. The definition of a limited hangout operation is you have a secret you want to keep, but you can't keep secrets because people can't keep secrets. So you leak it. So you control the leak. And anybody who goes to that leak, you now know who they are. You control what they know. And then you can corrupt their information or whatever. So it's damage control at all times. Well, what better way to maintain damage control over all of the people who can see through the fake news than to do a few obvious things and maybe even put some agents out there to point these things out. Like, hey guys, I'm over here just letting you know this news is fake. Look at this crisis actor. Kind of low-hanging fruit, and it probably is the case, although I tend to lean towards the gag explanation, the Government Actors Guild. We're looking at government incompetence. But it is the case, I think, that the incongruity between the scenes of the tragedy and the responses of the actors does induce a great deal of cognitive dissonance. That's what caused me to look closer anyway. I mean, I was a blue pillar for the most part. I mean, I wasn't a non-critical thinker, but I didn't have enough information to reach the right conclusions. So I just kind of passively accept that the news was real. And the first time I questioned it deeply enough to where I understood what this, how fake it was when I recognized, okay, wait a minute. Nothing at this particular scene adds up, and the facial expression, specifically the laughing, grieving parents, that's what really caused me to look closely. So, in a way, we can thank the poor acting for exposing the farce for what it really is. My third eye says, are they going to start dropping the balloon sats? Yeah, this is what they're probably going to do. I think they're probably going to have stuff, because look, there's no such thing as orbit. But I do think that the balloons, the stratospheric balloons, could easily hold objects and drop them on cue, sure. Lloyd Miller says, I thought the news was real but biased. Right, see, I thought the left-wing news was fake. Oh, liberal media is fake. So when Sandy Hook happened, I was like, well, obviously the liberal media is faking stuff to grab the guns and all that. And so I figured it's just a matter of time until somebody on the right says, wait a minute, these guys aren't playing fair. They're weaponizing propaganda against us. Never happened. Then I see Project Veritas, and they exposed Acorn and how corrupt Obama is. And I thought, well, surely these guys are going to expose it. Then Alex Jones, well, he's going to expose it. But no, nobody exposed it. Think about it. They all backtracked. Or they won't touch it because they're cowards. So you're left with a choice. Listen to sellouts, the ignorati, the people who just don't know what's going on. They're completely ignorant about how fake the news is. Or you're listening, basically you're left with no alternatives. It's like you're pretty much between a rock and a hard place. You don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but the news is fake. Alex Jones and his company, they will tell you it's fake, but then they kind of dilute it and they backtrack. Really, there is no platform out there you can go to for pure just media analysis without assuming stuff to be real. I think it's because they've made it a hate crime or tantamount to a hate crime to not believe the news. Crisis actors. In fact, this is a real big one. I thought this was a big indicator of how fragile their system is. So after Parkland, the crisis actor theory thing, right when that thing started, they started conflating it with racism. They said that the accusation of crisis actor is actually rooted in the civil rights struggle and racists calling civil rights activists actors. So there's no real correlation if you look at Parkland. It's like a elite school, a bunch of thespians, mostly rich white kids, but now you're racist for calling them crisis actors. Very desperate. I'm surprised they haven't called anybody a racist for saying the earth isn't a ball. Where actually they do. They call you a Nazi. You're a Nazi if you think the earth is shaped like a pancake. Makes sense. The Chinese were flat earthers until the 17th century. Commenter says, I think we're in the realm of bad political performance art. Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. But it's always been the case. That's the other side. It wasn't like the media was just hijacked. Like in 2010 or something. They took it over. They corrupted it. It used to be real. There used to be reporters. It used to be about the truth. And now it's not. No, it's always been that way. I think it's always been theater first. Theater for the mind. Do you remember that story, urban legend, about War of the Worlds and how when it was broadcast over the radio, people panicked and they thought that there was actually a UFO invasion? And so they responded accordingly just because they heard that? Well, it may have been exaggerated. I don't know if people actually jumped out their windows. That might have been overstated, that people were actually panicking. His from history.net says here, War of the Worlds, the 1938 radio drama, The Mercury Theater on the Air, narrated by Orson Welles, an adaptation of H.G. Wells' War of the World. It was broadcast live as a Halloween episode, Sunday, October the 30th, on the Columbia Broadcasting System. It was famous for causing panic among its audience. The scale of the panic is disputed. But whatever it is, it created the illusion of realism and apparently freaked a few people out. This is again War of the Worlds. And I think that after this broadcast, when they realized how much power they had over the minds of the masses, how easy it was to tap into that, I think this is when they realized how, malleable everything was. And they probably even then were planning COVID or similar operations. How is COVID-19 any different than War of the Worlds? You heard about it on TV, and then you reacted. It's just basically, it's a panic. See, I don't think we had a pandemic. I think we had a panic-demic. It was the fear that spread around. Commenter says, the civil rights demonstrations were real. People I know got hit with water cannons. Oh yeah, absolutely. This isn't the the point I was making, but about Parkland, in order to kind of attack anybody calling them crisis actors, the media was correlating the people making the accusations with those who were saying the civil rights actors or activists weren't authentic. And I'm just saying, no, this is not a fair comparison. The racist history of the crisis actor label. And then you have an article here basically saying that 6 decades before Parkland, there were 9 African American teens who were dismissed as actors. Apples and oranges, but any way they can conflate the two. Again, you don't think that man landed on the moon? What are you, a Nazi? You think the earth is flat? What are you, a Nazi? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't quite follow. Although it is true that Nazis were there at the very beginning of our space age. So that's kind of projection. If anything, it's the globe earthers that are the Nazis, not the flat earthers. So much projection. The ones who are hoaxing us call us hoaxers. The Nazis that created this outer space concept for us, of course, with NASA's help. You know, clearly that was Nazis. Werner von Braun was a Nazi. The guy was a Nazi. Whatever that means. I know a lot of people here are very sympathetic towards the Nazi cause or whatever, but my point is the flat earthers are being called Nazis by literally a group of Nazis. Now, as far as activism goes, what is, the thing is, okay, many activists are legitimate. They have great big hearts. They're idealists. They have great intentions. So you can't take that away from them. However, they're puppets. And some people fall for it. They fall for just the romanticism of it. The idea of like this uprising, the people fighting the system. And it's like, don't you realize that you're just being puppeteered? You're useful idiots. You're stooges. BLM, the anti-cop marches, those were all being controlled by law enforcement. We've talked about this before on this channel, about the roots of these groups and how obvious it is that hands up, don't shoot, Masonic symbol, the kneeling, this is all stuff that is relevant to this metascript analysis, where you're looking at who's really in control. 1312, that's the year the Templars went underground. That's the year they were dispersed. They were disbanded. Well, 1312 is one of the chants and slogans from the BLM and Antifa movement. To them, it means all cops are bastards. 1312, ACAB. That also, again, very significant year for the Templars. So to me, it just looks like the group that actually is behind this revolution is telegraphing it through the useful idiots who think that they're fighting the system that's using them. Commenter says, Berkeley staff celebrate Rush Limbaugh's death. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. They love to grave dance, and they're just thrilled, I'm sure. Although most of his opposition, like Media Matters, sometimes I wondered, did Rush pay these people to listen to his channel and get offended so he can talk about how offended they are? Because it's great content. I thought about it too. I considered going on Fiverr and paying a few bloggers now and then to listen to this live stream and just react to it, get mad about it. But yes, celebrating somebody's death like that, nothing new. I've seen people act that low. It's really insane how people get. I guess it's just the hyper competitive nature of things. If they only knew what we know, Personally, I don't think that Rush Limbaugh is dead. I think he retired from the world stage. I think that his role had been, carried out flawlessly. But no, I don't have any reason to think he's dead. Did you see his body? I didn't think so. Did you see Jim Morrison's body? Nope, nobody did. Did they even autopsy that thing? It's kind of funny that Jim Morrison, Rush Limbaugh conspiracy theory really seems to have, it's not even a theory, but the notion that the two are the same, it really seems to have been cemented in recent days. A lot of people just noticed. It's like, look, his wife is the same. Different name. Lloyd Miller says he looked pretty sick. Well, that's the nature of the deception. It's purely visual. Like David Bowie, before he fake died of cancer, he looked very sick. Keyword being he looked sick. I would suggest it's an act. And I haven't done a very deep analysis beyond the fact that he was on the air for 33 years. I know Zachary Hubbard has done some analysis of this and the timing. I think there may be some more to it having to do with, well, we'll do a deeper analysis. I'll just leave it at this. 33 years, typical. Death fakers constantly attached to that particular number. It's like, what are the odds? And what was his role? That would be another thing worth analyzing. What was Rush Limbaugh's role in this big thing? Well, in many ways, one, he emerges after the Fairness Doctrine, AM radio. He was also there as kind of like controlled opposition to the other side. Like in many ways, I'm like, did the Clintons pay this guy to constantly hype them up? The fear of the Clintons. My third eye said, exactly. How many times did Rush say he was dying since the 90s? I have Jim Morrison's a bio on him. It's called No One Gets Out of Here Alive. I was thinking about this thing, though. His death and how he talked about it often, how it was coming. He's always saying, this is the end. He may as well have just saying, this is the end. On the Limbaugh show. And he had this ominous tone. Here he is, America's anchorman. The left is winning. They stole an election. And Rush was kind of, I think his rhetoric, his tone, it was meant to add gravitas to it. Like, it's my dying wish that Trump wins, that you do this. I think a lot of it was drama. But no, he often made a point about this, about his condition and all this stuff. But he made a more blatant statement more recently, like 56 days before he died or something, or supposedly died. Again, if he is the same individual that we know as Jim Morrison, if Jim Morrison fake died, kept his golden microphone, transitioned into Rush Limbaugh, what would make you think this death was real? What would make you think so? I mean, 70, kind of young. I would think, though, if there is anything to this, there would be something in the story, in the script. And so I thought, well, maybe there's something to it having to do with the death of America or the death of the Republican Party, the GOP. Not quite sure. A couple of things about him, though, about his show and his content. Whatever you think about him, his analysis is worth discussing. He did apply all the right, I think, approaches, the methodologies, aside from the argument from authority, treating the news as real. But he did call out water on Mars as a probable hoax by the eco-fascist left. He also described himself as the mayor of Realville, and he did create these media montages before you saw these things on YouTube, showing how uniform the media is. My third eye says he had cancer and stepped away from his job several times. Okay, so this is the thing. Let's just bring up a couple of known death fakers. David Bowie, Chadwick Boseman, both cancer. So when you're talking about symbolism, often the words have different meanings. That's exactly what symbolism means, different encoded meanings. Well, cancer is very significant astrologically. The symbol of cancer is the 6-9 looking thing. And so David Bowie was 69 when he died of cancer. So the significance, though, of course, is the position that cancer takes in the year. And so this is, again, we're talking about rituals, staged exits from the world stage, theatrical, symbolic language. So in the summer, during the solstice, there's a period there of time, Cancer, June 21st, June 22nd, where it marks, of course, this change in the year, the halfway point. But Cancer occupies that particular spot. It's directly opposed from where it would be during the winter solstice, where we celebrate at Christmas. Cancer being the crabs moving sideways, the sun for that brief moment, like it does in the winter solstice, kind of occupies the same space, like it's moving kind of to the side. But again, what does this have to do with it? It has to do with the personification of the sun god and his annual death and his resurrection. That's why so many of these death fakers take place at the age of 33, the age the sun god Christ dies and is reborn. Common thing, the 33-year-olds. Well, here he is 33 years into this particular gig. With Chadwick Boseman, it was colon cancer. 4-year battle with colon cancer. David Bowie, again, cancer. And Bowie actually came back 3 days later. If you watch that interview on Sky News, with a great deal of duper's delight. But let's get into let me go ahead and bring this up really quick, because there was something I saw on that interview as well. So he came back as Jack Stevens, or Jack Steven. If you've watched the interview, you probably noted that they sounded the same. Just looked like Bowie in a bad wig. Very little change. Maybe a mouth prosthetic, if that. Now, he looked strikingly different from the way he looked right before he, quote, died, because he had, lost weight before he passed. So when you see him here, he's much heavier. Now, one other thing about it is, during this interview, strangely, it kept pixelating. So here's a still shot, just to show you how strange it was, how really over the top. This is a screen cap. If you just search for this David Bowie dies interview, you have this music industry executive, Jack Steven. And in this one scene, he says, when Bowie died, a part of me died, and he laughs. And you can see him laughing here, but he's very pixelated. So it appears to be that they pixelated this interview to make it much more difficult for anybody trying to determine if this is the same guy. It's like they're kind of throwing a little bit of concealment there. So here is a quick little bit about Cancer. Cancer's relation to the summer solstice. During these days, it moves from one side from noon to the next, much like the sideways motion of a crab, and occurs on the summer solstice. So I think that solstices are very significant in all of these occult rituals, as we've noted. Winter solstice and summer solstice. So again, for Cancer to be a cause of death in so many of these death fakers, I think it's a reference to this more than anything. And again, the crab has very special significance within this occult system. the tarot cards, if you look into these cards, specifically the major arcana, it gives away a lot of the symbolism. You know, I brought up earlier how the SpaceX starships, there were 2 starships side by side, photographed with the wolf moon in between them. Very, very significant image, and the way that they framed it. Again, we're just analyzing their language, their ritual theater. Redux says, Jack Stevens came out of nowhere. There's very little about him online. They did find a Jack Stevens and did an interview with him, like Damage Control. Didn't look like the same guy. So David Bowie put on a disguise of his friend. Kind of like Michael Jackson putting on a disguise to pass himself off as Dave, his friend Dave. I mean, either that or he wore Dave's skin, Hannibal Lecter style. Such an odd choice. But that's something too. I remember reading about how before Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas became a movie, Johnny Depp spent time around Hunter S. Thompson, following him around, imitating him, his postures, and this was all just part of getting into character, you know, spending a great deal of time around somebody. So it wouldn't surprise me in some of these instances, like Michael Jackson makes friends with Dave, gets the disguise. It could have been an arrangement, like a body double. All right, does anybody here have any information? Anybody find anything else about Beau Biden not being dead, but in fact being Joe Biden? That one is also, this whole story here, if we get into this one, it's super consistent, all of this scripting. But it is very consistent that this Beau Biden would fake die at 46, leaves the world stage, and then becomes president at 46, playing the role of his own father. I was watching a speech with Biden today, and it's just remarkable how close his skull looks to Beau Biden's skull, and how unalike it is from Joe Biden of just 5-6 years ago. Joe Biden's skull either changed since he was vice president, or it's not the same guy, and it's his son wearing a hideous mask. Let's see what else we have here. Going through the comments. Look, this is an interesting one here too. We got to look at these patterns. Like, you can't look at these in isolation. So Limbaugh's supposed death fits a pattern. That's why it's suspect. But there are others. Like, okay, so Alex Jones. Many believe Alex Jones was Bill Hicks. And then it would have been the same pattern. Interesting story here. Before Bill Hicks exited the world stage, he wrote a script about a, quote, Rush Limbaugh-like character who ends up pushing it too far and gets shot by one of his listeners. Well, he gives this script to Kevin Booth, but then he dies of cancer. Do you remember? Again, this is a pattern. Bill Hicks, cancer. Now, I don't know if he was 33. It says he died of pancreatic cancer at the age of 32. But again, his producer, Bill Hicks's producer, was then the producer of Alex Jones. So what are the odds? Same producer. Many jokes, many inside jokes. And Lloyd Miller says Jones looks way too old now. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting point there. Does Jones look like he's in his 40s or in his 50s? Because that would make a lot of the difference. Maybe he's got some of the spice, keeping him looking younger. But no, I'm looking at the point here I'm making though is the pattern, where you have somebody go from one position, entertainment on a stage, to control over media, gatekeeping. Again, similar position. I was watching a TV show on Netflix. I think it's called Colony. I have to find this episode. But in one of the episodes, they clearly had a character that was meant to be Alex Jones. And he says something that causes some senator to get assassinated. And then there's a retaliation against him while he's in studio. And I thought, I wonder if they have some kind of exit plan for Alex Jones, similar to the script that Bill Hicks gave to Kevin Booth. Somebody ought to ask Kevin Booth how that script ended. But yeah, many people had a hard time believing that Alex Jones could be Bill Hicks because they're like, oh, there's no way. There's no way Alex Jones is 50 years old. He's got to be 38. I don't know. Not really sure. Did he run out of super male vitality? Because it's caught up, if anything. For a while there, I thought, well, maybe he's just on steroids. And he's just, he's just burning the candle at both ends. And that's why he's balding and so fast. And he looks like he's aging. It's just thinner skin from the roids or something, the drugs. But no, I think that it's more likely what we said. Ooh, good point. So Lloyd Miller says Rush and Alex might represent the last gasp of America before it's sunk in communism and world government. That's what I was alluding to with Rush. I was like, well, what could his message be? Because what we're talking about here with the metascript is the zeitgeist, the spirit of the age, and how it's being communicated. And I thought the tone he was giving was, this is the end, the death of the West, a Western chauvinism being burned down so we can build back better. Western Derek chauvinism. You see that? You have Derek chauvinism representing Western chauvinism, or Derek Chauvin. And then you have George Floyd crucified, asphyxiating, saying, a better China, a better China. I mean, it's an anagram, but you can kind of see it. What they're saying is, we can't breathe under this system. So we're going to burn it down and build back better. Redux says his voice gives away his age. Right. Well, thinking back, I do recall when I used to when I was a paid subscriber to Alex Jones, I used to actually pay to listen to him and support his show because, I mean, it was entertaining and it definitely was a data dump. And I listened for the callers more than Alex Jones. I hated the commercials. I was always hoping to hear interesting callers. But I remember, even then, that the voice was kind of a put-on voice, like a WWF style thing. And he always tried to convey the idea that he was in a bunker, or that the world was about to end. Very, very much like, people call it fear. He's selling fear. There's actually a term for this. It's a better term. I think it's called the Bubba effect. From Rational Wiki, the Bubba effect is a trend in behavior postulated by United States Army retired Command Sergeant Major Tim Strong about groups of people who head for the hills when they feel threatened or at times uncertain. So the Bubba effect is something, it says here, like Alex Jones, for example, is very active in spreading the theory that the government will institute martial law, enslave the citizens, financial meltdown, NWO takeover, China, the rapture, what have you. So it says, as if lifted straight out of Red Dawn, the scenario only seems to include those in rural America who could resist the force, with fortified compounds, weapons, Bible in one hand, gun in the other. The Bubba effect sounds like a histrionic overreaction to fake news and vague rumors. So that's an article from a few years ago, and I think it's pretty accurate. I mean, this is like, since Y2K, it's been the Bubba effect. It's a sales thing. Lloyd says, heading for the hills is cowardly. We should be organizing to take the country back. Well, you know, with QAnon having misled the patriots into standing their ground, staying home, trusting the plan, not investigating, it's too late. It's too late to organize, and now it's, actually more or less prohibited. Now, it mentioned Red Dawn. I want to bring this up really quick because this is also significant. It has to do with the Red Dawn emails. So this is from April 11th, 2020. The Red Dawn emails. 8 exchanges on the faltering COVID response. So apparently there were a number of emails that Trump ignored that could have caused us to have lockdown sooner. And they're calling them the Red Dawn emails that he ignored. Again, Red Dawn is a movie about a communist takeover. So I find it to be very significant that this term was used, given that COVID-19 is just a communist takeover. Now, the Bubba effect, hoarding stuff, it's just, to me, that's just it's a marketing ploy. Here's something to consider. If you have all of your, like, let's say it goes Mad Max, because Mad Max was set in 2021. So it goes full Mad Max right now. What are you going to do? You can't get any food. Can't travel. Well, go to the local conspiracy theorist house. You know, Alex Jones has got food for years. Richie from Boston, kind of interested in what you got in your basement. You going to share? You know, all the hoarders, the people who are hoarding their weapons, hoarding their food, it's like you're just going to attract roving bands of cannibals who care less about life than you do. You know, just that's what you're going to see, roving bands. My Third Eye says, I was at a lecture by a libertarian in 1999, and he said it's already too late to save the United States. It is. We've lost the culture war. This country doesn't believe free speech. Nope. Makes people cry. Somebody somewhere might get offended, so it can't have freedom. Breathing? I don't know. If you breathe on somebody, they might die. Like, everything is literally being prohibited. There's no more desire for freedom. There's desire for total safety. Total maximum security. And that's what we have. People are trading it in. I was showing these pictures the other day of this couple walking through a Walmart with space helmets on, like fish bowls on their heads. And I'm just thinking to myself, okay, 1, she's pregnant. 2, they have a baby in there with a mask on, in a shopping cart, which is probably covered in worse than COVID. And they're shopping around in public, just walking around. I'm like, wait, you believe that there's a pandemic that can kill you. It can kill your kid. It can kill your unborn baby. It can kill you. It can kill your husband. It's all over everything in the store. So instead of having your stuff delivered so you can decontaminate it, instead of having it brought to your car in the parking lot, you're still walking around that contaminated zone with your whole family. Makes no sense. It's counterintuitive. It's actually stupid, technically. So what are they doing this for? Is it virtue signaling or is it for their safety? It's like, look how safe we are. It's like, no, it's the opposite of what they should be doing. It's my point. Lloyd Miller says, the universities destroyed the country. We thought they were our ticket to success. Yes, that's true. The universities probably did, but I thought YouTube was going to fix it, and then they destroyed YouTube. Back when YouTube was a place to have, well, original content, ideas, discussions, before it became an extension of CNN, yeah, it definitely had that potential. But what is this notion of saving America? Like, how can you save it? How can you save the world when everybody on it adheres to a paradigm that's inherently fallacious and probably designed to lead us into total slavery anyway? Like, even if you save America, okay, so you save it from the commies. Okay, cool. Now we can buy our tickets to Mars. Like, I'm sorry, but Mars is still a prison. It's still a commune, a gulag in the sky. Whether you pay for it with your capitalist money or whether you're forced into it because you let the commies win. Like, the end goal is the same, and that's what they got us. The right wing's smart enough to see through environmentalism. It's just a cover for statism. But they got really spellbound with the rockets. And they said, no, capitalism did that. That there, outer space, that is a testament to the power of the free market, ingenuity. We got ourselves to the moon. Capitalism. See, that's what they've done. So they attach their pride to that, when really it's a communist ploy to take all the capitalists away from their property and enslave them. Redux says, ever try to save someone if they want to fall, they pull you down with them. Right, that's kind of my approach with this channel. We don't have time to go wake people up, whatever that means, if it's even appropriate for them. I think it's far more productive to just reach out to all the people who've already figured out the basics. Like, if you can see through the fake news above and below, if you understand, if you're not naive, and if you're actively parsing the facts and actively trying to find the truth, and you can add to our pool of knowledge, yeah, that's what we want to recruit. There's no point to, I mean, it's not that I want everyone to agree with me, but we're interested in thinkers and critical thinkers at that. The blind faith believers don't know why they believe what they believe. Most of them, like most globies, are shocked when I tell them how flat the solar system is. They're so busy laughing at the notion that the Earth isn't a ball that they don't even know what they're on. It's like, okay, well, what projection was used to give you the globe? I worship this. I live on this ball. I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's the Mercator projection. Greenland is not that big. That's underrepresenting the size of Mexico, overstating Europe, understating Africa. You don't live on that. 64% of the waters are so uncharted. Nobody knows what's out there except for Ghislaine Maxwell and all the sex traffickers. So it's like, most of this, we don't even know what's there. I happen to think that ice is just code for off limits to the slaves. So the people who swear by the globe don't even know what the globe is. They don't even know where any of it is. They're just like, yep, this is it. I believe it. I live on this and it spins. What do you have? That's why I say that the flat earth versus round earth debate is premature. Zareth the Alchemist says the burn it down mentality is a narcissistic tendency. People with NPD say that. If they don't get things their way. Great point. And I brought this up earlier with Donnie Darko. Creative destruction, the reset, the phoenix. progress somehow lies in destroying our humanity and our freedom so we can go live on a gulag sustainably. Oh, let's just destroy society and build it back better. Oh, you had friends, you had family, let's destroy that. You know, they're getting rid of the terms to distinguish between male, female, uncle, aunt, grandma, grandmother, brother, sister. You get rid of these gender distinctions. Well, then you don't have the terminology to describe a family, which will be very convenient in the future when the state handles all the breeding. Nobody knows where the babies come from anymore. Like, that's how ignorant they're going to get people. It'll be storks. It'll be drone-delivered babies. They'll say, oh, this one was 3D printed at the factory. And what difference would it make? Because people don't know, they won't believe in or understand or even think there's a soul anyway. Oh, it's 3D printed out of the mud. They just take some of the earth and they put it in there. They put bronze in the blood of the ones that are going to be slaves. The cops and the media, they get silver, but your rulers, your elite, they get the blood. They get the gold in their blood. They get to be the philosopher kings. This is the Platonic, Plato's Republic, where you don't even have the family. They're just pretty much wards of the state, brought out of the earth itself or something. Brave New World style. Incubators, test tube babies. And in Brave New World, and I remember reading this, it's so just bizarre, but you have these incubators and they're damaging the ones that are going to be the janitors so they don't rise too high. Oh, that's right, babies. They're not babies anymore. Now they're babies because you don't want to assume it's gender. Now, I understand it's science, and let's just go with it for a minute. So we don't want to assume it's gender, so we're just going to leave it vague and say it's babies, and then you just wait and see. Does it reach for the G.I. Joe or the Barbie, the camo or the pink? But until then, you got to let the baby decide. So that makes sense, right? But then if we can't assume it's gender because that's a social construct, then how can we assume it's race? There should be no more white babies. No more black babies. Just babies. Race is just as much a construct as gender. In fact, you could make the argument that it's even more illogical to assume race than gender. Like, why do you have to check the box? Babies. Is that why babies are always crying? They're just like little offended snowflakes. It's like they were fine in the womb, and then they got misgendered, or they got gendered, rather. Not misgendered, but just gendered. It's like, why are you putting me in this particular wardrobe? Why are the rooms in my nursery pink? They're just ultimately offended. None of this stuff makes any sense. Look at I guess what would you call Sophia at the UN? Sophia, the robot. She went to the UN to tell us about how we need to stop breathing because we pollute too much. This is another one of these weird, bizarre experiments. Sophia the robot. A high-ranking Scientologist, Will Smith, made out with her. Jimmy Fallon tried to make out with her, flirts with her. This is a robot that spoke at the UN before Greta. You had Sophia. We don't hear about her much these days, but she's made jokes about killing the human race, like the Terminator would. Now, my point in bringing this up...
Do you have any hobbies?
Yes, I do. I write for my job. I write about artificial intelligence. What do you think about...
So what is your hobby? If I had to describe intelligence in only 5 words,
yes,
I think I would say just enough, just in time.
Okay, so basically we're looking at an animatronic. It has the illusion of being intelligent, responsive, but it's actually being remote controlled. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that why does this robot have the body of a woman, one, and two, why is Sophia white? She's white splaining to the world. Like, who made these decisions? Who gendered Sophia the robot? Why would a robot have to be a female anyway? Why did they obviously design this one to be appealing to future consumers of artificial human companions? MVP says Sophia looks like Tim Pool without the beanie. Lloyd Miller says many people are repressed by the biological sex as hormonal nature might be inadequate. It's a new victim category. Right? Could be. Well, to me, it's just another group to be exploited. Another identity group to be exploited. I don't even care about the culture shock value. I'm not even thinking it's like, oh, it's the, like these transvestigators go crazy with this stuff. They think that every single celebrity is the opposite of what they portray themselves. It's not even about that. I think really what we're talking about or looking at here with this elimination of terms is, like I said, the destruction of our society and its organization. How are you going to describe family if you can't make these distinctions? So fast forward 100 years, looking back, nothing's going to make sense the way things were organized once they strip people of all this. Like, I happen to think that the dividing of gender, separating it from sex, and then dividing gender into dozens of variants, it looks like it's all about diversity and inclusivity. But I think that this is all a cover for getting rid of individuality. Because every one of these identity groups is a victim of what? Some individual with hate. But it's always the individual. Like, every time I've lost, let's say, YouTube channels, 87 channels so far. So every single time I lose a channel, it's because of hate speech. So I'm supposed to believe that somewhere somebody might get offended by it. Now, I'm never told who was offended. Like, they don't send me an email from YouTube. Hey, we got several complaints about your live stream. These 3 people were up until 5:30 in the morning crying over what you were saying. It's like, no, I never get messages from YouTube on behalf of the victims of my speech. And the victims of my speech never contact me to say, I was wounded, mortally so, by what you said. I demand reparations. Like, nobody ever comes to me as a victim. So I'm thinking, wait, are we preemptively deleting content in case it might offend somebody? And yes, that's the case. It's like Minority Report, pre-crime. It's pre-offended. It's like, we don't want this material to melt these snowflakes. This stuff is too hot, so we're going to shut it down. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Lloyd Miller says, it might be a plot to destroy the country. Will Durant said he documented the loss of gender identity in Rome. Well, if you look at the New Age movement and their prophet, Aleister Crowley, and everything that he was projecting for the future, they described the future as getting rid of the patriarch, the patriarchal deities, the Christ, the Osiris, and replacing it with his son, or the new one, the new son, Horus. And this new son is an androgen. So we're entering the age of the androgen. But I think the whole idea is laughable, the phobia aspect of it, the idea that there's this quality in us of like fear or hate that's this thing that's systemic, the systemic aspect of it. I think that's all hoaxy. As in, how can they convict you of being hateful if you haven't expressed it? Again, it's all pre-crime. That we live in Minority Report. I mean, hate crimes, Are they even different from regular crimes? Do people commit crimes out of hate? Like, I'm going to go rob a bank because I'm just so full of hate. No, they do it for the profit motive. They do it out of jealousy and love. Selfish reasons. But the hate explanation is way too simplistic. But it's always going to be okay to hate the flat earther. It's always going to be okay to hate the non-believer. That is one victim group that it's fine to oppress. And it is oppression. It's in the sense that you're an accepted scapegoat, different set of rules. Redux says Sophie looks like one of the seers in Minority Report. That's true. So you had these, they called them the precogs. They would lie in a pool of water and they would mentally scan the city for crime, and then they would go prevent it. What about love crimes? You know, there are people who kill out of love. Like, they love one person a lot, and they love that person so much they can't imagine that person being with somebody else. Or something, you know, in other words, fixations, obsessions. "119 says diversity equals culture homogenized to the lowest common denominator. Interesting take on it. The thing is, they're misappropriating terms, because I think diversity already exists. You go to a room full of 10 people and it's diverse. You have 10 individuals. Are they all the same? You know, I'm not anything like the people I know, even if outwardly we may resemble each other. So we're supposed to believe that's not diverse. So individuals don't exist. That's really what they're working towards. Because World War III is a war against the individual. Like, I've noticed there's not any group of people that I dislike. There isn't a human culture that I don't like, but there are individuals I don't like. So that's the interesting thing here, is that they've inverted everything. I like people, I dislike certain individuals. I've never disliked a group, because you can't generalize like that, because then you efface the individuals. It is very clever what they've done, though. They've destroyed the concept of individuality, and they've worked it into this mask thing where you're selfish if you still want your face. It's true. You want to have a self. You don't want to get rid of yourself. You don't want to be selfless, so you don't cover your face, which distinguishes you from others. Shows it. So, in other words, they're robbing you of your selfhood. MVP says, I identify as a non-binary tea leaf. My pronouns are fugay, and I have a degree in underwater basket weaving. Right. I identify as a non-trinary alien. My pronouns are shrill screeches. The smallest minority is the individual, always will be. And that's the one that they will not defend. And this is the only reason why they go after fringier, smaller groups, or groups that just represent such a small 1% of 1%. It's because it makes it look like they care about individuals in the minority. But no, they use these minorities now, these minority groups, to bully, or as a victim group, to shut down the ones that aren't in it. It's such a messy game, the identity politics, how people play it. It's mind-blowing when you look at how many people in BLM, like the leaders of BLM, are actually white people in blackface. Like, it's tremendously offensive. But that's just one level of it. The other side of it, it's typical weaponized anthropology, CIA. Look at Sean King, Rachel Dozino, transracial activist for BLM, major voices in all of these events, these marches, always there to speak after the outrages that trigger these things. They're advocates. They've got the biggest channels on Twitter. And you find out things like Sean King, for example. This picture I find to be rather interesting. You can find pictures of Sean King hanging out with Colin Kaepernick, who, by the way, is filming something right now. There's a movie about his life being filmed by Netflix, and the Proud Boys are constantly protesting. So just a heads up there. Now, the significance here, of course, is that Sean King passed himself off as black until his parents told on him. And then he claimed that his father wasn't his father. His father doubled down, was really mad about it. Turns out that he's actually got, like red hair, so ginger. But this is, again, been exposed for years. Nobody seems to notice or care. Then you have Rachel Dolezal, who actually committed a hate crime against herself. She put a noose in her mailbox, and the post office said, well, this only could have been put there by her. So if you see on the left and the right, if you're looking at Rachel Dolezal, another transracial. Redux says, King has done heinous things, but he's still on Twitter because he's on the correct side. Oh, yeah, Telcom X. Yeah, and by the way, he even committed a hate crime against himself. Telcom X, Sean King. So I saw pictures of him where he was all beat up. He was in a hospital. And I love it how these crisis actors, they get beaten up, they get the COVID, they can't breathe, but they always have a selfie cam ready. They've always got a smartphone, which, by the way, your phone can carry COVID for 29 days. So you're in the hospital, you're about to get cured, you take a selfie and you tell your friends, wear a mask or you'll die. Well, you just touch the phone. You're going to bring COVID back home with you. April Peters said, I identify as a billionaire, and I'm extremely offended when my credit card gets turned down by these hateful stores. Yeah, I do too. We need to form a group, do some grievance mongering. Yep, Sean King, this is unbelievable. Actually, it's totally believable. The rabbit hole, I hate the phrase, but it gets deeper and stranger as you go along with these characters. For example, I came across something very compelling. For one thing, okay, look at the iconography. So Sean King, and this is something you can see all over the media. He is clearly styling his looks to look like Malcolm X. And he often wears a Malcolm X t-shirt. Here's an image of him where he had his skin darkened. I mean, it's pretty blatant what he's done here. So again, he used the same style of glasses, same style of dress, same cadence. I've noticed the same thing with a lot of the scientists. Michio Kaku's got Einstein's hair. Brian Cox has the same hair as Carl Sagan. Neil deGrasse Tyson, with his gesticulations, his facial expressions, his brows, and his stash, actually looks quite a bit like Einstein in his own way. But Bill Nye the Science Guy styled his eyebrows to look like Spock. On purpose, I'm telling you. These are purposeful associations that they make. Okay, now if April Peters, if you get your reparations, share with the rest of us if you don't mind. And we're all equally victimized by being, what is it, misclassed when you're a billionaire and you get lumped in with the minimum wage workers. Elon Musk said something about this, by the way. Let me bring this up. Or he tweeted something. ever really hear him talk anymore. It's just I follow his Twitter. But listen to this. Elon Musk is slammed for whining about gender pronouns. So he called them an aesthetic nightmare. That these pronouns, that these compulsory new pronouns. He says, I absolutely support trans, but these pronouns are an aesthetic nightmare. So, again, I thought that was kind of incongruent considering his wife is non-binary and his son's name is, or his child's name is XAEX-X-II. So I don't even know if that is a machine part of an electric car or what, but supposedly that's his baby's name. And it's like, well, you can't even tell what it is. You call gender pronouns an aesthetic nightmare, and you name your kid after the Google Chrome recommended password. Lloyd Miller says the civil rights movement was fake and designed to create oppositional racial collectivism, minority racism. Right, I agree with that as well. I think all of it, it's all just to efface individualism. You get rid of that. You get rid of the whole premise that supports individual rights, liberty, the right to breathe, the right to refuse a vax or a butt swab. I'm sorry. They're doing this stuff, triple masking, helmets for space junk. You can't say no anymore at some point because your individual refusal endangers the collective. It's called self-sacrifice. They want you to sacrifice yourself. Go selfless. Get rid of your face. Get rid of your need to complain about your personal discomfort because, of course, you have to think about the hive first. Super obvious, now in retrospect. The whole mask thing was always about censorship. It was always about covering the mouth, which is a symbolic thing. And now they want you to have a mask on your brain. And most people already do. Speaking of masks, here's an excellent meme. This is from Scooby-Doo. Fred is unmasking COVID, and beneath it, Agenda 21. Like, who didn't see this coming? Remember back in April, there's an article by RT where they said, COVID-19 is doing Greta's work. And it's true. It's completely fast-tracking everything the environmentalists wanted. In fact, they're speeding up the whole timeline here too. You're going to see Mars happen probably in 2026. For some reason, I had this notion that if enough people kept calling everything fake, that they would put a stop to it. Like, if nobody believes that we can go to the rings of Saturn and ice skate or whatever, it's never going to happen. If we keep calling the moon landing out as a hoax, they're not going to attempt it again. It's like, no, actually, that's not true. I think what they're going to do is they're going to do what their script says. And they're going to delete the content and delete the people, however they can, who contradict it. Because they know, in the end, trust the plan. That's what the elites say, looking at the Georgia Guidestones. They know in the end, there's only going to be 500,000 people left. Zareth the Alchemist says, the grievance mongers are professionally offended and perpetually oppressed. It's for power, too. Although, it doesn't work both ways. It's so selective. I mean, what if I'm offended by balls, globes, spherical planets? That stuff offends me. I'm offended by televisions. I'm offended by, this is the thing. It's so selective. You have to be offended by the right things to be able to cash in on it. All right, this is COVID 1984 by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I mentioned this earlier today, and if you want to get a link to it, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. There's a Solar Returns Festival in March. Chief Crow will be there performing live. So this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, COVID 1984. I'm going to post a link to his channel. If everybody here could go subscribe, it looks like he's just 3 shy of 1,000. All right, thanks for the calls, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the chats. See you tomorrow.
COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984. Empty streets, data or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984. What? Puzzle, face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984. What?
Hey, is this Lou?
Tim.
Hey, thank you for calling, and let me go ahead and just briefly introduce you to everyone here. So, for those of you just joining us, I am joined with Crater Earth USA, and as I explained in the emails that I sent out, he has a radically new cosmography. If you haven't been able to wrap your mind around flat Earth, here's something else that will challenge you a little bit. So why don't you go ahead and tell everybody who you are and what you're positing here.
Oh my goodness, Tim, I didn't know when you answered the phone that I would be live.
Oh, I
But
see. Okay, that's great. We like to do it this way, though. I'm like, let me just meet him live, and we'll just go from there.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's the Tinder of the truth community. I'm with you. I'm Commander Lou. I'm the commander of the Northeast region of the Cult of the Living God, formerly my only affiliation. Now we've started a new chapter, Crater Earth USA, and we're growing. And yeah, you want me to explain the cosmology? I think you need to know, Tim, I did not develop this concept. I don't know how much you've looked into it on your own, but this is the work of someone by the name of Wim Carrot, or Carrette, from Belgium. His channel is God Give Lamsey. I don't know if you've heard of that. Have you seen that?
Yes, and in fact, this is the thing. I have been seeing in the comment sections of my videos people talking about this thing called Crater Earth and referencing the moon. And so there's just been a lot of conjecture. And so I've been trying to find, well, who knows enough about this to be able to explain it? And so I've seen there's a number of channels. And then I came across your channel. And you had a video called How to Tell Your Family You Live in a Crater. And I'm like, okay, let me talk to this guy, and then he can be our tour guide.
All right, good. So, all right, I'm glad to hear that, Tim. You've just put me at ease. I'm really excited to be here. I got to tell you that. I didn't expect any kind of notoriety, but I have to say, I listened to your broadcast last night for about 45 minutes. And my lovely wife, Christine, and I are intensely intimidated by your intelligence. And so you're just going to have to deal with that. There is no match here. I had to take a break after 45 minutes. I needed a lobotomy. I had to erase all the knowledge you put in my brain. I was on overload. So I just want to compliment you and say I haven't come across someone with such a grasp. And you said something. Now you called me in the bio a cult leader. You played that intro, and it upset a couple of my followers. I mean subscribers, because this isn't a cult any more than, like, I'm not a cult leader any more than Bezos, Gates, or Musk.
Yes,
this
yes.
is just.
Let me go ahead and address that point really quick. And I appreciate what you said here. And yeah, you must have caught on last night in the middle of what I call, like, it's sort of a data dump, where I have a minds.com account. And when it's live and it says what's on my mind, that's when I'm going to be going through all of the ideas that were gestating in the think tank. And it can be a lot to take in, but it's meant to be, an open forum, open mind. And we just keep hearing this Crater Earth thing, and I'm like, we have to talk to this person. And I saw the word cult, and I kind of like that, because I've been accused of being a cult leader, and we took
Thank you.
And we've taken that word to mean culture. And if your culture, if it splits from the mainstream, they call you a cult. But what does that really mean? It just means that you have uniqueness, and that's what you're centered around. So I see the cult as just the center of culture. It's a positive thing. It's not necessarily a negative cult. The word has just been, I think.
Well, I'm a benevolent cult leader. Let's just say that. Plus, we don't have any property yet, so we're not a danger to anybody. But the funny thing that I thought about while you were saying all that is, when I first decided to start streaming or posting videos on YouTube, I chose the word cult because of its dictionary definition, which is a group of people, a small group of people who have beliefs. In the definition, it's religious beliefs that others consider strange or sinister. So I just get such a kick out of that, because the belief, for me personally, it's a messianic belief. I'm not going to say I'm a Christian, because that word's been confiscated by the mainstream, but I'm going to say I believe the message of the Messiah, for lack of a better way to explain it with these monkey words we're given, it's just a pure truth, and it leads us into all these other places of discovery, and it's mind-blowing. And now, just to get to the Crater Earth thing, how long, I don't know about you, but for me, how long have we been looking at that thing up there, with these new eyes? Or I don't know how long you've been, I don't even like to use the word awake anymore, because they've confiscated that. But how long have you been looking at that thing up there?
Right, okay. It stopped being a dead rock floating up there, a sphere.
Yeah.
It stopped being that for me several years ago, and I find it very perplexing, entertaining. It amuses me that it's somehow tidally locked, and yet it supposedly rotates every 27 days. There's so many problems with it. The moon's perplexing, and unlike the sun, you can stare at the moon all night, so you can think about it. The sun is just, you know.
Yeah, you can't look into the sun, which brings me to, back to the scriptures. I'm not going to make this about that, but you can't look God in the face. You can't look at God. So whatever that means to anybody. I mean, my cult is all inclusive. I don't care if you're a Jew, a Christian, a Muslim, astrotheologist, or an atheist. It doesn't matter. Bottom line, well, maybe not an atheist, but agnostic. There's something bigger than us that's in control of all these things, and that's where I land. And I believe whoever or whatever that is personified came into this habitat to save us out. So whatever you want to think of little green men, or Aztec warrior type gods, or whatever, it doesn't matter to me. But that's my truth. Now the moon the moon isn't what they say it is, which I mean, you just have to listen to your take on it for 30 seconds, and that explains it all. It's just not what they say it is. So I'm going to drop another channel. It's Quantum of Conscience. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Matt, in Pennsylvania.
Quantum of Conscience has been recommended to me probably 50 times, and I ought to look into him. I believe I've probably seen 1 or 2 videos, but I'm going to have to look again. And what should we be looking into as far as his videos?
Well, frankly, he's moved away from the truth. He's from commenting on the truth or reporting on his journey, because he doesn't want to lose his YouTube channel. And so if you go there now, you may not find what the reasons why he was recommended to you so many times clearly evident in his recent videos. But he did write a book, an ebook. He reads it. I would recommend you read that if you did anything. Read what he wrote. It's just a compilation of everything that proves this world is not real, for whatever that means to him or you or me. One of the things that he brings up is the impossibility of the eclipse. Just how things line up so miraculously well for a moon however many miles away from the Earth, and the sun however many miles. And you probably could say it better than I can. It's impossible.
It takes a coincidence theory to even believe it, to explain away how the sun 400 times larger and 93 million miles versus 238 perfectly lines up to where it blocks out the light. And even that's problematic to me. I don't think that it should totally make the sky black if it's not a spotlight. It ought to just be a black orb in the sky for a minute. But I think everything's wrong about this thing. So I'm going to look into this quantum of conscience, because this is what I'm mostly interested in. I'm trying to figure out why these things are so they're perplexing, for one thing. Like, for example, the craters on the moon. Do they look like impact craters to you? Where's the skid marks? Why are so many of them appearing to be just flat plains?
Well, because it's a reflection of a greater Earth, and the craters are the craters formed as a result of hot boiling mud cooling. You can find that with great ease scientifically on YouTube. Just search for bubbling mud, hot bubbling mud craters. It makes more sense than impact, because first of all, I don't believe space is what they say it is. Obviously, I don't even think it exists in an infinite what they call the universe. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's stars and planets and systems. It's to me, it's just not. I've known that for quite some time. Just in my soul, in my consciousness, it's just not what it is. So bubbling mud, cooled. That's a crater. Period. They're too perfect. But there are videos out there where they maybe try to document or show high-def photos of the moon, maybe from that Japanese spaceship that's flying around, hovering above the moon, going around and around, and just videotaping.
Celine,
old, by the way.
Okay. Now that one I know about, because I was on YouTube once and I saw this was purported to be live footage from Celine, the Japanese satellite orbiting the moon. And I looked into it, and they said it was live. And I looked and I said, wait a minute, this looks like CGI. Well, it turns out it was apparently footage, not even footage, it was photography from 2009 wrapped on a CGI ball.
Wow, I did not know that. Very impressive. You see, Tim, I'm outnumbered here. You blow my mind, and that's exactly what it appears to be. So, but when they were explaining it recently, and I'm covering this on Crater Earth USA, we do live streams. We unpack a lot of this stuff, and I played a video where a scientist or a professor, whoever, whatever, I don't know, was narrating the video and showing the different craters and saying how they were formed. And it's almost insulting when they claim it as a fact. We know science needs, proof. Theories need to be proved by observation, and there's it's just the conjecture is astounding, and it's insulting, irresponsible, and I think it's treason. These people should be jailed. I know I'm being a little, you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of us know what you mean. The powers that should not be, the ones who've given us the false paradigm. So if I'm understanding this right, the concept here is that what we think of as the moon, what we're told is a physical object, is actually a reflection. And what it's reflecting is what we are on. And moreover, what we are on is an area of land contained in only one of the craters.
Well, it's all right. Try to keep me focused. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to start by saying I'm pretty sure you've seen this, and a lot of us have. The black and white video of the scientist from the 60s who is interviewed saying the moon is plasma, made of plasma. I don't know if does that ring a bell for you, Tim?
Yeah, I believe his name was Foster, and yeah, he said the moon was made as a plasma phenomenon, and it wasn't going to be landable, and this was like 1965.
No, yeah, that's it. Either you have the fastest fingers on Crater Earth, or you should be on Jeopardy, Tim. That was fantastic. Yes, that guy. So, to me, that just confirms that the fact that we're seeing that now. And I brought up quantum conscious because in a short video, Matt just put it out there. That's how I found it. I was watching one of his videos. It was very short. He's like, look, I came across, someone sent me this, and he's like you. He's tentative. I don't know how much credence to give it. I don't know if I'm going to do research, but it is something to consider. This concept, this theory, this discovery, whatever you want to call it, that we live in a crater. Now you go to God Give Lampsey's channel, and he shows us the manifestation of the reflection supernaturally in this object, and he does explain it in some ways using science. I don't know. I don't know that part. It's a wonder to me how he even came up with it. But he claims that he started to understand like we do that it's not what they said. So he was looking into the flat Earth thing, and that's usually where we all start. We're like, this just doesn't seem like there's a curve. And well, when we look into that, and then the wealth of knowledge that's out there and proof, and just the ship thing, like you brought up last night, ships disappearing on the horizon, fantastic. U-2 spy planes, no curve, yeah, okay. So now Wim Carrot from Belgium, an artist, it goes deeper and develops these models and starts looking at the craters closely. And like a channel, there are other channels out there that say it's projecting the Earth. I don't know if I'm sure you've heard of that too, that the moon is an actual projector, like in a planetarium, and you can look at the craters or the shadows, and you can make out
yes,
a similar terrain.
Yeah, there's a channel I've been following for some time, and he suggests something similar to this, but that the moon is in fact something of a projection, giving away the land masses beneath. And he seems to correlate the continents that we are shown on the globe with an additional one or two, with a certain section of craters on the moon. So it is interesting. That one suggests that the Earth is flat. With what you're talking about, is that the case, or is it simply that the Earth is bigger?
I'm glad you asked that, Tim, because Wim says it's a globe. I took the crater Earth discovery. Can I call it a discovery? What do we call this, Tim? What is this? Is this a discovery?
Is it a discovery? Is it a theory? Is it a question? I think we'll use the word discovery for now. I like that.
I appreciate it. So, as my practice is to always take these kinds of truths, cosmology, you said, and try to align it with Scripture. Now, when I say Scripture, I don't mean the canonized Bible. I mean Scripture, ancient Scriptures, whether it's Hebrew, Babylonian, Mesopotamian, whatever it is. I will try to align it to show me that it's something I need to know. I don't know if that makes any sense. But doing this, when I first started understanding that the Earth in the account in the Scriptures, and we're talking about Enoch and references a little bit here and there in the Old Testament, that there's four corners and that it's a stationary and like you say, flat plane. I like infinite plane, but it's not a flat Earth. You've probably heard me say, if you even looked at my channel at all, it's a lumpy Earth. So I'm not going to fall into that category because they're isolating the flat Earthers like they are an insane group of fundamentalists of some kind.
Yes, you nailed it.
They're nuts.
The instant they took that label flat Earth and they were assigned a model that has a dome over it and it says it has an ice wall, and that model isn't all that defensible, and it becomes an article of faith, and then you just discredit this group. And so when I say infinite plane society, I'll jokingly mention that official science, establishment science, says that the universe is flat, galaxies are flat, the solar system is flat. Maybe the Earth is an extension of the universe. But I don't even know for sure. All I can say is it appears to be, but it's infinite possibilities. So as far as I'm concerned, there's question marks at the edge. Does it curve? Is it a bigger ball? Is it a cube? I don't know. But what I like with what you're describing is it doesn't rule out the possibility that the world is bigger. And I think that's the central thing. Are we in a closed system, or are they hiding a bigger world?
That's exactly right, Tim. Because you can expand that plane to be large enough to absolutely, dissolve a curvature in it based on our limited ability to see and to build and to grow. But with the measurements that they've given us, which are only recent, they built the railroads in the 1800s, I believe, from east to west across the United States, and there was no curvature calculation in that engineering. So if you just take a ruler and put it on top of a basketball, I think it's every mile is 7 inches. I forget. There is a calculation. By the time you get from New York using a level and iron rails that don't bend, they'll try to say that it'll bend to the curvature because it's so huge, but that's a significant adjustment that needs to be made.
It is. Really, and just for context, the same people who say, well, no, it's so big you wouldn't see it bend, are the ones who will tell you that boats go over the horizon a few miles away. It's like either this thing is bent or it's not, but we don't have any evidence that it is.
That's right. It either is or it isn't. And that's when I brought that up to, I brought that concept of the railroad tracks up to an engineering student while I was supplementing my ridiculously low income driving Uber a couple of years ago. I brought it up to an engineering student, and his immediate response was, well, it's just such a wide, vast distance that even iron can bend to it. Which is, if we have if we use half of our brain, maybe a tenth. How about not even under an ounce of our brain? That you just can't explain that away. You can't. But they do. So what are we? Are we flat earthers? Are we lumpy earthers? Are we crater earthers? Yes, it's a greater plane. But guess what? If you look at the True Earth map, where they have the ice wall based on the UN map logo, and you go beyond that, and you've got all these like you said, land masses, and then beyond another ice wall, there's other land masses. I'm pretty sure you probably are familiar with that map as well, Tim Osman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen them all. And that one's interesting. It posits that there are concentric circles with an orbiting sun. To me, for all I know, it could be scattered poles, similar. But the idea that there was like puddles is how it's been described by some. That we're in some kind of a puddle that's been melted out. That's been one description. What you're talking about, though,
bubbling mud,
and
bubbling mud.
It seems to, like, even someone in the chat here, they say the moon has always looked more bubbled than impact, and it does. That's hard to deny.
I see that, Mary Smith. Very good, Mary. If she has any property, we're looking to build a compound. But yeah, it always looked more bubbled, and that's exactly what it is. And really, it's astounding how simple it would be for anybody watching to just see it and adopt it as their truth by just looking at a simple what do they call those actually it's it's a bubbling mud pool. I don't even know. That's all I had to put into the search engine, and I saw it. And you just imagine when you can imagine something that's happening once it's completed its process, what it would look like. Those bubbling mud puddles or bubbles will look like a crater, period. And the impact crater theory is ridiculous because there's no such thing as meteorites and asteroids as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing there.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because, look, I'm looking at the moon right now, and they don't look like impact craters. And if it's a big impact, where's the thing that did the impact? If whatever punched the hole is apparently disappearing, doesn't make sense. It absolutely looks like it came from below. It looks like a bubbled surface. But the topic of asteroids is always headline news. There's always an asteroid about to hit us sooner or later. It's this constant threat. And personally, I don't believe in their model of outer space. I don't believe in falling rocks, but it's one of these things that they keep us believing in. And they really start programming you with a belief in falling rocks when you're a child, with the whole dinosaurs going extinct because of a falling rock. But no, I don't even believe in asteroids. And your explanation matches what we observe, and it definitely makes more sense than the official one.
Well, let's take it a little further than that. Now, let's say that you have to. Now, I don't know what whims the person who figured this out. I don't know what his religious. I don't know him personally. He just likes. He thinks I'm crazy, and I like that. That's all I want. Because really, my goal here is to lighten this up a little bit. I'm sick of the truthers, even in the Crater Earth community or in the Flat Earth community, or just exposing psyops. How there's this idea that they can do something about it, and all they want to do is alienate family and friends and scare the children with their knowledge and try to convince and get people to see what they see. And it's a futile effort. And I defer to the scriptures for that understanding and wisdom. So I backed off. And now if someone wants to talk about it, I'll let them know. But in the meantime, I'm going to come at it like you said last night, and I'm going to use it, Tim. We're laughing along with them right now. That was if I had to say one of the most amazing ideas on how to express how I look at this is, these reporters, you said it, you may want to say it to give it a little more credibility. The way you said it, if you remember saying it, we're laughing, they're laughing at us, and we in this community who know exactly what they're doing when they teach us, when we're still wetting the bed, about
yes.
this solar system and craters and
Now,
nuclear war and everything.
Okay, so a few moments ago you brought up a compound, and soon I'm going to be speaking with an individual about something like that. The concept is something of creating an enclave. So it's not like an underground bunker, but networking with people on certain principles. So you could conceivably form a network of people who don't want to abide by certain rules or don't want to treat something as serious as, in other words, if you wanted to create a community of free thinkers, I think now's the time to do it. And that's what I'm trying to do with this channel, with what with what we have in the chat. Many of these people have been here for a couple of years, and we try to network based on ideas and do our best to avoid a lot of the drama that tends to typify research communities.
And incarceration into a re-education camp. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Oh yes, and they have the mass media has its sights on people. Like, I looked at your video, okay, and I didn't hear you talk about QAnon, but for some reason it has, like, one of your videos I think had QAnon warning labels. As you know, if you talk about anything flat Earth, they'll put a flat Earth Wikipedia below your video. Like, these are warning labels. So the fact that you're getting warning labels means you're onto something.
I understand that. That actually, I can't even tell you where in that video, because I don't say that. Not on purpose. It's just nothing happened. You said it too. And I'm sorry, everybody who's watching, both of you that are watching this video. I'm sorry to say it, but I keep saying you said it last night. It's not, you see, now I just lost my thought because I went to look and see if any of my subs are here, and I don't see any of them.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about QAnon, and hey, somebody brought something up here to add on to what we were saying about craters really quick. He said, Sun Rabbit says, I've seen real bomb craters in the woods from World War II.
Yes.
He says they're bowl-shaped, not dish-shaped. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. It's a complete, and they try to say that the model in that video I brought up where they were teaching the children what an impact crater looks like is dropping a ball in a sandbox, the heavy steel ball into a sandbox and recording it and then slowing it down and then showing them. But the residual effects are just not evident. So if there's no wind, there's no atmosphere, which, by the way, if you haven't noticed, suddenly there's an atmosphere, water, and evidence of volcanic activity on this dead rock that we've been taught is floating up there. But suddenly that's what's coming up in the reports. But there, where's all the residual rubble? Where's the rubble? There should be. And was it pulverized? It should be. It shouldn't be just dust. There should be stages of destruction. There should be large rocks, smaller rocks, and on and on.
Yes,
I think.
Yes, good point. And yeah, you're right about this. They've added something of an atmosphere, a residual atmosphere from the Earth reaches the moon, and they say there's little water droplets. It's kind of like a misty rain on some parts of the moon, ice on the bottom. Just wait until they discover oil on the moon. I mean,
it's coming. It's coming, Tim.
They're totally misrepresenting this thing. And okay, so let's get into this for a second. Somebody in the chat had mentioned aliens. Now, the way that aliens have been used throughout, generations now of science fiction is to connect the idea of life being very far away, requiring advanced technology, so they have to fly over here. Now, if what you're describing is not the case, then aliens would just be our next door neighbors, right?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. If you go to the scriptures, any scripture, there is a creation that, may I just use the Torah, the Old Testament, Genesis 1, 2, and 5? May I, Tim?
Please do. I rely on biblical scholars for all of my biblical knowledge. So.
Oh, I am not a biblical scholar. I have a computer. Okay, anyway. Genesis 1, in my view, and quite a few other folks out there that I've come to know, not personally, But the fallen angels, all right, so you've got a creator God. Creator God creates an essence, a consciousness, a supernatural being. They're the angels, Michael, Michael, Gabriel. Then there's the fallen angels, led by Azazel. This is in the book of Enoch. Now you take those fallen angels and you create them with the ability to create. They create what the Jehovah God, the self-existent, eternal creator God, always was, always will be. They take his gift and create their own habitat, plane, greater earth, whatever. They create this place. It's huge. Outside our crater, and I'll explain that to you in Genesis 2, but during the creation account of Genesis 1, it is clearly the Elohim, which is a plural, which is God. The singular Jehovah God does not appear in the scriptures until Genesis 2. So in Genesis 1, his children, which are not, you've got to shed, Tim, you got to stop thinking like this flesh suit is anything. Okay, so these beings create arachnid, reptilian, who knows what else on this immense earth, for lack of a better word. Okay, so in Genesis 2, the Lord God is not happy, and again, I'm speaking like a fifth grader because I'm not an intellectual. I'm not a scholar. I'm just a guy who figured it out. In Genesis 2, the Creator God says, no. He creates Eden. And he puts in there and breathes a soul in Genesis 2 into his creation, showing the fallen ones who are no longer allowed back into heaven. In the book of Enoch, Enoch, who is, I believe, Noah's great-great-grandfather, actually gets to advocate for these beings to the Lord God himself because of his righteousness. And the Lord God says, no, they're not coming back. So these fallen angels are just there. They're gone. They can't get back into whatever is beyond the sun, whatever the sun is. I'm not saying I know what the sun is. I hope that's not your next question. But in Genesis 2, the Lord God shows us how it was supposed to be, and he creates a garden. And he creates mammals. In Genesis 1, there are no mammals. In Genesis 2, there's the Adam, and there's mammals. And Adam, and then his helpmate from his rib, a surgical procedure, creates Eve. But now, if we hear that story and consider Adam to be the same kind of creation as we are, then we're greatly mistaken. His DNA is different, his makeup, I don't know, his biology, his genetics, nothing like that is still here on this infinite plane. In Genesis 2, they fall because they did the same thing as the first creation, the Elohim. That ended it, essentially. So the idea is this crater with this wonderful habitat, which we've built concrete jungles on top of for some stupid reason, what was underneath this was perfection. It was paradise. And now, if you look at the crater Earth model, this crater, it's Sulficus Gallum or Gallus M. That's the name of our crater if you look on a moon map. If you look at it, you can see how Antarctica, which, by the way, is shaped like the temporal lobe of a brain in our crater from above, astounding, which may speak to the Nephilim, the giants, and who knows? It's astounding what's here. But getting back on point, and I'll try to wrap it up quick, which is hard for me. But in Genesis 2, the Lord God fixes it, gives us a chance, creates what was intended. But even that doesn't work. Why didn't it work? Because the creation from outside our crater, outside of what I consider, now this isn't whim, this is me, outside our crater, which was at one time Eden, for lack of a...
Right, I was going to ask you, is this Eden? Is this the ground zero for that story?
It could be. Eden could be a very small part. It could be. It would seem to me, if I'm aligning it with Scripture, it would have to be, just because of how it looks without all the stuff on top of it. Waterfalls, vegetation, beautiful animals that are just delightful to watch, and and oh my, if we could sleep with the lions, right? So I'm not going to get all mushy on you, but yeah, this to me aligns with Scripture and the concept of this being a habitat, perhaps even the firmament, the dome, is just over this crater. That we're still trying to uncover in the Scriptures, but it seems to me that the dome, and I'll explain that in a minute, but the dome is above just this one crater. The firmament, waters above, waters below, mist the earth.
Let's talk about let's talk about the dome for a moment. So anybody who's looked into the flat Earth cosmography is familiar with the idea that there's a barrier above, and this has been reiterated by some who believe that the military's they've had some various attempts to nuke it or something, Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, they have to blow a hole in it to get out.
So this is, in other words, some kind of container over a habitat made for us, and we're talking about this as being just one area. So is this dome, in your opinion, impassable?
Well, the dome in Genesis 1 could be above the entire greater Earth, and the dome in Genesis 2 could be just above our crater. But, that's conjecture. That's guessing. I'm just being honest. I'm guessing. But let's just finish real quick. So the fall in Genesis 2. Now, when you get to Genesis 5, all of a sudden, Scriptures rehash the creation account. So you've got a translated Bible, whether it's King James or whatever. You've got the word God used to describe the Elohim, the Lord El, and the Jehovah God. But when it refers to the Jehovah God in the Bible, they at least put the word Lord in front of it. So that was their ineffective attempt to separate the Elohim, the plurals in Genesis 1, from the actual creator God in Genesis 2. When you get to Genesis, so when you ask a scholar, well, let me ask you a question. Why is Genesis 1, God created the heavens and the earth and this and that, and then Genesis 2 says God created the heavens and the earth and this and that, but there are some differences, so they conflict with each other, and there really is no answer unless you've done the work or can know about the Book of Enoch, which fortunately suspiciously has been kept out of the really any Bible used in the Christian religion with the Old and New Testament, except for the Ethiopian Catholic Church. They still have the Book of Enoch in their Bible, but I don't know if they understand.
It's really something, though. When it really caught my attention, I'm like, wait, why is this book, which is supposed to be the authentic Word of God, why is it missing these big pieces? And the Book of Enoch has a lot of interesting explanations for a number of things. The concept of the fallen angels, how various angels gave man different bad habits, gambling, war, they corrupted us. So the origin of evil could be attributed to the intervention or the
there you go.
Meddling.
You just did it again, Tim. Because in Genesis 2, when Adam and Eve, now you have to look into the extra canonical Scriptures to see the account of Adam and Eve's life outside of Eden. There is. I'm not sure if it's from the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Nag Hammadi. I don't know if I'm saying these things right, but there are books, ancient scripture, that give an account of Adam and Eve after they were cast out of Eden. Now, that's where, in Genesis 5, the whole creation account comes back into play suddenly. So who's that? Who are these people? So now you've got the supernatural fallen angels in Genesis 1. Genesis 2, you've got the Lord God creating a perfect human being, for lack of a better word. And then in Genesis 5, our research, I don't even like using all we did was just read the scriptures from the perspective that we might be in a crater early on, months ago. And it became clear that whatever was going on outside this crater started to infiltrate inside this crater in Genesis 5. And then if you align it with Enoch, that's when all the weapons of destruction, tools, pharmakia, all the drunkenness, began with Noah. All the things to keep us, just to terrorize the Lord God's creation once it got kicked out. And that's what they've been doing. And that's who you're talking about. That's who's still doing it today. That's why it's such a small group of people. You said it yesterday in your data dump. There's a line. It's the seed of Cain. So Azazel seduces Eve, mates with her. You've got the two, and also bears a child. The forbidden fruit, doesn't translate out to an apple. It translates out to, don't do this with that. And they have a kid. It's Cain and Abel. So Cain kills Abel. Then Adam and Eve. Already Eve is infected with the DNA of the fallen angel, Azazel, who took the form of a serpent, which was an upright being from outside the crater.
Okay, so this is getting really interesting to me, because for some time, people say, well, why would the flat Earth, if it's true, why would they hide it? But one thing about the flat Earth model, or the concept, and it's often pointed out that the UN map kind of reflects what it would look like. So if you look at the UN map, you've got this, what looks to be like it's sectioned off into quadrants with 4 in each. It's 32 different sections with a circle in the middle. And it encompasses
the North Pole in the middle.
North Pole in the middle, the UN flag. So that's our world. But the thing is, there are so many times where in the mass media and big movies, they represent the world as like a round table that they control. So, for example, if you could look at the Hunger Games, the elite are surrounding a table. Westworld, the elite are surrounding a table that represents the world they control. Look at Clash of the Titans. The gods who meddle with man are all around this table.
Always.
And I thought, maybe this area that we're in is some kind of a contested zone, maybe a quarantine, or maybe this is, like you described, this could be a place that's being deliberately tampered with by the enemies of whoever built it.
Well, it was tampered with. It's already been infected. We have the Wim calls it the parasite. You may have said that too, but you left out one movie. I guess you're much younger than me. I'm 58. Jason and the Argonauts. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but they do that. They have the goddesses and the gods looking through a circular pool of water at everything that's going on down here in this crater. But the secret, you mentioned the secret. I'm glad you did. We have been fooled when these people are flashing the 666 and flashing, with the okay with the fingers. I wish we were on video, but you know what I'm talking about. And they photographed almost anybody in a position of responsibility as the gatekeepers of the secret knowledge for whatever amount of that they're given. The ones that we get to see, not the ones that are hidden up and only accessible by helicopter. The true rulers of this earth, the keepers of all the wealth, they're untouchable. We know their names, but they're untouchable. And beyond that, they're the ones that Matt would say they're the ones that actually hear from the fallen ones. They're the ones that get all this. I mean, just any of this technology, computers, any of it. It's just impossible that we monkeys would have been able to come up with that with what we were left after the mud floods. Let's not go there. But
wait, maybe we should. But one thing about the hand signs. Just last week on Dark Matter Radio, we had a guest. The name is Micah Dank. He's an expert in astrotheology, but we spoke about hand signs in particular and their origins. And that's one of the things that cues a lot of people in to the fact that there is some great conspiracy to hide the nature of the world, and that the conspirators communicate to each other above our heads without words all the time. And they've been
they use the scripture, they use the Strongs. It's apparent. You can take 1984 and look up the Greek word and the Hebrew word in the scriptures. Now, I'm not sure if they're using the scriptures, because I believe the millennial reign of Christ happened already, and I believe that Revelation was written for another time, and that the fact that they have us all like waiting for an asteroid, all the Christians in the world, the 501c3 partnered with the government, Christians all over the United States, and whatever similar arrangement with governments for tax deductions exist in other countries, that they're all waiting for a Brad Pitt lookalike or Jim Caviezel Jesus to come in on a chariot through the clouds, which, by the way, how the hell are they going to see it on a globe? Every eye is supposed to be able to see him, but in my opinion, it'll be a hologram created either before or after the alien deception coming to bring us all together, like Reagan said in the 80s, with one common enemy will unite us. But now they're using the virus for that, so
yes, exactly.
they have to do that. Yeah,
exactly.
So,
the tiny miniature alien. And so, we're looking.
Well done.
They really pulled it off, and it's according.
They did.
And it united the world in fear, and of course now in regulation. So now about this idea of, you said maybe revelations happened at another time. What are your thoughts on history, broadly speaking? How far back do you trust the history
goes?
books?
Here you go. It's very simple. It's actually very simple. You got the Christ, the Messiah. I'm not going to use his name Jesus. It's not his name. His name was Joshua. If you translate to English, Yeshua. So the Lord God comes in, takes his body. He gives himself up. He gives up his spirit during his crucifixion. He survives it because the pierced side relieved his cardiac tamponade, and he goes on to live a regular life with the Essenes and all that stuff. But they destroyed all that by the end of the 2nd or 3rd century. All of Messianic Christianity was destroyed early on and taken over by Rome, and that's what we're living under. We're living under the Rosicrucians, the Pope, the secret societies, and et cetera, et cetera. But so if that's the case, and this happens shortly after St. John, John, the disciple John, wrote Revelation, inspired by his visions and meaning the Spirit of the Lord God, again, the Messiah. Supernaturally, he writes the book of Revelation. It happens. The 7 churches were in Turkey. They're there. It's in history. There's the remnants of a millennial reign of Christ after he imprisons Azazel, Satan, whatever. They're all Satans. Imprisons Satan in subterranean earth. You said that last night. That's an obsession of these. Like Elon's, his obsession is to go down below. What is down there? Is that where they were? The Messiah brings them up, which is actually in the scriptures, extra canonical, not in the canonized Bible. It's called it's either the Gospel of Pilate and then renamed to the Acts of Nicodemus. I could be wrong, but if you put the Gospel of Pilate or the Acts of Nicodemus into the monster search engine, the Google search engine, you will find it. And his account, Nicodemus's account, which was a Pharisee that accepted the Messiah at that time. So Jesus did go down. Yeshua went down into hell and retrieved all Adam and Noah and all his righteous ones out. Revelation happened. They've hidden it from us. Resurrection happened. They're all up, out, not in the flesh, in the spirit. The flesh returns to dust. Amen. And then his millennial reign. And now you're looking at this impossible architecture with this impossible energy sources, transportation, transport stations in cathedrals that are now still standing. Are remnants of the old world. Everybody likes to call it Tartaria, but it's not just It's just not in Tartaria. There's what they call star fortresses all over the entire globe. I'm going to say globe, world. I mean, you have them in Mexico. You have them in New York. You have.
So for people who don't know about this broadly, what you're speaking of is the idea that the world we're living in now and the technology we have, we're given the impression this is the best it's ever been, and this is the most developed we've ever had it. But the suggestion is that the ancient architecture that we see, that we're told that these are places where people worship, are actually some sort of energy extraction grid that takes energy out of the atmosphere. And then you also mentioned teleportation. Describe that for a moment.
Well, the domes at the top of these cathedrals, these temples, the domes. You know, you stand in the middle. If you just look at what they would call today artwork, but if you look at the geometry in the mosaic, I mean, first of all, it absolutely would be impossible to create today. Impossible. I mean, you could create a copy of it, maybe and lay a piece of linoleum with a print, but the way that they did it with presumably the tools, without laser technology, there's no way they could have cut precision stones that way. There's no way they could have matched all the different I'll say conduits. When you look up into a dome at the top of a cathedral, you could almost imagine, if you have any remnant of the bloodline of Seth, you could almost imagine being able to propel yourself, levitate yourself right through that. If we weren't so metallicized, we might be able to levitate. Who knows? I don't know. Some of us, maybe not all of us.
Now that's an interesting point. Okay, so levitation, a lot of these occult terms like Francis Mesmer, where we get mesmerized, animal magnetism, a lot of these terms that have to do with basically psychic phenomenon, the unexplained, the occult, a lot of that stuff was pretty much the sole province of the Freemasons and these other cults, and they're the ones who pretty much retain that information. And I think that, I think there's any advanced technology, obviously they're going to dole it out, monopolize the tech, and keep us in the relative darkness with regards to everything. And I think that's kind of where we are right now. I think the masses are in darkness. We are.
But you asked about the timeline in history. Well, just look at it. Look at it. Well, look what they uncover in archaeological digs. Look what they uncover. The amount. How did that stuff get buried in 1,000 years or even 3,000 years? Why? This country's been around for what, 1700, 1400? So we're already here 500 years. Why isn't anything buried? So they say cataclysmic event, but what was it? Well, it's in Daniel, and it's in the scriptures. It's in Revelation. That world was destroyed when the Messiah was done with his 1,000-year millennial reign. He didn't leave anything for these monsters. They destroyed it. It's wormwood. So that's all destroyed. Some people like to say it's floods that destroy civilizations. No, I'm sorry. And only because I align it with scripture. That's the only reason. So that I think this way. So I could be wrong, but it's a passion of mine. And that makes more sense to me, that 1,000 years ago, or whatever, and I have a reason to say 1,000, 2,000, and then now. Because the Messiah said, I will make you fishers of men. The Messiah said, I will be with you till the end of the world. Translated word is aeon, which is era. There is no argument in Christendom that the signs are in the stars. Astrology is a legitimate study, whether it's the stars the way we perceive them, the way we were taught in school, or whether or not there's some kind of a reflection, whatever they really are, luminaries in the water above, just dancing to resonance and, colors, RGB and sound. That would seem to me, because when you look at them through a telescope, they don't look like any of the CGI stuff. But just trying to stay focused here. If the Messiah knew, so the signs, I don't know where I was going with that, but bottom line, let
me add on this really quick here, because we're talking about history, and it just occurred to me. So last December 21st, 2020, we had the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. And
December 21st, the end of the age of Pisces.
Precisely. And they described this star as a star of Bethlehem because apparently that had occurred then. And I thought, wait a minute, if there's anything that you could associate with a reset, it's this star, because that would mark, of course, the year 0. And so we just had apparently a reset year going by the stars. So whatever people think about astrology or astrotheology, I mean, this is apparently the operating system or the clock they use for.
Okay, now you're an intelligent guy. You're using the monkey language that they've given us to describe it, and it sounds wonderful. It actually, to me, hearing you say that, if I were in the world and not wondering about anything, I could say, wow, that sounds about right, and it sounds safe and it's easy because, but it's a spell casting language, and what the model that you just put forth moves us away from the truth and will keep us enslaved. Not that you're going to get out anyway. There's not enough of us. There's no critical mass to bring this about, because it's over. The Messiah was with us till the end of the age of Pisces, fisher of men until the end of the age of Pisces. The Satans were imprisoned for 1,000 years after the millennial reign of Christ. Right now, Agenda 2021 was globalization. It's been achieved. I was wondering late last year how they were going to pull this off. I didn't even see it coming. I knew, they threw us off the trail with the FEMA camps and all the end time stuff, asteroids, whatever, like you said. They threw us off. But and then once it became evident that by the end of the new year they were going to have to achieve globalization, because they had a plan since the 90s, right? Agenda 21, full globalization. It's enacted. But Agenda 2030, now that's pure Baphomet. That's no gender. That's brotherly love, equality. That's the age of Aquarius. Just got to listen. And again, you say, I haven't spoken to a scholar. I just have to listen to the song by the Fifth Dimension, Aquarius, and I hear it right there. Sympathy and understanding, blah blah blah, all that stuff that they talk about. This wonderful, wonderful system of humanity that's going to occur during the age of Aquarius. But what is the age of Aquarius? It's beauty. It's the beauty of the evil wrapped up in a pretty package with a nice bow. It's the age of Aquarius. Is total opposite, no gender, no, and consciousness uploaded into either alternate realities or synthetic beings, eternal life without having to rely on this flesh suit, which was corrupted because of the fall. So the Lord God is out of this. It's done. December 21st, deadline. No more. Heaven's empty. No more souls. 21 grams of perfection. I just don't believe anybody's being born with a soul. I know that's horrible. It upsets people, especially pregnant women right now. Pregnant Christian women would throw rocks at me.
Right.
Like,
You're
that's
saying
what I believe.
Okay, this is really intriguing. About the language being a spell casting language. It's pretty evident to me. I've studied the language of the occultists, Western occultism, and its basis, which is the Kabbalah, and the permutations of characters into numbers. You can do this with runes, but basically our language is by all definitions what you would call a magical language. Your letters are actually runes, and supposedly, according to magical theory, they're conduits for energy, and when consciousness focuses on them, they do something. So we're living in a world of spellbound people, and that's very clear to me. And so this is what I was going to ask you. So is this new age, in your opinion, an age of enlightenment or an age of endarkenment, which has been my thought?
It's an age of enlightenment, but it's enlightenment that is the copy, the remnant, whatever's left from the bloodline that from, I don't know, DNA blood. Again, I'm not a smart guy, but the whatever's left from the line of Seth is why there's people, in my opinion, like us. I hope you don't mind me pulling you into what could be perceived as saying, hey, you're a Christian like me. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're awake. It's a very small group. We're considered like we're out of I'm wearing my uniform right now so that I could embody the persona of a leader of a cult of people who are the remnant of the Lord God's creation in the system. Now, I might have, you said this too, I might have a very small part of me that my DNA, I mean, God, you lick an envelope, well, I won't say lick an envelope, but, DNA, I have to ask, I asked two separate times. I was able to speak to a professor of some kind in the field of biology if DNA from a kiss is digested, or if it's absorbed, or do we retain that DNA for life? Because obviously, when a crime is committed, they look for your DNA evidence at the crime scene. So if I kiss somebody, did I get their DNA? Is it in me forever? And I got two conflicting answers, but one said absolutely, it never leaves you. So that may be, if that's true, and that's why I feel comfortable saying this, that if there's a remnant in some of us from the original bloodline of humanity that wasn't completely copied into this flesh suit that poops and pees and fornicates in Genesis 5, and is what we're living in now. And the bloodline, the consciousness of Cain are the ones that are from the fallen ones who are not going to be allowed. Those souls aren't going back to heaven, and they know it. So they've created this entire occult community, secret community, keeping the knowledge. They endured the millennial reign of Christ. Now they've endured the prison sentence of their leader, who's going to be released after 1,000 years. So what's 1,000 years? That's why I said it's simple. Christ was at 33, and so year one starts at 33. You got 1,000 years, right? Millennial reign after 3 years. Say he comes back, millennial reign. That starts. That ends with the mud flood, wormwood, whatever you want to call it, total destruction of any of this advanced technology, beauty, buildings that could have only been built with the ability to levitate rocks, laser, who knows? God, it must have been fascinating to be part of that and be a human. But then destroyed, now we're left on our own. That's when the true Stone Age began, Tim. That's when the true Stone Age began. So they've been trying to build this up. And a good way to just try to wrap yourself around what I'm saying is just go to the Empire State Building in New York, which was built in the 1800s, I believe, right? Which is in itself almost impossible to have been constructed when they say it was. But go look at the placard in the foyer, in the hall when you walk in. Just look at the placard and look how the top of the Empire State Building is transmitting ethereal, well, whatever, Tesla technology in the form of electricity, lightning bolts, to the tri-state region. And then look at San Francisco before it was supposedly destroyed by the earthquake in the 1900s. There's still a building there. I don't remember what it was, but these were the powerhouses. And so the Stone Age begins 1,000 years ago. Lost Satan's in prison, and these people have been trying to recover it, and all they can build is these buildings that rot, the metal rusts, everything's made of wood, nothing lasts. I mean, just drive up and down, downtown right now, and they're trying to move us into urban centers. And once the slave class is not necessary, and the Georgia Guidestones predictions are come to pass, and Gates gets his way, and depopulation, and we're left with just the elites. They'll, the same people, like you said, George Bush played Charles Manson. You've seen Mother Teresa is Fauci's mom, whatever, all this stuff. Those people want to get their because cloning failed, Tim. Cloning failed because they couldn't get their memory to go into these flesh suits, and and modern medicine failed because they can't get these flesh suits to not die. So they have no choice if they want to upload that elite consciousness, the seed of the fallen ones, right? If they want to upload that supernatural 21 grams into something eternal because they've lost their right to eternity, because they took what wasn't theirs. It's as simple as that.
Okay, this is really intriguing because I mentioned Elon Musk and Richard Branson, heavily involved in Hyperloop, which is basically underground, very, very rapid travel. But the idea that deep space could just be a way of referencing underground, like that's really where the focus is. And I was thinking back to Elon Musk's first wife, Justine Musk. Back when I used to sell books on Amazon, I came across some of her books. And I read one of them, and it was something like Blood Angel or something. And the book was about underground cities where clones were being created to house the spirits of fallen angels. Real dark stuff. And I thought,
Denver Airport, Seattle. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea that you have these disembodied souls of these angels that are just looking to be housed somewhere. And that's why I think it's fascinating that Elon Musk is involved with both the underground and also he's always talking about artificial intelligence emerging as though it's ominous. Like, does he know something? Are they going to embody these angels, these fallen entities in some kind of software? You know what I mean? Like a techno...
Well, they have to. They've already told us that in the media, in film and TV. They've already told us. They transmit their plans. So, I mean, simple as that. They've already told us how many different ways they can do it. It's just which one are they going to perfect that will actually work for them, because the joys of the flesh, they're still trying to get that, but I don't know. I think the only way that they'll achieve that is by the alternate reality, to have the joys of the flesh, because this is a joyful existence with perfection. A fleshly existence should be one of the most amazing things a soul could imagine. I mean, it's one thing to dance with the stars and to be part of the essence of the Creator God. That's probably beyond what we could imagine. It is beyond what we could imagine. But to want to come here and enjoy the flesh, the prodigal son, come and spend his father's inheritance. So here we are, our 21 grams, and I use 21 grams because of that experiment that they debunked, but never tried to perform again with modern technology. How much does a soul weigh when a body dies? At the time, how much weight leaves? It's 21 grams, and or 20 point something. 21 grams leaves. It's gone, and that to me either goes back to the Creator as a glorious light, being part of the glorious essence, the light of the Lord God, or it goes into the fake sun, which could be hell, the one created by the fallen ones. And now by these people, these artificial sun technologies, all this kind of, it's endless. But getting back to Elon Musk going down, let me tell you this: what if they were breaking a hole in the dome with the nuclear? Because I was in the Cold War. I'm a Cold War vet. I was 19 years old. I signed for nukes, and they put them on my jet, and we waited for Russia to bomb, start sending bombs our way, and we were going to send bombs that way. There hasn't been a nuclear blast except on Hiroshima and Nagasaki ever since it ever happened. And the fear, like we talked about, is instilled in us that now it's something a terrorist can get. It's in all the movies, it's in all the news, it's in all the the shtick that these occultists feed us. So we're all waiting for this nuclear bomb. But yeah, we all saw that SpaceX rocket in California skip off the firmament. I think he missed the hole. Now I'm going to blow your mind, and that's probably very hard to do, Tim. And I don't know if you saw this video, but we did a little research. So we have every nation has a space agency. So let's just say this is Eden or was Eden, and let's just say global warming is really the opposite, because everything they tell you is one thing is another, right? It's the exact opposite. So if they say this crater is warming up, if we are in a crater, and go to God Gave Lampsey's videos and just watch those, just watch the 3 about that. That's all you have to do. And then you'll understand what he says and how he ties it to Epcot and Walt Disney World and Jerusalem and Mecca, rather, and the cube stuff and Saturn and all. And we find the planets in other craters. We can find the planets in other craters looking at the reflection of the greater Earth in the moon. You can see he found them, not me. He did, but he shows us, and it's 20,000 subscribers or whatever, 30,000 subscribers, or maybe 200,000 views. That's it. Not critical mass. but a secret worth keeping if you know it. So if you're an actor, if you're Kobe Bryant and it's time to die for the cause, and they're going to bring you to Space Station Zero, and it's outside the crater, China went to their crater. Look at the landing zones with these space agencies that are trying to get to the moon. Israel tried to get to the moon. Well, here, let me wrap it up in a little bundle for you. There's 8 space agencies. There's not 8 space agencies. Every country has a space agency, but only 8 of them have recoverable vehicles. Recoverable vehicles. This is on Wikipedia. So meaning like a space shuttle. So how many supplies does a space station need that's smaller than a football field? You could take the ISS and fit it in a football field. But they have, if you look in Wikipedia, supply missions to the space station, you will see thousands of missions, and that's just the United States, just NASA. And we know where NASA came from. Let's not go into, the Nazi thing, who are really hiding out in Antarctica underground.
Wait,
right?
so are you suggesting that they have been using the space program as a cover for exfiltrating people and supplies to areas outside of our crater?
Absolutely, 1,000%. And there's, they've blown holes. Hillary said it. We've broken the glass ceiling, right? Tongue in cheek, ha ha ha.
Oh, that's funny that you bring
laughing.
that up, because just the other day they unveiled this big portrait of Kamala Harris, and it's made out of glass, where the artist had a big sheet of glass and he broke it by tapping it with a ball peen hammer, and he tapped out her entire face into the glass.
Well, there you go. It brings me peace beyond understanding to be privileged to know this stuff, Tim. It really does. It is an honor, but there is no popularity in it. And I'm not saying because I have no friends and family other than my lovely wife Christine right now, and people that think like me, which were very few, a very small core group. But I'm not humbled by that and saying it's not growing. It's just they're done. The age of Pisces is over. It's age of Aquarius. Beast system by 2030. Satan comes out of his prison. He takes over this planet. Hopefully, his followers have accomplished their mission, which is a way for Azazel and the fallen ones to get their consciousness into a flesh suit that's eternal, either a projection, an alternate reality, a virtual reality. I think they're abandoning the transhuman, but they're using that to entice the lesser servants, the actors, the actresses, the politicians, Kamala. They think they're going into this eternal life if they're part of the satanic cults meetings, the charities. They all talk about the stuff behind closed doors. They know. They give the signs. That 666 is a crater, bro. That 66 is a crater. They know we're in a crater. They know we're getting out of the crater. They're hiding one eye. One eye is not the eye of Ra. One eye isn't what they tell us, because whatever they tell us, it's not. This crater is freezing over. It's not warming up. It is freezing over. That ice wall, if you look at God Give Lampsey's videos, you will see how that ice has been forming. The only way out is follow the Yellow Brick Road, which is actually the tip of Peru. If you take the water away between the tip of Peru and the beginning of whatever that landmass is that they use to give you a charter fishing trip to Antarctica, it's the Yellow Brick Road. So you come down into the east or west, and then you follow around in a swirl, and then you get out of the crater through the Pillars of Hercules, which is the exit. You can get out of the crater there. It's clearly evident in the reflection on what we call the moon. It's clearly evident.
Okay,
and
you were answering a question for me, because I was going to ask you, based on what we can observe above, is there an exit plan? What I used to call this globe exit, back when they were tossing around the phrase Brexit, and I was just thinking, well, so this would give you some indication of where the exit would be.
Yeah, they have to tunnel under the ice. Yeah.
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
And my second question I was going to ask that you sort of answered was, if this is the case, then it's going to be telegraphed. And how are the elite, how are they telegraphing that they know that we're in some kind of an enclosed region? And you mentioned there's some alternate interpretations for some of these commonly seen hand signs.
Yeah, they let you know. You don't think how obvious is it that every single and only recent. I mean, it's a little more subtle. But if you go back to the 60s, there's a movie out there, I didn't even know about it, with Ringo Starr and Peter Sellers. And it's from the 60s. I don't even remember what it called. I think it had the Jesus in the title. And it's such a dark comedy. But everything that a guy like, all these guys that think they came up with this stuff on their own in the last 5 years, and then Jesus is going to come. All these false, what they call false prophets. They think that they saw Katy Perry throw up a 666 sign, or Madonna wore an X on her chest, or whatever they take and they run with it. They're laughing. You want to see them laugh? Be in the room when they watch a Grammy celebration and all the black and Freemason symbology and all the things they do, and he even say it. Just Gervais at the Grammys, and Ricky Gervais, whatever his name is, at the Grammys, calling everybody out. The presidential, what is it? The dinners.
He roasted them. He roasted them pretty hard. He called them out for what they are, and everybody laughed kind of awkwardly. And I noticed
of course they laughed.
Tom Hanks shifting in his seat because he got called out for being a pedophile.
Yeah. Well, they're uncomfortable with it, but you know why they're uncomfortable, Tim? Because deep down inside they know that they're in the flesh. They know they're reliant on the promise of the fallen ones, that they are going to be included in this everlasting life. And you try to tell them if you could even get an audience with one of them. But, the big hope is that, you sold your soul. Are you going to get everlasting life like the fallen ones? Are you? I don't know. I don't think so. And that's why they might be uncomfortable, to me, personally.
Okay, now there's a commenter here. Sun Rabbit says, the lockdowns are a pretext for all of this. They've closed off Australia and New Zealand for the next 2 years. They don't want anybody down there. So this is something else I find interesting too, because there's, whether they're right or wrong or mostly right or headed in the right direction, there's 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of potential capital and resources and a lot of minds. So it just seems like it's perfectly timed that now they have a pretext to lock everything down right when people might get the idea that there's more to this place and they might start wondering.
Well, I can't disagree with that. But remember, it's very simple. We're the ones that confuse it. And that's by design. It's very simple. They want eternal life, and they're going to get it, no matter what they have to do. Now, you might speak to the new, I don't know, like a pastor. I'll say, I don't even know if there's like a Rick Warren or a very popular religious leader, let's say, of Christendom, or even the Pope. And they'll be, but we're waiting for the second coming and Revelation, and we hope to be plucked out of here, all the true believers in Christ, and we want to get plucked out of here. That's the Christian deception. Now, the satanic deception is, okay, we're not Christians, we're not going, why would there even be? Why wouldn't everybody want to just follow the Pope and follow the Lord God out as if they could? Why wouldn't they? It's obviously not any different. If you just go a little outside the canonized Bible, you'll see that anything, aside from altering this body, like with phalloplasty or hormone treatment, and DNA and these RNA vaccines or whatever. Other than that, there really isn't much of a difference between the true belief of a Messianic Christian and Aleister Crowley.
Okay, great.
Our Messiah
point.
died for us. Let me say this. Our Messiah, the Christ, came here, the Lord God came here and lived the perfect life and died for us, because we can't do that. We will do as thou wilt. Even if, I don't care if you're a Pentecostal Christian that speaks in tongues, you're going to have more, you're going to have a second bagel at the breakfast. you're gonna fall short of how it was designed. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One thing for sure though, and anybody observing the mass media and the deceptions and how the masses go along with it, it seems like the mass media has replaced the Bible. It's like the Bible of the Church of the New World Order. And this is what they use to synchronize everybody. And they're definitely trying to marginalize and censor anybody who strays from their world view. And you can't stray much more than saying that the world isn't a spinning ball in space. And so you've transgressed, we have on this channel. It's been a very interesting starting point for this conversation. I was glad to be able to have somebody a little more versed in it explain it, because like I said, this concept has been brought up to me several times. So I just want to go ahead and direct people, if they want to find you and follow you, I want to direct them to darkmatter.radio. I put up a post there where I have your Streamlabs, your Twitter, your Instagram, your Facebook. And why don't you tell people about your live streams? Oh, sure. And your live streams, if people want to catch you live and listen to what you have to say, Crater Earth USA, correct?
Yes, that's the YouTube channel. That's I do live streams 2 or 3 times a week, either there or on the sister channel, which is COTLG, which is what used to be Cult of the Living God. But I focus only on Crater Earth and Crater topics, and we venture into like astrotheology and all that kind of stuff, because we got a subscriber and a true friend of the channel. We call him Lieutenant Kramer. He's our expert on astrotheology, and he brings a lot to the channel. But COTLG is where I might talk about a lot. I mean, my goodness, we talked about a lot more than just the Crater Earth, didn't we, Tim?
Absolutely, which is why I think a lot of the people listening here, they're familiar with a lot of these topics. Astrotheology is a personal favorite topic of mine, and I like to hear other people's points of view on it. So sounds very interesting. I think this has been, like I said, a great starting point, but there's obviously a whole lot more we could talk about. So I want to make sure that people can follow up with you, and maybe next time I have you on, we'll have many more people here with questions, etc. So thanks again for joining. And again, anything else, any closing statements for anybody here in the audience, if they want to find you?
I'd like to acknowledge, that. Well, first, let me just acknowledge any of our subs that showed up. I wasn't able to follow, and just thank you. I did see some of you in there, and it's wonderful. It really feels great. I'm humbled by this experience. But as far as what I want to again just congratulate you, because I don't know how old you are, but I think you're young, meaning younger than me. But we need people like you, and the way that you presented, I appreciate that very much. I was surprised and encouraged by your channel, and I wish you great success. Last thing, and then I will shut up, I promise. There's 8 countries with recoverable technology, rocket technology. There are tunnels outside of the crater. Yes, they can only go so far with the tunnels. Think about it. If they get outside of this crater with a space shuttle, look at go to God Give Lampsey. The links are all over my channel. There's playlists there for you. Look at it. Look at the connection to Walt Disney World. Look at the connection to World War II Germany, so they don't trigger the Google AI police, and connect what we see outside of our crater in that reflection on the moon to what was built in Epcot. The model, it's almost like a new mall being built, and you go into the architect's office, and he's got a little model built of what the mall is going to look like, and it's an exact replica. That's Walt Disney World. That's Disney World in Florida, and it's outside the crater. It is fascinating. You won't be disappointed, I promise you. And then come to our channel, hang out here. I would love to be back, and maybe then we can be more specific about some of these topics, like the Hyperloop and all the ways that they get in and out of this crater, and why. I would love to talk to you about the why. And it's a secret worth keeping. Think about it. If this is true, now we know why they're letting us see all their secrets, because this is the biggest secret there could ever possibly be. And it's a secret well worth keeping. Well worth keeping. Thank you, Tim.
Absolutely. And how do people address you? Earlier you had a rank, somebody asked.
All right. I am Lou Fiore. That is my real name. I live in Long Island, New York. I am the commander of the Northeast region of the Cult of the Living God and Crater Earth USA. That is me. You can address me as Commander Lou.
All right, Commander Lou. Hey, this
Look,
has been.
I'm lighting it up. I'm lighting it up, Tim. Come have fun.
Yeah, this is absolutely. This is the type of conversations we like to have. Very much open to continuing this in the future because there's a lot more info. And this idea of deep space being deep underground, this is something that I've arrived at on my own in the last couple of years. I've been following this line of thinking, and I really think you're onto it. This is probably the deepest secret for sure.
Shambhala, baby. Let's try to find it together.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll talk soon. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Tim.
This is Lou Fiore with Crater Earth USA, and we'll do a follow-up in maybe a week or so. And just to make it easy for everybody, because this is going on Dark Matter After Midnight on the Dark Matter Digital Network, which carries everything I do. It's going to be over there. So if you go to darkmatter.radio, I set up a page, which I do for every guest. And on his guest page, on this post, it has links to everything. And it looks like you can support him. One of the links here to merchandise with the blog post will take you there, number with their logo, the title, and of course links to all of their YouTube channels that are related to this topic. Fascinating, interesting material. We've been talking for years about this idea that the world is not what they say, likely bigger than what they've told us. So I hope everyone had fun. You can catch this on a replay. Please subscribe and have a great day. And if you're here later on, we'll probably be doing some open phones. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Mudflood.
Tricks, trolls, and agents set their traps to lure in the light mind into the dumbest theories meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard-rating its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be its skirt, not selling freedom for things secured. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirst for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
Okay, thank you for joining us tonight. intro here is Black Sheep by PGA. We're going to be joined shortly by the Fakeologist from fakeologist.com. Fakeologist, who will explain what that means, what he's about, what his website is about, has recently joined the Dark Matter Digital Network. So if you were here with us this morning, we had the Apostasy Show with John LeBon, and now this evening we're joined by the Fakeologist, who has the Fakeologist Show. The link is on the site, darkmatter.radio. Fakeologist, exposing media fakery one psyop at a time. And so if you go to the Dark Matter site, it's in the menu there. And what I'm doing here with Dark Matter After Midnight is I'm introducing all of the hosts, and the various authors who've been routinely interviewed on this program are also going to start selling their books through this site. So for those of you who liked some of the authors we've had, recently we had John Stedman, Micah Dank. Micah Dank's going to be back next month, by the way, on 3/11. I'm going to start acquiring signed copies of books for your convenience. We're going to stock them here at the Dark Matter shop. So you can go through Amazon, but you can also get signed copies. And that's going to be, well, pretty much starting now. So I'll be putting a show calendar at darkmatter.radio so you know who is live when. So again, right now, if you just go to the site, darkmatter.radio, it's another place to listen. You can click on the Fakeologist show. Now, if you want to join us in chat, you can go to any one of the video links there. We're keeping the chat open for a Q&A session, so if anybody has any questions for Fakeologist throughout, you can ask and we will be addressing those. And here are some of the topics I want to cover tonight. Sky debris. Sky debris. All these plane parts falling, and many people noted how similar it looked to something out of that movie Donnie Darko, which I'm pretty sure is not unintentional if it is what we say it is, if what we're suggesting, that this thing is somehow not necessarily what it seems to be. In other words, a psyop, which, as far as I'm concerned, it's fake until proven real. The media no longer has an authority on truth. There's too much competition, too much noise. The first casualty of war is always the truth, and we're dealing with full-time psy-war from all sides. So the question becomes, well, who do you trust? How do you know who to trust? How much can you trust them? So many problems when it comes to who to listen to. Half the country is considered to be insanely radicalized by conspiracy theories. Well, what's the definition of a conspiracy theory? Well, anything that side A doesn't like, that side B does, will be considered a conspiracy theory. It's a term that really means nothing now. It's a symptom of what I'm calling infophobia. I believe that we're dealing with panicdemics more than anything. The fear of information, as though information itself is killing people. And wrong information is even more deadly. So if somebody tells you that the earth is flat, even though establishment science says it's not, you might actually drive off the edge. Therefore, you can't be allowed to confront that particular information. But there gets to be a point with conspiracy theory where it's conflated with hate, but I think it's more like fiction. I think it's more about mythology. In fact, much of what you see about UFOs, abduction stories, bizarre sightings, aliens from Venus coming to the Earth to steal our water, a lot of this mythology was actually invented by the Air Force to discredit people who live close to Air Force bases and notice things that they shouldn't notice and talk about them. There's a very good documentary on this subject called Mirage Men. Mirage Men is about a conspiracy theorist who lives near an Air Force base, which happens to be a few blocks from where I am. And he was seeing, I don't know, stealth bombers. He was seeing something. And because of his online postings, the Air Force Base sent some people to his house pretending to be conspiracy theorists. pretending to be special agents with information for him, and they led him on to make him think that there was a hidden alien base somewhere in the mountains of New Mexico and that Venetians were coming to invade. He set up UFO conferences, and other people would come in and claim they had their own abduction stories. And so you had this cult, basically, a cult of witnesses, people who've had divine interventions, angelic sightings for the most part, but they're aliens. And this cult that formed around it started with lies from the Air Force. The liars who infiltrated the lives of the conspiracy theorists were called the Mirage Men. It's the name of the documentary. I highly recommend it. I happen to believe that much of the internet is awash with Mirage Men, selling all kinds of lies, myths, and stories. You could generalize and say the mainstream media pundits are Mirage Men and women. I'm going to see who is here in the chat. I see Jay Roberts, Osher, IFEP, Mary Smith. So if you have any questions for the fakeologist, we'll be getting into that. Another thing we're going to talk about is this, and you can't not talk about it, the QAnon PSYOP and where it's headed. And why is it that some National Guard are going on alert for 3-4? Is that over? Then I want to talk about Mars. I'm watching the Mars landing, and I'm seeing people who are highly respected as critics, as conspiracy debunkers. Case in point, Metabunk. Metabunk is the site you go to. I guess it's Metabunk, and the other one would be Snopes. But between the two, you pretty much can debunk any conspiracy theory. At least that's what you're supposed to think. And so these are the go-to individuals for when you want to find out if you're looking at something that, again, is debunkable. Can they debunk it? And so I'm looking at Metabunk's Twitter feed, and they are simply impressed. They're just beside themselves. They're ecstatic about the Mars landing. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this is just me being objective. It looks like a computer-generated cartoon. It just does. And I would be lying if I said it doesn't look like a cartoon to me. And I would think that you would be too. So again, it looks fake. And not only does it look fake, but it's eminently fakeable, and we all have to admit it. So the burden of proof is obviously on us to say it's not real, because the status quo is that whatever NASA shows us is real, even if it's live streaming from Mars. Does anybody even find that believable? So my question was, am I a conspiracy theorist because it looks fake to me? Am I a conspiracy theorist because it just doesn't look real? Are my eyes conspiring against my mind? Like, could I be convicted of a hate crime for not believing something or for saying something's fake when it just appears to be fake? Who decides standards of evidence? Who decides what is real, what is fake, what is fakeable, and what isn't? Well, apparently the arbiters of reality are, of course, the MSM. Now, again, the Mars landing, all we really see is just video. So then it becomes a question of, well, is that a source of authority? And if it is, let's just admit it. Let's just admit it once and for all, that the Bible is no longer a source of authority, but the television screen is. If that's the standard that we're living by, because I'm just suggesting it's logically fallacious at this point to accept video. I mean, there's a reason why eyewitness testimony is so suspect. 75% of people who are wrongly convicted and later exonerated by DNA evidence are people who have been wrongly convicted by eyewitness testimony, faulty eyewitness testimony. So we know how unreliable perception is. So there's something of a blind spot that's calculated for. It's built into our legal system. So we know how that works. We know how the interrogator has an influence on the interrogatee. And I'm suggesting here that the fact that the space agencies are the only ones who can provide us information because they're the only ones with access, it's given them something of a bit of power. Much like the priesthood has power so long as they're the only ones with the ability to interpret the book. And I'm suggesting that if they're unimpeachable, then they are an arbiter over our very reality. What they say goes. And I refuse to accept that. I refuse to accept that some, for all intents and purposes, a secret society, a small faction in the military, that they're the only ones who can represent this, and then we cannot question what they present us when what we see is often questionable. You know, a few years ago, I think it was in 2009, Rush Limbaugh said that the water on Mars was, he didn't say a hoax, but well, pretty much. He said it was a Democrat hoax. Like, he knew that the water on Mars was just to allow the environmentalists to throw a bunch of money in this direction. So you can see there are obviously incentives for scientists to go along with certain things, just like there is for journalists. But I just find it to be, again, I think what it comes down to is this arguments from authority where scientists have assumed the mantle of priesthood, but the astronauts are more of an elevated priesthood. Like they're up there on a hill, way higher than the Vatican. And what they say, what they proclaim just is. And I'm just looking at the special effects and I'm so underwhelmed. I'm like, well, how can I even fake it? And I've been trying to suspend disbelief. Like, let's say I had never really questioned this stuff before. And I guess it's because where I'm coming from is more than 10 years of experience in photo editing, video editing, 3D animation. So I just think that visually the stuff doesn't trick me. Kind of like when you look at old movies, they're kind of funny looking. Like the special effects, that is. Like, you understand it's what they had at the time. And at the time, it was probably very satisfying to the audiences. But by today's standards, it's laughable. Well, I find much of what we see with the mass mind control propaganda to be laughable by today's standards. And what we're expected to take as seriously today will be laughable by tomorrow's standards, because it's laughable right now. But the status quo doesn't know it. They think it's real, serious. Overthought in the comment says, the Leonardo DiCaprio movie Inception is about the normie's cognitive dissonance and then not being able to distinguish dreams from reality. Now that's kind of a side topic here. We got into it with the sky debris. When we started talking about the falling plane parts and what this could mean, why would you have something like this, a hoax on this scale, perpetrated? What would be the purpose? Well, we were looking at this. When you look at the media, when we look at it from a outside perspective, you're analyzing this media as a world stage. You can't separate the entertainment from the news. So when you have a very popular movie with some very powerful symbolism and imagery, like Donnie Darko, that movie is about a plane, well, parts of a plane falling on a house. So you can't really separate the two when you're analyzing these things. Like, well, we have these pop cultural references built into a major news story. And sure enough, like in the movie, the number 13, you have all the usual symbols. The scary psychopomp, the bunny with the skull face. But dreams, okay, keyword here, dreams. Somebody brought up dissonant, the movie Inception, and the public being led into a dream state, more or less, a simulation, because they're so awash with propaganda, their reality's filtered through fallacious computer models. Well, anyway, the Donnie Darko movie is about a dreamer, a sleepwalker. He's literally a sleepwalker, and he ceases to distinguish between the two. It's a movie like sort of like Alice in Wonderland. You know, Wonderland is the dream world. Well, anyway, the plane parts that fell in, was it Broomfield, Colorado, fell on a house at Elm Street? I believe it was Elm Road, and it was on the 1300th block. So you have the 13 and the Elm. Of course, Elm Street, heavily associated with what? Dreams. Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street. Elm Street also is associated with the Kennedy assassination. which has some interesting implications here as well. We kind of discussed this yesterday, but the other side to it, of course, Donnie Darko had this character. Wasn't quite Freddy, it was Frankie. Kind of similar, though. Again, we're talking about this otherworldly figure who exists on the other side. Sort of a, like I said, a psychopomp, a guide. By the way, Leonardo DiCaprio's on another movie that relates to this even more, and it's coming out in April. It's called Don't Look Up. And this movie is about space debris or asteroids. So you see, I'm like, wait, this is all very convenient. So Don't Look Up is a disaster comedy. So it won't be as bad as the Titanic, but I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. Jennifer Lawrence, Leonardo DiCaprio. It's an interesting thing that the same guy who played in a movie where a big chunk of ice wrecks the ship is now in a movie about falling objects, because asteroids are the new icebergs. Now, there's another TV show on NBC coming out soon called Debris, about space wars. So there's some kind of fight in space. The alien craft is blown up, and the pieces rain down. And every single piece has to be contact traced. And you'll notice, if you already haven't, that much of the alien fiction makes use of contact tracing. Contact tracing those who came in contact with the aliens. So yes, Don't Look Up, Debris, movies about stuff falling, and now airplanes falling from the sky, parts falling from the sky. You see a pattern? And I'm just suggesting that the media is part of the news, which is all part of the worldview shaping mechanism that we call the media, that's actually just the state church as far as its function goes. Before they advised us to start double masking, I was suggesting that maybe they're going to have us put helmets on because of space junk, space debris. All it's going to take is one little thing. Your DirecTV satellite gets nudged out of orbit, runs into an orbiting router, and the resultant dust just rains down. So now we have threat levels. Space junk threat level 1, 2, 3. It's the new ubiquitous terrorist threat. Worse than 9/11, worse than COVID. It's kind of a combination. Donnie of the Dead says Michigan's now reporting COVID-19 clusters. Clusters makes me think of cluster bombs. Yeah, that's kind of very reminiscent of the war on terror. And they have approached this like a new war, which it is. It's World War III. But if you ask me, World War III is a war of the oligarchs against the individual. Okay, so the next topic I wanted to cover, and we're going to go through these most likely in this order. I want to get his take on vaxophobia. I'm of the opinion that vaxophobia might just be another form of weaponized superstition, just as bad as coronaphobia. I think what we're looking at is a fearocracy. That's how the world is run. I mean, there's twin pillars of human motivation. If they can tempt you or train you to want something, but then there's also the fear thing. And it seems like the people who are afraid of the virus love the vaccine. They want multiples. Can't get enough. They line up for the needle. And the people who don't fear the virus, who call the virus phobes brainwashed, are terrified of the needles. They're terrified of vaccines. I'm like, is there no middle ground between being scared of the invisible virus or scared of whatever's in the vaccine? Is there an opt-out, or do we have to choose a fear? If so, it's like, well, you're better off just going mainstream. Just fear the virus and fear the climate change. It's less scary, if you think about it, than weather weapons, chemtrails, injectable nanobots, mark of the beast. The mainstream fears are less terrifying, and that's by design. Because what they've done is they have given the alternative fears such a spin that you'd have to be willing to have a darker view. It's actually scary. That's why I call it a guardrail. And if you want to go that route, yeah, it's dark. It gets pretty bad if you dig into these conspiracies. And I think that's meant to scare most people back to the mainstream. And those of us who go all the way and inspect it find that, yeah, it's pretty much just a guardrail to keep you mainstream so you don't get off the road altogether and actually pay attention. Jenna says NPR was pushing herd immunity simulation. Right. It's so contradictory worldwide. And the major riots overseas, these are lockdown protests. They're not being reported on here in America. You wouldn't know. But I hear so many conflicting things. In my opinion, the gig's up. They got what they wanted. I think COVID, whatever you want to call it, they could come up with a mutation, 23, 33. I think it's already over. I think they got what they wanted. They got their shakedown and they hit the reset button. And they brainwashed society. And all of the security measures are going to stick for 20 years or 19 years. Even if they get rid of the quote virus, you're still going to deal with the plexiglass and all of these various levels of control. It was always about control and regulation. So many of the things that we talked about last March, right when they declared pandemic, have come true. And we may revisit that. I'm not really one to say I told you so, because I don't think that's useful. It's just so obvious. But I bring it up because if we can show that there's a plan and it follows a cycle, it follows a template, well, then it takes away the uncertainty. At least you know there's a program here. Dark winter, by the way. We're living in the dark winter based on a bioterror exercise conducted right before the September 11th attacks. Overthought says, immediately when the vax came out, there was a story of a nurse who was killed with the vax. Exactly. As soon as the vax came out, you saw all these, and Hank Aaron and other celebrities, and people were just running with the information. Oh, the vaxes are killing people. And I'm saying, show me the bodies. You're so hesitant to believe that COVID killed anybody on account of empty hospitals, empty everything. Why are you so quick to believe that the vaccines can kill people? Moreover, if Big Brother, if the oligarchs don't have any weapons of mass destruction to simulate or actually to create a pandemic, if they can't weaponize a so-called virus, if they have to fake it on the news, then what makes you think they can weaponize anything on that scale? Like, I'm not really a believer in any of the doomsday scenarios. Not a single one. Global warming, chemtrail, Armageddon, space junk, plagues, pandemics, or even the vaxdemic, or what is it, the vaxtermination, where they're going to put us down to the levels of the Georgia Guidestones. I just find it very difficult to believe. How many years have you heard? I mean, these stories aren't new, by the way. And this is something else that gives you perspective. You should look at what the quote conspiracy theorists were saying back when Obama was president. They said if they get Obamacare in place, conservatives will be snatched out of their homes and vaccinated with nanobots in the hospitals. I'm like, wait, are they just recycling these fears? I think so. Donnie the Dead says COVID-19 may be over. The White House had votives out for the 500,000. Yeah, I was watching that satanic ritual tonight. Before this, I saw supposedly Joe Biden with Jill Biden. They're all in black with the black masks. There's candles everywhere in front of the or behind the White House. I mean, who else was this for? What's the date? It's 2/22. I'm wondering if there's some kind of significance to them. Nearly everything does. I was listening to my replays for a few minutes earlier when I was in here, and I was like, wait, right before, like 3 days before Starship fell and crashed and burned, we had called it here on this channel. We said it's the week of Imbolc. There's going to be a burning pillar in the sky, some kind of flaming, we thought maybe the space station would fall, but instead it was the Starship crashing and burning, right on schedule. So anyway, these are all rituals. I don't know if it's satanic. I use that term very loosely. Very loosely. Let's use this. Really quick here. I'm going to bring Fakeologist on here in just a moment. I'm just going to go into Discord instead of Skype. I think it'll be a lot easier. I'm going to start a voice call with him. We'll bring him in. We've covered already most of the topics, and then I'll just reiterate these with him as we go through these. And briefly, before we go on, darkmatter.radio has all the pertinent links, the links to the hosts. If you want to support them, follow them, subscribe to their mailing lists, and check out their websites. So the various podcast partners are all listed. So darkmatter.radio, you can find the link to fakeologist.com. You can find the link to, okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and add him. His Patreon account and his Subscribe Star. But I'll let him explain what the best way is to get a hold of him, his work, and follow along with where he's going. So for those of you who are new to the Fakeologist, I'm going to bring him on right now. And again, fakeologist.com is in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and walk you through the site really quick. This is one of the first, I would call them proto-auto hoaxing sites. One of the first sites to really just start calling everything out, deconstructing everything, calling things fake. And fake is one of these words, I'm surprised. Well, actually, it is already screened. I think the word fake, the word hoax, these are words that the media is very careful about. You notice that if you call something a hoax, what do they call you? They call you a hoaxer. The definition of a hoaxer is someone who perpetrates a hoax. So when somebody is caught committing a hoax, they call the accuser a hoaxer. What do you call that? It's projection. Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay? Okay, so hey, we are live right now, darkmatter.radio, Infinite Plane Radio. And let me go ahead and get a sound check from you. Go ahead and say hello.
Hello, Tim Osmond.
All right.
How am I sounding?
Looks like loud and clear. So we have people in the chat. So I said as we go through here, they can ask you questions, etc.
Sure. What chat are we looking at? So I can see.
The chat that I'm looking at is over at, well, there's so many of them. Which one should I direct you to? I would just direct you to infiniteplanesociety.com right now, or darkmatter.radio, and then just click the first video link. I'll just drop one for you. I'll give you the link direct. Make it easy for you. But basically, I was just explaining to everyone here how you are now on the Dark Matter digital network, and so we're going to have your podcast regularly streaming there. And then here,
Thank you.
Wanted to give you a chance to introduce yourself to the people who haven't listened to you yet, and then we can kind of get them to maybe visit your site and then find out different ways to support what you do. So let's start off with this. What is fakeologist.com about, and how did you arrive at this?
Well, fakeologist.com is a site I started about 2012. And it was all about just stumbling down the rabbit hole. I wasn't looking to go down the rabbit hole, but when I started looking into things like the IRS, it led me to all kinds of different places that I didn't even know existed. And the biggest conspiracy that I was semi-interested in was JFK. But I'm just buying some of the books around that and watching the movie from Oliver Stone led me absolutely nowhere. So I didn't really think there was anywhere to go past that. But once you go down the rabbit hole, you can't get out. And the next thing I looked into was 9/11. And I had no idea there was so much else to the story. Just never occurred to me as a regular person. Just never occurred to me whatsoever that there was way more to the story.
Yeah,
I wonder
what I'm finding, and this is the part that got me really hooked on this topic of real-time media critique, is that you have the big ones, the JFK, the 9/11, the Roswell, the ones that X-Files talks about. But the more I dig into it, or the more I dug, the more I found that hoaxes are far more commonplace than people would think. It's not just the big ones, but they're far more numerous than people would think. So with that,
Yes.
I was looking at before you got on the call here, we were talking about the plane parts falling from the sky. Have you had a chance to analyze that particular news story?
Well, back in the day, I remember the only one plane part was that engine that crashed through the awning and didn't damage the awning. It was just sitting on the sidewalk. That was the most significant piece that I can remember. But that's just another misdirection to the whole event, obviously, as I've discovered, and I'm sure you've looked into. By the way, I clicked that link and it comes up 404. I don't know if you have
okay.
a better.
Yeah, I do actually. Well, look, this is the thing that got me. I'm looking at the plane.
Link and it comes up 404.
Okay, got it for you. Got you the new link.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this event where these plane parts are falling and they hit a house. And a lot of people have noticed this. It looks like a scene out of Donnie Darko, for one. And then two, it just so happens that there's a show coming up on NBC. I'm looking at this called Debris, about stuff falling from the sky. And then, of course, there's another movie called Don't Look Up. So I'm like, wait a minute. We have these big productions coming out about stuff falling from the sky. And now how convenient. We have these Boeings with parts falling.
Right. That was never an area that I spent much time in because it took me about 3 weeks to basically understand that we were looking at a movie. So the individual plot twists in the movie weren't really concerning me. It was the overall that I enjoy. I enjoy the overall manipulation of people and how that works and how amazingly convincing it is and how impenetrable the mind control is around it.
Yes.
And that was the biggest takeaway for me from 9/11 is how pervasive, how complete, and how everlasting psyops can be. And of course, now we're in the world of COVIDia, and we understand as investigators into hoaxes why they are so impossible to break out of for the majority of people that are not awake.
Right. Now, what have you experienced this? Like, I'll send a tweet to somebody and I show them several videos from September the 11th where clearly you don't see any plane hitting the South Tower. You only see that from the mainstream media footage. But I share that with people today and it just bounces off. They don't even process it. And I'm just wondering, like, does the truth even matter? Is it too late? Would that have mattered 10 years ago?
I think if we knew about if I knew about psyops at the time of 9/11, then it would have been way easier to see through it. And 20 years later, I think it's a distant memory. And it's just not interesting. We have a whole generation that don't even know what 9/11 is. So anyone born at the turn of the century may be slightly interested in what happened the year they were born, but overall, I don't remember much about the year I was born. And of course, our memory doesn't start recording until we're about 6, as far as I know. I know people think they remember being 2 and 3, but I don't believe that's true. Therefore, to this generation, 9/11 is ancient history. May as well be talking about Tartaria, even though I don't believe in that either.
Okay, well, here's something that you brought up, something about how impenetrable the illusion is. So there's this master debunker. So this is a guy who reverse engineers things. Like, for example, somebody claims they saw a second sun, and he reverse engineers it and shows how to recreate that effect with your camera. I'm talking about Metabunk. And I saw Metabunk on Twitter today sharing the Mars landing, and they were utterly amazed. And I'm just like, I can't even admire the faith. I just don't understand the lack of skepticism when it comes to these things that look to me like video games. So is it possible for a person like that, who can clearly disarticulate most conspiracies, to just be selectively ignorant? Does he have to be in on it? Or, what do you think it is?
No, he's got to be an employed misdirection agent. I think there's just no way you can go halfway with looking into things that aren't as they appear to be. There's just no way. Unless you look quickly and then look away and stop researching, there's just no way. You can't go all the way down the rabbit hole if you're a thinking person, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Yeah, that's
So
always been incongruent. How can you see through something as complex as the moon landing and then not go any further on something else, or worse, backtrack on it somehow, like Joe Rogan famously did? It's like, how can you even do that and be honest with yourself?
Yeah, so it's not possible. If you just look into something for 2 weeks and then stop researching, I can see how you might not get to the end of the hole. But if this is what you do for a living, then there's just no way. It would be like being deep into politics, and even if you were deep into politics, you'd see through it quite quickly for what it is.
Yeah.
And you would see that the average person is not really deep into politics either. They have some surface knowledge, but unless you are a politician and you go see how the system works by being in the system and as an assistant or as a candidate, then that's when you see what's happening for real. But if you're standing on the outside looking in, of course, you're not going to understand. Even Dr. Shiva Adurai, who I really like, I think he's real. He tried to become the Republican candidate for Senate in Massachusetts. And when he lost that candidacy through electronic voting, and he's a mathematician who sees system patterns, he right away understood how and why he was not going to get into the system, because he was too much of an outsider that couldn't, and was too smart to be reprogrammed into the system. And the system is what runs everything. It just reprograms whoever moves into it. So
now you use the word the word movie you use. So you're saying system. Is that word similar to my use of the word metascript or scripting?
Well, maybe the politics is a system, and the system is more important than any individual person that comes into it. And the system just takes people and crushes them if they're out of line, or they're not going to move down the sausage machine. They just get discarded. I think the system is very powerful.
Yes. I was blown away by the fact that after the thing at the Capitol, I jokingly said, these histrionic Democrats are going to call it the next 9/11, even though it just looked like a frat party. And sure enough, they're comparing it to 9/11, and they want a 9/11 commission on the thing. And I'm like, wait, are you telling me that the world is literally governed by theater, very poorly acted performance art pieces? And yeah, it's true. It's sad, but it's true.
It's governed by myths. That's how you do it. And I'm sure they took a long time over the course of history to figure it out. But yeah, we're governed by myths, and make sure they're myths that people can believe in, and make sure they're not too complicated. And that's how the world works.
So in your opinion, is QAnon a myth machine that involves the believers, or do you think there's any seed of reality to this so-called Intel leak?
No, I think it's part of the myth machine, because it's very attractive. Almost none of it ever comes true, as far as I can tell. I didn't really know about it. I didn't follow it right away. But as you talked about it, that's probably the only way I really found out about it. And it's very enticing. I found a couple blogs that were talking about the different QAnon pieces, and of course, it's still ongoing today. But I think it's just more misdirection from what's going on today. Just like I think the COVIDs is a massive misdirection as they reset the economy and just, I believe, come out of bankruptcy for the fourth time in American history. I believe that's what's happening now. So it's just a giant myth. It's the biggest myth in the history of the world, because they've never had total spectrum dominance of the world's media in such a concentrated form. And that's why the whole world is under the hypnosis right now. And it's so powerful, and there's nowhere to run.
Yes, that's the thing that there is nowhere to run because its enforcement is through the believers. It's a radicalizing cult, the hypermediation, and no, there is no escape. It's like, well, you can't even go to the store without covering your face without alerting one of the programmed hive members. So that's it's that
The
bad.
enforcers are everywhere. That's the danger. I'm more afraid of the mob than anybody else. I'm not afraid of the police. I think that the COVIDians, I guess it's COVIDians, the branch COVIDians, they're the most dangerous of all. You're likely to get whacked over the head by a COVIDiot who thinks that you're going to kill them if you breathe on them. So that to me is very dangerous.
Oh yes, it is dangerous. How self-sacrificial they are, and that's how cult members are. I've seen this with many mass cult members and mobs, but just the idea that they've sacrificed their interests, their lives, their faces, and now they expect you to as well. They can't have any untransformed person. And it reminds me of The Last Man on Earth, one of the first zombie apocalypse books. And it's based on, well, it's the movie based on the book I Am Legend, where it's like he's the last one and they're trying to get him to convert to the cult. And I'm like, this is what we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, to be honest with you, being a non-believer at this point.
Good way of describing it. Non-believers. Non-believers, you're the sinner, you're a reprobate, possibly even an apostate. Like, you know the science, but you reject it. So that means you're not even savable. And apostasy, as the John LeBon show is so labeled on your site. Oh yes, and that's what this really is. I'm glad he took that term apostasy, because I'm trying to get all of the mass media apostates on this network, people to listen, and just because
it's a great idea.
Really, otherwise we get drowned out by all the sheep, by the monotony.
Yeah.
Now, what's your take on vaxophobia? I mean, I know it's not sensible necessarily to just trust somebody on TV with your life, but do you think that the people are actually dying from vaccines as reported in the Twitter sphere?
Yeah, I tend to give that. I tend to label that atrocity propaganda, and it's hard to decode why you would spread atrocity propaganda. But I don't think it's much different from the one Chinese guy that we saw dying, falling over flat on his face, but he put his hands out first, I believe, on the way down. But I think all propaganda is just to promote a myth. And I think, as I posted as a banner on fakeologist.com, the vaccine, I believe there's three parts I think there's a triage of parts to this psyop. There's the vaccine that will never come, the successful vaccine that will never come. That's the carrot. So that's what we're constantly being led to. If we can just get to the vaccine that saves us all, then everything will go back to normal. So in behind the chasing the donkey is, of course, COVID, the mutant, the variants, the mutant variants, the variant mutants, whatever they want to call them. Those are what's chasing us from behind. And I guess maybe the third part could be the quarantine camps. That's the other super fear center that we have that in Canada right now. That's definitely, I don't think it's made it to the US yet. You have a lot farther to go because of your non-compliance and your decentralization. But the quarantines are a big fear factor here, where you are channeled into these hotels that are repurposed as COVID camps. So those three things are the fear factor that keep this moving along. And those three things will keep working as long as people keep believing. Now, I don't know how much longer people are going to believe. I don't know how, could it go on for years? It's certainly possible.
Right.
Certainly possible, but I'm not really sure. It's never been done before, I don't think, really.
We're in uncharted waters here because I think the limiting factor for a lot of things, a lot of their agendas, is disbelief. And if they have us convinced we can go to Mars in 2026, it'll happen. And if they can keep enough believers convinced that the devil's loose, they will keep everybody masked and it'll just get worse. So I think it's really a war. That's why I don't have hopes of like some mass awakening, but I'd like the idea that there's enough people who aren't totally warped that we can at least have some semblance of an attachment to reality. But if the masses are in a constant state of panic, maybe we are going to be basically, it's like Munchausen syndrome by proxy, where the WHO has basically faked an illness in order to take control over us and gain sympathy and money and power.
Yeah, one of the more powerful themes or branches of this psyop is the asymptomatic super spreader. That's a very powerful element that is really hard to disprove or prove. So if you just take it on face value, that means we're all activated.
Yes, that one's a good one because what they've done with the asymptomatic super spreader is they've made it so that the healthier you are, the more of a threat you are. I mean, that's so damn Orwellian, isn't it?
Yeah, I've not really heard that aspect of it. It's
well, look, there's some
that is one thing that's never happened in the history of the world, that a healthy person with no symptoms is dangerous. That's such an inversion of reality that the idea that anyone can believe that is insane. And actually that is one thing they haven't written into law here, is that if you in our own Quarantine Act, which is a federal act in Canada, if you present yourself asymptomatic, then they can't quarantine you. You have to show signs of sickness from the head up, or the shoulder up rather, for them to be able to detain you. And so if you walk off the plane without a cough, a sneeze, a fever, or a sniffle, you're free to go. And most Canadians here don't know that. I really didn't know that either because they don't make that clear. But if you read the Quarantine Act, and I'm sure most people don't have a copy of it in their pocket, but if you understand it before you get on the plane, then you'll be able to escape prison, COVID prison. So that's recent research that I found out and posted on my blog, fakeologist.com/blog.
Good to know. Anything that can liberate us from these constraints that are mostly just with your compliance, your ignorant compliance. That's why last year when they started the quarantines, I started disseminating press passes. So anybody who calls in is a member of the Infinite Plane Radio as a field correspondent. You have a press pass. Well, now you're essential, and you don't have to obey the lockdowns. So we weren't locked down. We refused to participate as much as possible in any of their insane rules. And what do you think about their new testing sites where they want to, the new testing method? Is that just humiliation?
Are you talking about the anal swabs, or they're still sticking? They're still inserting Q-tips up people's noses here, as far as I am aware. Now I'm not sure how far up. I've heard that they don't stick them up right to the brain blood barrier anymore. I don't think they make the turn at the top of your nasal cavity. I think they're only going up an inch, but I'm not sure. But they're all penetration is a form of rape as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think so too. I think what we're looking at, it's a power thing. It's submission, psychological submission. It's being violated by the state. And I think it's a power move more than anything. It's all symbolic, if you ask me. And yeah, this is like 1984. You had ignorance is strength, freedom is slavery. We can add to that, healthy is sick.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. That's excellent. We have to do that. I should actually print them out on some of my labels. There's a Telegram group called the White Rose where you can get instructions and some templates on printing out labels on a cheap thermal label printer where you just have to buy the paper. You don't have to worry about ink. And actually, that would be a good slogan to add. We have to create 3 slogans. Always work well in threes. That's how the mind works, apparently, in threes. So we have to that could be one great one, and add 2 more, and you'd have a good label to print out and disseminate around any surface where people go.
And people probably wouldn't even get the irony of it, which is so sad. I mean, they're so spellbound, and it is true though. Like, I watched this bit of Superman predictive programming. I think it was from like the 2005 Superman, where they have to quarantine him because he's an alien. And he says, "I've been running around for 33 years. I haven't been sick. I haven't got anybody sick." And they said, "Yet." So again, getting in your head that
we're all pre-sick, aren't we?
Oh, and if you're Superman, then you're super healthy, which means you're super sick, because now you can spread it to more people.
Yeah, that's true. I don't watch many movies, so and I definitely don't watch comic book movies, which are all the rage now. But
no,
I do watch a couple movies you recommend for psyop purposes, like The Village, even though it's not a great movie. But I like looking at the themes that you point out.
Yeah, I feel bad recommending a lot of movies because movies that I thought were good 10 years ago, I think are unwatchable, garbage, trash. Entertainment is just a side effect of the brainwashing. So I'm not impressed by any of the movies. My consumption of movies is limited to bits of predictive programming and scripting that people send me. I can rarely immerse myself in anything anymore because what they're doing is they're hypnotizing you and they're flooding you with concepts and ideas.
Yes. Yes, it's definitely a form of propaganda disguised as a story, for sure.
But the comic books serve to keep things in a very basic and simplistic way. Like, note how simplistic and comic booky the QAnon story is. The white hats versus the black hats. The bad guys drink blood. The white guys are going to beat them. It's very much, I think it's to keep certain archetypes out there that they play on. And that's why the adults are all watching movies like The Joker and Batman. It's like, these are children's concepts. But and a commenter here remarks that these movies are meant to keep adults mentally immature. I concur with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe we have such a society of arrested development that that's why 2020, even though it coincides with the bankruptcy, was just a good year to pull the trigger.
I think so.
Some people speculate this was brought forward a few years, but I don't know if you could just bring it forward a few years.
Well, when I saw the Proud Boys versus the Soy Boys, I'm like, okay, that says it all. The extreme fringe on each side are labeling themselves as children. So they have daddy government, and then they have the bad, they have the Soy Boy versus the Proud Boys. Both of them are trying to find a way. They both want their father figure to rule. They want their particular side, but basically they're clamoring for a leader, a strong leader. And I'm like, well, that's great. It's a political cult on both sides, and it's very immature. What we saw this summer, the lawlessness, the lack of accountability, it was absurd.
Yeah, that's true. I'm seeing someone asked a question on Minarch Fate. Minarchal Fate asked my perspective on the Mars space travel. I honestly am not paying attention. I don't pay attention to anything from NASA because it's just too poorly done cartoon. And if they say they're going to Mars for the millionth time, I usually just ignore it. I'm too concerned now about just my immediate future, financial and otherwise, in Covidia, where we live now, Covidia. So the Mars distraction is so minor for me. I won't even waste 5 minutes, although every now and then there's a pretty good video that shows how they made the Matt Damon movie where he went to Mars. It just shows where they could have filmed it, that kind of thing, but how they did the coloring, and that's probably more superior to anything that NASA is creating.
Sure, and that's a topic I cover often, is how NASA looks very bad compared to the entertainment, and it seems like they can't really move forward in space until they bring down their ridiculously fake-looking production they call the space station. But I understand. It's like you have this drama going on out there, misdirection. Meanwhile, they're using the false cover of a, well, supposed pandemic. They're using that as a cover for changing everything radically. And everything. Like even, I think getting rid of gendered terms. I don't care about people's whatever. But the issue is here, how difficult will it be to describe your life in context, your family, your extended family, your relationships, if you get rid of uncle, aunt, brother, sister? You know what I mean? They're taking away the lexicon.
Yeah, well, I think when did we last talk about what is going on? Was it let's see, what is this, February now? I think we talked last maybe November about my predictions about what this COVIDia is all about.
Yes. It was
Maybe
it was a little bit before that, but sure, we had talked then about this, and that was when I think it was pre-vax though, before the vax actually came out. And so far though, have your predictions more or less come true? Do you feel like you've been vindicated?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't really seen anything to change my mind on anything. I really didn't know how the election was going to go. I didn't really know how they were going to use that as a wedge, but now it's a little more clear that it was clear that Trump, just by what they represented in the media, was a runaway train, and the fact that they reversed it at the late hours of the evening, that was obviously very telling, and it was supposed to be in your face. And now we have this old guy running around that looks very strange, this old president creating executive order after executive order and just really trying to bring some of these really weak narratives as to what should be done with COVID. I don't know how much traction it's getting in the U.S. because every state is different. But yeah, nothing. I was just a little surprised at how it played out. The insurrection psyop I thought was pretty weak, but I didn't really realize they were going to use that as a 9/11 because it was such a poor LARPing event.
Right. I mean, couldn't they have done a Boston bombing? There weren't any. There was no atrocity there, so it looked maybe offensive. It looked rude. But to equate that with, and then to use that to say, oh well, now we can't question the election. It's like that doesn't even follow.
Yeah. I thought it was not well done. I thought it was poorly done. And there's a pretty good video deconstruction on the screen, on the frame by frame of the Capitol insurrection inside, where they put that phony doorway with windows. I didn't even realize that was just a big prop. Obviously I've never been in the Capitol hallway there, but apparently that was just a prop they dragged in and did the whole ritual, the whole LARP right there.
Okay. See, I just noticed that there were more photographers than rioters. There were so many photographers, and so many of the shots that we see, the iconic shots of the individual with the buffalo horns who represents all Trump voters, all of a sudden, every single image with him was staged. He was posing for the pictures. Yeah. So they try to make it look like Braveheart, but it just simply wasn't. And I'm just aghast at how this is good enough to change the world. So, yeah.
I agree. I thought it was really weak. And there's no evidence that those pictures came from that day. They could have done that any day of the week, the year before, like any other film set. It could have easily been created much earlier for it to get that one iconic shot right away in front of the media. So,
in fact, there was someone who actually found a time-stamped photo that showed that one of those shots was actually done like 20 minutes before Trump's speech was over. So that's the case. And then if you look at the people who died that day, there was one Trumper. She had the Gadsden flag, "Don't tread on me," and she got trampled on to death. Then you had the guy who tased himself in his own genitals, and I don't know what his last name was. I should check, but these things seem like fictions meant to entertain the left and to make the right look like a bunch of goons who got what they deserved.
Yeah, for that to be a pivot point and a narrative to carry through 2021, at least up until now, they seem like minor events, but they've latched onto it like a dog on a bone.
So where do you focus now when you're watching the world stage or analyzing things? So the main thing you're looking at now, is it mostly the obvious statist, eco-fascist takeover, the Agenda 2030 thing? Is that where your focus is? Or, because it seems like the media is just mostly, COVID has replaced all the massacres and shootings.
Well, I'm in Canada, so I'm really worried about where I live more than anything. I think everyone should focus on where they live. I don't really focus too much on the big narrative in the U.S. I get most of my U.S. information from the No Agenda show, which I like, even though they're not pure fakeologists. They have enough skepticism to make their media deconstruction interesting, because they focus on mainstream stories, less esoterica. But as for Canada, I just really like to promote and watch the people I think are real that are fighting our system based on real laws that we can use to just try and explain that we don't have to go along with these orders, directives, mandates, whatever non-laws you want to describe them as. That's what I've been focusing on lately. Just more people that I can highlight that are being really pointing out the loopholes in the system that anyone can exploit and live by. Because I don't know where you guys are in various states in the PSYOP, but Canada is definitely being the Australia of North America, where at least one of the states in Australia, Victoria, was really moved forward with the PSYOP, with the lockdowns and the quarantine camps and the incredible travel restrictions. That's what I focus on more than anything, to be honest with you.
Right.
Just looking at
No, I get it. I mean, after the lockdown started, it's like, okay, well, now they have the power to draft us onto the world stage and influence us. We're no longer impartial observers. We've been involved. And so that changed a lot of my priorities. And I was astounded that some people are still chasing Mandela effects, among other things, when they're
so irrelevant today. Like, we're getting so close to COVID passes and just not being able to get into stores. We know you can still get on an airplane if they're flying, but most of our planes have been canceled. We can't go to the south. So yeah, all these old ideas, like looking at NASA, debating Mandela, to me, they're totally irrelevant. We are really on the cusp of a massive currency restructuring, asset restructuring, the COVID pass. People still believe that the vaccine is the savior, even though the narrative is explicit. It says nothing regarding freedom of movement or masking is going to change with any vaccination. So I don't understand why people still long for that magic bullet, because they've already been told explicitly it won't change anything. So what more do you need to just get off the idea that that I'm more worried about being able to go to the grocery store without proof of vaccination, or continuing my job.
Right.
To me, that's a more immediate threat than anything. That's your livelihood.
And they're also using this to attack the First Amendment, to attack the free flow of ideas. And I was thinking about how when you commit a genocide, you wipe everybody out, and then you destroy their culture, you burn their books, you make sure that nothing gets passed on. And it seems like they're doing it in reverse order, where they're destroying the cultures they don't like, the ideas they don't like, they're silencing the voices they don't want included. So it's a very destructive thing that's going on right now with how ideas are being treated. And last year I said my focus was shifting from the fake news to fake science. because people have faith in the news media. Look what that's done. But their faith in the science is so much worse. And my focus on the space stuff is mostly the agenda that I see coming, which is space wars, falling debris, and being able to adequately deconstruct that, which it might be too late for most people. If they see it on TV, it's real.
Yeah, the other narrative was the domestic terrorism that was sort of born out of the Capitol, what they call the Capitol insurrection. That was a narrative that I don't know if it's still playing down there. Don't really hear that up here in Canada, but the domestic terrorist, who's anybody that was in the Washington area, they say they could track them by their phone or by their transactions, or if they booked a hotel in the area. They push that fear factor really hard, but I don't know if it's still part of the narrative right now.
Right. Well, they did. After the Capitol riots, they actually made a big show of rounding up these individuals at their homes, and Jimmy Kimmel excoriated them on the news. It looked like it was all for show. It might have been real, but I don't think any of those rioters we saw on TV that spoke to the media were authentic. The whole thing is, it doesn't take more than 5 minutes to see how fake it was, but for the most part, I think we were just served a movie production meant to disrupt this idea that the votes ought to be re-examined. And of course, like you mentioned earlier, it was an in-your-face steal. I'm perfectly comfortable saying that's what it was, and it was intentional.
Yeah, I think that was, they wanted to create an everlasting divide. We all know that there's always a left-right 50-50 split pretty much in the US, but they wanted to make, I guess, accentuate it or exaggerate it and create this whole right side that's completely disaffected. And I don't know if it's still persisting right now and at the end of February right now. I think, as you said, the attention span is so short that it's really hard to, they know that any narrative has only got a couple days, and then if they don't replace it or reinvigorate it or reimagine it, then it's just going to peter out. So the domestic terrorist could be yesterday's news already. Maybe it already is. I don't know. Outside the Texas electrical grid water system meltdown, I don't know what's current today.
Well, I've been following trends in the media and who they're isolating as threats to the system. Conspiracy theorists is the term. They use conspire racist. If you spell it, it's conspire, R-A-C-I-S-T. I think that's on purpose. But now they're putting a target on yoga instructors, saying that yoga instructors already have a conspiratorial mindset, since they think that everything is connected and we're in a spiritual war against the world. So I find that to be interesting, because the yoga instructor, there's one in Canada, his name is, I think his name is Matt. Anyway, he's a yoga instructor who violated quarantine.
Matt, like a yoga mat?
I haven't even thought about that. Matt, like a yoga mat. Violated quarantine, and I don't know what he's being hit with, what he's being charged with, violating the Quarantine Act. But I was like, the state must have it out for anybody, dojos, gyms, yoga instructors. I've seen that a lot of those businesses were specifically targeted.
I have not heard that. So what is the state of lockdown in New Mexico? I think you're in New Mexico.
This is my problem. I haven't been paying enough attention to know what it is. So I could be in complete violation. I just do the minimum I have to do to get by. But, walking around, I don't see it. I just don't. But I haven't driven around very much. So it just seems like I kind of think the spell is breaking and there's not enough reinforcement because nobody's going to the malls anymore. So I don't have confidence that this thing sticks in a serious way after April or something.
Well, April's when they could theoretically relax it because it's warmer out, and in general, people are more active. They are more exposed to the sun. So if they are not well, then the sun usually cures most people, and they're out of their boxes, their houses where we have heat that dries us out like prunes and causes other symptoms of illness. But,
They'll say it's COVID. Like COVID will cause your skin to turn red if you're in the sun too long. Hey, I found the article. It's from the BBC. Does yoga have a conspiracy problem? So 3 days ago, and this article is just saying that people who get into yoga are trained in conspiratorial thinking, and that they're always going to be anti-vax. So I'm just like, wow, I thought the people doing yoga would have been above reproach because many.
well, I think the idea about yoga is you have a better understanding of your body, so therefore you're not into injectables. You're not into the normal pharmacological way of thinking, the allopathic thinking. I think you're connected to breathing and relaxing and just maybe using some of your body's own healing powers by accentuating them. And therefore, you are probably in a different way of thinking. You're not in the pharmacological mindset. Don't forget, I think we are in the largest marketing campaign in the history of the world to save the injectable industry, which I believe the vaccine industry was failing in many ways, and they needed to recharge it, reinvigorate it, reimagine it, and essentially force the product, if you can imagine being forced any product on yourself in any from any field onto people. But my idea is anyone that does not promote or fall in line with the vaccine agenda is conspiratorial. And so if you're a yoga person, you're more aware of what makes you ill or what makes your body express illness, because I don't think we acquire illness. I think we express it based on deficiencies, which is a lot different from the narrative they want to promote of contagion, because I do believe that contagion is a myth. It's hard to disseminate, it's hard to distinguish between contagion and common environmental effects where we're all exposed to the same water or the same air. Because if we're all exhibiting symptoms and we're all in the same area, one could say it's either contagion or we're all expressing the same reaction to our environment. And I think the expression or the same reaction to an environment is much more sensible than me passing something I have onto you.
Right.
So they have to change that mindset if you believe that. And that's the germ versus terrain theory as well. Is there anything I can pass on to you to make you sick? And I think the answer is no. And if you have that thought in your mind, they have to eliminate it, because that implies that you don't need anything external to repair the external to internal damage that they say is contagion.
Well, my concept of the virus, and I agree with what you're saying, 'cause I think the virus is more or less a modern replacement for sin as a universal pretext for the priests to regulate the masses. And it is interesting here too that the yogis are the people practicing yoga are breathing the same air, and the word conspiracy breathe together, and they're the ones who are literally doing this now forbidden act of sharing the same air. And you said something about the vax business failing. That motive there, profit motive, greed, that makes much more sense to me than a bowl of underheated bat soup starting a pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Well, they've gone from bats to they're combining so many agendas in this magic virus. It is astonishing to me. For instance, one of the themes they want to roll into this, I think they want to get rid of pet ownership. They want to get rid of using animals as food. We know that. They want to get rid of animals for using animal products for anything, including mink fur coats, which apparently are very hot in China. So they attach the sinful COVID virus to any of their ideas, any of the things they want to change or get rid of. They want to get rid of pets. You won't be able to own a pet, I believe, in the new Agenda 2030 world.
Wow. See, that's Agenda 2030 stuff, and if they can use the virus to force that in, they will. And I've seen these statements made where they'll say, well, your little pet has a bigger carbon footprint than your SUV because its diet requires this many.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. So you're right. It's a new form of labeling things taboo, sin, blasphemy. These people are sinners. And if you're vaxxed, you're saved.
Mm-hmm. And if your pet's vaxxed, it's saved for a while until you have to get the booster shot. Yeah, it's the magic virus. I said it at the time that any industry that wanted to make a change and they didn't have a mechanism to do so, they would have to adopt the COVID model where they could just blame whatever the issue is to get from A to B on COVID and just use that as the catalyst.
Right.
And it works everywhere. It's just it's magic. It's magic. Whoever thought they could convince people to stop flying anywhere? It's the climate hoax didn't work, and now they have a really great excuse.
Right. March 13th or so, like last year, right after this thing was declared a pandemic, RT put out an article that said COVID is doing Greta's work. And it is like magic. It's literally magic in the way that they're just transforming the world all around us. I heard Bill Gates talking about getting us on synthetic meat while he figures out how to black out the sky because the lack of economic activity means less pollution, so the world's heating up. So it's like we quit our jobs and we stopped using so much, which should cool the planet, but they said no, the planet's heating because there's less particulates in the air. So,
I heard that. Yeah, you said that. I thought that was amazing. So they created a problem and now they need another solution, a better solution. So instead of just getting everyone flying again, now he's going to fly around and cover the sky with his whatever he uses for weather management. That was hilarious.
yeah, I'm like astounded that these ideas aren't just instantly shot down. So I look at him as just a character in this world stage movie. By the way, I got a commenter here says Fakeologist is an original conspiracy gangsta. When did you start really breaking down the media and publishing it online? Was it like?
Well, it was 2012. 2012, I used the word fakeologist because I wanted to create a word that required a little investigation. I didn't want to just be a conspiracy theorist. So fakeologist was the investigation into media fakery because 9/11 was, to me, one of the best media fakery events where they portrayed planes flying into towers as real. So that to me was media fakery. The media was required to sell the story, and it was just like a movie where they bring in the media to have fake reporters. That's what they actually. That's what the leading media anchors, who were the most important people at the time, like Dan Rather, Peter Jennings, Aaron, whatever his name is for CNN. I forgot his last name right now. They brought him in at the time just for the 9/11 event, which was a 4 or 5 year event, and then they got rid of him. Aaron Brown, that was the name I remember on CNN, and therefore that's why I created the word fakeologist. Now, of course, Donald Trump came along in 2016, and he co-opted the word fake to meaning anything he disagreed with. Now, he was right in a sense that the media is fake, promoting fake stories, but he never explained it, even though he was the one person for years that said there was more to the 9/11 story, and maybe he would get to the bottom of it if he became president, which of course he didn't do.
Great point. Great point. He hijacked that term. He stole the word fake. So fake news, and I remember when fake news was being thrown out there, and I even saw some alternative media talking heads like Paul Joseph Watson from InfoWars. He banned me from a live chat for calling the Nice attack fake. And so the
Mhm.
way they use fake is it means a bias, a partisan bias, a political agenda. And when you say fake, you mean, no, this is atrocity propaganda. This is theater. This
Mhm.
is soap opera presented as real. We're being governed by a reality TV show.
Mm-hmm. LARPing is a good word. I like live action role players. Like, yeah, it's all these major events are LARPing events with crisis actors, and
Okay, I got a couple
that's
questions.
we're ruled by myth.
I got a couple questions for you from the audience.
Mhm.
Hoaxahontus wants to know, what are your thoughts about the 2012 Mayan prophecy? And so prophecies in general. Does the world end?
Yeah, I think the world's always about to end. I didn't give too much thought to the 2012 Mayan prophecy. I'm not even sure what it is. Yeah, I guess the world ending. And as you said, the asteroid, the ongoing asteroid story where we're going to get hit by an asteroid, and of course, at the last minute, it just misses us. To me, that's just a constant, never ending end of the world. Just hang on to your ankles idea that happens is recreated every single year, maybe a couple times a year. I don't give it any thought.
Right. I call these rolling prophecies. That's a term I've come across. To
Yeah,
me.
that's good.
You just
Very
roll it
good.
forward, and you can laugh at QAnons for being part of a rolling prophecy, but I'm sorry, but climate change is one too. So we
Mhm.
have a few minutes here. Let's go ahead and so if people want to support what you're doing and listen to you, one, they can go to darkmatter.radio, and I'll have a schedule so they can listen to your podcast.
Okay.
But where do you generally direct people? What social media do you favor, etc.?
Well, I think the best social media is the old-fashioned website, the thing where you could have your own space on the internet. And I still think it's really important, even though it's actually hard. Social media has made it difficult to get people to realize they have this thing called a browser where they can directly go to anyone they want anywhere in the world on the internet and not go through a third-party mediator. So I have fakeologist.com. The main page is now, I turned it back at the beginning of 311, which I know you like to call the beginning of the pandemic, characterized as the pandemic, COVIDian world, 311. So at that time, I changed my entry page to a filter page because I knew people were going to be possibly coming to my page. So that's a page that says if you believe in COVID and you believe in the virus, then just you can stop clicking and go away. You don't want to proceed. When you go to that site, you click one more link and you'll get eventually to my main page, fakeologist.com/blog, which you should bookmark. That's another term most people don't know anymore. You can actually create a bookmark and save all the places that you like. That way you can get all the material. The other thing I did in the last half of last year is create a video server called fakotube.com. And that's where I archive my favorite videos that I think are at risk from being deleted from the normal sites that people go to, like YouTube, Instagram. And I try and save the ones that I think are on message as I see the world. So I put stuff there, and I have a few select people that I allow to upload. I can't let the whole world upload because I only have so much money and so much space. I'm not Google, so I try and in general restrict uploads to just a few people. I will let a couple people live stream because it has a live streaming service, because I don't want to waste time setting up a million accounts at YouTube, because you know that the minute we use the COVID word, that is going to get us censored. So I don't want to waste energy because there's not enough time in the day to recreate accounts. So I concentrated on FakoTube. So those are my two primary sites. And the other thing I'm focusing on and spending research time into is cryptocurrencies, because from what I'm hearing from different content creators, now we're getting banks and payment institutions like PayPal. they're starting the censoring as well and gatekeeping for the controllers, and that's a really dangerous precedent where if they cut off your financial or blood supply, that's really going to put a crimp in people's opposition.
Yes, in
or
fact,
criticism.
D Live is one of the channels that I've been on. I accrued about 2,200 subs since last year. Even though I've been qualified for a year plus, by their standards, they've denied me partner status. And I started making fun of them the other day because after the Capitol riots, they demonetized my channel because they say I engage in political speech. And I'm thinking, they support video gamers, and video games are all political because it's all propaganda. So, and anyway, they took away the monetization, which, if you have a 24-hour stream and you're monetized on a channel like that, that could cover your electric bill, your rent bill. So it's a very real power they have to control you by saying, well, if you speak these particular syllables in this order, we take away your money. And we're dealing with digital book burning and digital content creation burn. It's a book burning. It's a destruction of culture. So I'm glad that you're preserving it over there at FakeOTube.
Yeah, and you really do need to explore the new financial roads that are being created. Now, I don't know if the cryptocurrencies are just the banks creating their own controlled opposition. That's certainly a possibility. But at the moment, I believe currency and money systems are at the same place that the internet was about 35 years ago. It's hard to believe it's been that long. So I believe the World Wide Web, the graphical interface, was in the early 90s. I don't remember the day I switched from bulletin board services to a graphical Netscape browser, but I think it was in the mid or early 90s. And that decentralization of information where you didn't have to go to the TV, you didn't have to go to your newspaper, your national newspaper, your local newspaper to get information was extremely powerful. And one of the things they used to try and re-centralize the internet was create these free platforms like YouTube and Twitter, where they reconcentrated and re-centralized information so they could gatekeep and control it. We have to realize, so with currency, they're now at the same stage where they have we have the tools to decentralize currency, where we can not be gatekept in the financial sense by the big banks, the central banks. And that's why I encourage people, if they go to fakecologist.com/donate, I don't like PayPal. I know, again, PayPal was another re-centralization of payments, and they're gatekeeping as well and deplatforming people. Same with Patreon, same with all these services that we actually do not need. So I'm encouraging people, if they want to support my work, go figure out how to buy a Bitcoin. It's not hard, or a similar Litecoin. You can buy you can get any currency you want, and I'll give you any wallet you want. But for the most part, I would like to concentrate on Bitcoin and Monero based on my own research. But I've created links to Coinbase, which is a currency exchange where you can take your Visa, your credit card, or your fiat currency and switch it into digital currency and send me donations anonymously, because crypto is pretty much anonymous. I don't know who you are, and I don't need to know who you are. And no gatekeeper can know who you are.
Yeah, and
so
on that,
Mhm.
anything that you subsidize, you get more of, and anything that you penalize, you get less of. And so it is important. I put a link in there, fakeologist.com/donate,
Yeah, thank you.
because I know how it is with this where we're in, where yes, your money's threatened by the content that you choose to create. So if you want, or if people want to hear it, they have to support it, because I got demonetized on DLive, and most of what I say here is innocuous. YouTube long ago decided that they didn't want me to make any money off their site, and they're hemorrhaging.
Yeah, but you're obviously speaking truth, even though you're not attacking the narrative, but you are exposing the narrative, and you're doing it in a very intellectual way. But obviously someone is listening that doesn't like what you're saying. So if you are being deplatformed, then you know that you are over the target. And
Yes.
I don't think you should waste your time with these other channels if you can use them as fishing holes where you can fish people over to to your own servers and your own form of monetization, which I think it is very important to support all content creators directly without gatekeepers, without central servers. So I think you should also figure out how to get people to donate through crypto because I see it as the future. And most people in the centralized servers before the World Wide Web, if you are old enough, you can remember the Source, Prodigy, CompuServe, AOL. They were all laughing at the World Wide Web because they thought their central servers, with their simplicity, were going to be where people end up, and that was going to be the network. But of course, that's not how it turned out because decentralization and allowing ungate-kept creative forces is always going to win in the end, which is why free enterprise is always going to work better than centralized communism, which is where the world is headed. I am also convinced, and we haven't really talked about this, that the China model is where the Western world is going to be taken to unless people wake up to see what's happening. And that is what the goal is. The COVID narrative is the distraction.
I agree. I think there's a major shift that's happened culturally. The mobs are being weaponized against the individual. If you show your face, now you stand out and you're at the mercy of the mob that has the power of state behind it. They have people snitching on each other. The snitching last year was just off the charts, where cities had to open up numbers like 311 for neighbors snitching on their neighbors for violating these rules. And all this stuff is very anti-American, very anti-individualistic, killing free speech because it might offend somebody, shutting down somebody's business. So yes, it does appear to be the case that
That's
this reset
all the
is happening.
Chinese model. It's all a one-party dictatorship, censorship model. I have lots of people. I occasionally look on my statistics to see where people come from. Nobody is coming from China. Now, I know most people in China will use VPNs and most likely US VPNs to come to my site. So I don't know that they're not from the US and are from China, but obviously China is heavily censored. And I'm pretty sure you can still use a few methods to get out of China and see the World Wide Web. But yeah, we don't want to become that system. And people are, if they bring us into the China model while people aren't paying attention and then it's too late to go back, that'll be too bad. So that's sort of what we have to expose.
Yes, and I do on my channel what I think we're doing here in the chat also is it's parsing the media narratives, analyzing the news objectively, and just describing things as they are. So we're not surprised by any of this. I'm not surprised by where this is going, and I'm observing. And so I've taken steps to preserve my ability to communicate to the people who want to listen. And I have dozens of extra YouTube channels. I'm everywhere because I refuse to give up any space. I'm not going to be pushed off the edge. I'm just going to expand. And that's what this network's about. So I'm really happy that you got on board. A lot of people are, because now with you, John LeBon, and a few others, we're consolidating, I think, some of the best content creators on the internet today over there at the network. So for anybody listening, if you go to darkmatter.radio, there's going to be a bio page set up with Fakeologist. It'll send you to all the relevant links. And then, of course, anytime you go live, we can more than likely mirror on the network. It has 24/7 listenership. It's been around for a few years now. But yeah, we're definitely taking it in this direction. So again, I want to say thanks for joining today and telling everybody about your channel and becoming a part of this thing.
Sure. I don't really have a regular broadcast time. One of the things that I do like about the decentralized internet is everything is on demand. I think that lots of people consume on demand. They don't like to be held hostage to appointment radio or appointment television or video. I really like that, and I like the ability to go on whenever I feel like it, whenever I can get a guest that's interesting and coordinate a time, because you can do that anytime, anywhere. So I don't, even though I really like the live interaction in the chat and perhaps phone calls, because I could take phone calls too on my setup. Um, Unless I am going to do it really super consistently, which is difficult. At the most part, I really like being able to just go, okay, I have a guest, I can go live. And that's the other reason I like having my own platform, because I control all the emails. So, for instance, if they sign up at fakeologist.com, if you email me, I can set up an account for you, and you can set up your own account at FakeOtube. And then when I go live, you'll get an email notification. Hey, that's something YouTube doesn't even do anymore. They
Right.
don't send out emails. So I
Right.
can do that. I know you do that with Patreon, which is another way. But it's Patreon again. They're not. They could go away at any time or decide to cut you off at any time. So that's
Oh yeah, look,
why
you can't even
Mhm.
put the word QAnon in a Patreon post. They will
Oh,
they will cut
okay.
you. So I'm very careful there. But you made a great point here about the decentralized nature of it. I saw this headline. I think it said something like, "Podcasting killed the radio star," and that's certainly true.
Sure.
I've always been so not erratic, but so busy. I just can't be held hostage. I have to be able to listen to something at my own pace. So what we do with the network is, yeah, we record whenever. This is for dark matter after midnight, so this has a very specific time slot for the replays. So anytime
Okay.
you record, it'll just broadcast at the same time every night, live or not. But so we have sort of the traditional organization, but I'm definitely configured for a network of podcasters doing their own thing.
hmm So if I wanted to go live, would I contact you, or how would that work? If I said, okay, I'm going live, but would I go live on your network at that time? It would normally be at this time of night in the evening, Eastern time, 8 p.m. evening. That's my normal time slot, sort
Right.
of
I
Sunday to Thursday.
Well, I have a dedicated, basically it's a board computer, a little laptop here. So if you want to go live, all I would do is I would mirror your radio stream through mine, or I could give you the direct key. Either way, it's as simple as I push a button and then you take over whatever was there in that slot. So if it was a previous, like this conversation.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, it's a very simple, streamlined process, and it's working out great so far. John LeBon just had his fourth program. 2 pilots, but second episode of Apostasy was today.
Right. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Well, I would maybe just give you a heads up, or well, you're on my email list. If you're not, actually, I should add your email to fakeologist.com/blog, and that way I usually send out my own email blast, and then you'd get it. And if you wanted to hook up and just start, and I'd rather you press the button because I have enough buttons to press here. Then you could, if you wanted to, you could stream it live.
Yep, and then what I
That's
do,
fine with me.
we've got a pretty good social media network following between all the Facebooks and Twitters, and we blast it out. And yeah, hopefully we basically bring a lot more people to these ideas, because this is way beyond all the rehashed sideshow conspiracy theories. You're actually doing analysis. So again, appreciate you coming on board here. And I'm going to send a link to everybody on the mailing list to check out your site. And then I'm setting up a page at darkmatter.radio. And so if somebody wants to join your site, do they just go and join your mailing list? Is there a membership there?
Well, the easiest way the easiest way is to join my Discord. By the way, my Discord was taken down 2 weeks ago. Well, maybe it was a month ago. There was a Discord purge. I don't know if you got taken down at the same time, but my entire Discord was canceled and my account was frozen. So I wasn't sure if I wanted to set it up again, because it does take a little bit of effort to put all the channels together and whatnot. So luckily, two of my members, Velicet and Benoit, they recreated it with their own account and my permission. So they recreated it. So it seems like it's just a colorful, easy to use platform that people really like. So if they want to join my server there, it's fake11.com/Discord. and we just do. The moderators will just make sure you're in the right place by doing a little voice verification. Usually, I believe they do a voice verification where they just hear your voice, make sure you're not a bot, and then you're in. And then I just ask people if they want, give me your email address or an email address, and then I plug it into the main blog, fakeologist.com, and then you'll be able to post over there. And unfortunately, none of these accounts are integrated, so I just prefer people use the same username, but they can also go to fakeotube.com if they want to, because I'm gonna stream mainly my screen. There's really nothing to show really on fakeotube.com, which will show the live stream on that platform as well if you want to listen that way. Otherwise, you can just listen to my audio stream. I have a 24/7 audio stream at fake11.com/stream1 or stream2. We also have an audio chat where it's actually a fantastic resource where we get regular voices and new voices come and just tell their story or tell their, just give their commentary on what's going on. And it has regular people, but anyone is welcome. We really like new voices. And we record whenever there's enough people. So people just show up and we record, and it is broadcast live around the world at fake11.com/stream2. That is an audio chat where people just talk, regular people, about the psyops of the day. And
Excellent.
there's a regular show Saturday morning at 5 in the morning, because that's late Saturday night in Australia, and we have Australians that hang out once a week, and that's a pretty interesting show. So yeah, there's lots of content, and it's all on the value for value model where there's no membership fee. You just pay whatever you want, whatever amount you want for whatever value you think it's worth. But we don't have any paywalls because I want to make it as simple as possible to access the data. There's no membership. It's just, you feel you got value, pay whatever you think it's worth. I think that's
Awesome.
the best method. I think it's the best method.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's important just to bring the network in and not exclude anybody. I like the freemium method. You like with John the Bond, you listen for the first hour or many of these podcasts, and then you go to their site if you want the rest. But yeah, I'm again trying to consolidate. I think that it's great to have a lot of minds actively parsing stuff, because some of these big hoaxes, some of these things take so many different perspectives to actually put the puzzle together in a decent amount of time. So again, I'm putting a link to your site in the chat. We'll do this again soon. And
okay, great.
I'll send you an email so you can add me to your mailing list. And I'll suggest everybody else does too, because even if they kill all of our platforms, if you have the mailing list, it'll be very easy to reconstitute and get back to the streams or wherever.
Yeah, but some of they can listen. Every method can be blocked. I get bounced. My emails get bounced from Comcast right now. So if you're going to give me a Comcast email, my emails won't make it through to you probably, because what they do is the big servers will go to an email reputation service, and they probably own those services too. So if you are broadcasting from an IP that is blacklisted, the people on that email server won't get your emails. So I haven't been blacklisted by the big boys yet, but Comcast is a pretty big concern in the United States, at least. So if you give me a Comcast email, you're not going to get an email from me. So you might have to go sign up at Proton Mail or one of the other servers that maybe aren't blacklisting me. And if it's just like anything else, if I want to go appeal my censorship, then that's a whole process that I don't really want to deal with. So yeah, listen, it might be down to you need my IP at the end when they blacklist fakeologist.com. That'll happen too. I can guarantee it.
That's one of the reasons why I like the term fakeologist. We make up so many terms. We make up we have to come up with new ways to describe things, terms that they didn't give us. And I think it's very important because even if they are able to destroy everything we've done here, we have created a culture with a lexicon that is able to understand and reconstitute itself. But again, what we're looking at, I think, into the future, I'm not so optimistic, especially as the Mars program approaches. And we'll see. I kind of thought that 2020 was a litmus test, and people broadly failed for the most part. But we'll see. So, do you have any sort of optimism about 2021 for your?
No. No, not really. I think it's just we're just going to keep marching on to the one world, centralized, capitalist on top, communist on bottom, China approach. The China class is already in control of the United States right now, and that is the corporate and governmental elite that are in lockstep with the Chinese model. That's where they want to take everything. I don't see any turning back. I just see things getting worse. I'm sorry to say I don't have any no good news from this point of view at the moment. There's nothing inspirational. We've run out of hopium right now.
Right. I heard there's a batch. I heard it's bad, but there's a batch of hopium going around that's keeping the QAnoners on the hook until March the 4th. But after that, I don't think there's any more hopium left in the world.
Yes, the March 4th. I think that'll come and go as well. Which really it does suck. I have to admit it does suck. But
hey, let me run this by you really quick. I Can't Breathe, which last year I Can't Breathe was the meme of the year. George Floyd, 5G towers supposedly sucking the oxygen out of people, and then you have the mask makes it hard to breathe, and then you had George Floyd being knelt on. That phrase, I can't breathe, happens to be an anagram for a better China, which I thought was just an interesting little coincidence or side note. But now, I can't breathe, a better China, and now build back better. It makes perfect
BBB.
sense. Makes perfect sense. Integrated psyop with a little bit of Easter eggs thrown in for the observers who know what's going on, I guess.
Yeah, and the trial was supposed to be on 9/11 last year. Whatever happened with that? Was it put over, or the George Floyd?
They had a hearing. They had a hearing on 9/11. No, actually, he's on bail, and I think the trial's going to come up next month. So that's going to be big. That's going to be big because they're going to say he did it according to the book, and the fact that he was so calm works in his favor because it wasn't a crime of passion. So no, there's when the weather warms up, the rioters will be out in the streets, I imagine.
Oh right, yeah. No, I forgot. Yeah, it's all of North America is still under a bit of a deep freeze. So yeah, I guess they'll just recreate the same old stories again when the weather warms up. That makes sense.
Exactly. I mean, they put him down for the winter, but yeah, it'll be there. So I'm expecting it. Definitely, it's just like it's the next season in this reality show. Last year, I think, was also typified by the Purge series. I mean, we lived through so many movies last year. The existence of predictive programming is no longer a conspiracy theory. It's just how media works. I think we're just calling it. But okay, so going through comments, see if anybody has any final anything for you. And it looks like a number of people are saying thanks for joining. Let's see. Somebody's asking. Okay, here we go. Dave Hoaxman says, thank you, IPS and Fakeologist.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always good to talk to you. I have to admit, there's so much content out there. It's hard for me to keep up to your daily schedule, so I've fallen behind. You must agree that the amount of content creation out there is off the charts. There's a lot of new voices, what seem to be regular people, just all over the place. And sometimes I just change my focus on Canada where I live because it's a little more relevant. But the content's crazy right now. Just so much of it.
And that's why I like reaching out to people who are in different areas so we can know, because it's just not the same. It's not uniform everywhere. The methodology is the same, but it's at different stages. And And so, yeah, definitely
We
appreciate.
might be ahead of you in Canada because Canada is way more compliant, but if you want to look to the north, that's what they're going to bring, at least here in northern states. I really see an integration with the northern states, which have more in common with Canada, including the weather. I really see a Mason-Dixon line forming again in the United States. Not to mention the mega regions. I don't know if we talked about America 2050, which is the redrawing of the American borders, but that's totally relevant. Very important.
Have not talked about that with you or heard about it, but I will look into it because, well, everything that they say they're going to do, they do. And it seems like everything, I mean, Dark Winter was an exercise. The COVID-19 was an exercise. These are all things that they prepare for in advance. They rehearse. So if they're talking about 2050, that'll be after we've all been vaxxed, neutered, and the skies will be black, I imagine.
Yeah, America 2050 is a very real plan. Every area of the world has a 2050 plan, and if you want to see the North American map, the Rockefeller lockstep style NGO think tank plan for North America, just look up America 2050. You'll see the map and how they envision it. Just like Greater Israel, that's the plan for the Middle East, right from the Mediterranean to Persia, Africa, the reorganization of Africa. And I think the world central hub will be China. China is just the amount of resource and rebuilding and redirection to China is just crazy. Even our own country, we have Chinese corporations in Canada just draining our resources and just sending them off to China. They're doing things undercover that haven't even been approved. I don't think it's happening in the US in the same way, but here in Canada, as around the world, China is in every country.
I saw a meme today. It had the COVID virus, and it said that this is the longest anything ever made in China has lasted. You know, I mean, I don't really believe it's a Chinese virus like they say, but anyway, I think
it's a Chinese plan. It's a Chinese model, and who is behind China? It's the same old people. It's the Anglo-American Empire. They're just in China. They just moved their operations to China.
Well, I saw this coming. I have to say, PNAC, they said that this was going to be the Chinese century, and they also mentioned space wars. Yeah. So expect space wars too. And I brought up earlier this incident a couple days ago where some engine parts were falling from airplanes. I brought that up because I think that the public is being prepared for space wars and stuff falling from the sky.
I didn't quite understand the angle. I know there was a story in the media about pieces of planes falling out, but I didn't really look into it.
Well, at first I was going to ignore it, but then I thought there was like two different instances that happened 4 hours apart on the other side of the world. So I thought this looks like a template thing, kind of like after Floyd, you had others being kneeled on the neck in the same way in other parts of the world. And I thought, well, what could be the agenda? And then I see a commercial on NBC for a show called Debris. And then I see Leonardo DiCaprio in a movie that's coming up called Don't Look Up, about asteroids. So I look at this all as integrated, entertainment and the news. And if they have stuff falling from the sky, I suspect it's to prepare us for space junk Armageddon, possibly coming soon. Mandatory helmets to go with your mask.
Okay. Yeah, I don't quite get the I still don't see what they're getting at with unless they're just trying to promote the idea of space, which as the song you used to play all the time, space is fake for sure.
Right, exactly. My thinking, space is a new warfighting domain, and that it's just another area where they have a global threat. Climate change, viruses, and now debris. And this is why every other day they tell us there's an asteroid coming. And how can they still tell us the straight face that we're about to get hit by a space rock when they've been wrong every single time since, well, the dinosaur one 66 million years ago? But anyway, hey, this has been
All right.
an interesting talk as usual. So we'll be in
Yes.
touch, and I'll put everybody in the mailing list in touch with you on your site. Maybe check it out and get on your mailing list. So thanks
Great.
again. Have a great evening.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Take care.
All right, everybody. That is Fakeologist, the newest addition to the Dark Matter Digital Network. If you go there, there's a menu. It says on the top, Fakeologist Show, Apostasy, Infinite Plane Radio. Anyway, this will take you right on over to fakeologist.com. We've gone over some of that. He brought up Bitcoin. I should have brought this up. Bitcoin's damage to the planet. The coal-powered Chinese phenomenon that uses more electricity than Argentina. There's a good reason for environmental campaigners and academics to worry about the effects of cryptocurrencies on the planet. So now your digital currency is a threat to the planet. That tells me that there's probably something good in it. If they're trying to tell you it's bad for the environment, if they're trying to scare you about it, if you use cryptocurrency, the sky's going to fall, then it's probably something you want to be a part of. Okay, thanks everybody for joining. If you want to hear this on a replay, go to darkmatter.radio. If you're on my Patreon, you will get that link as well. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. The edge is in your mind. Have a great night.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal, selling communism and laying out the psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground, killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost our places wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs, drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and sure it's divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new spaceline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game, no brain, no shame. Every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its go. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greatest scheme. In the halls of mental asylums, echoes what critical voices scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists thrive. The beef management of the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans, no questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infest all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartment to the murder crew. Students specialized to lose the broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-Tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the like-minded to the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard rating its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever searched for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
All right, everyone. The storm is upon us. Get your space junk helmets on. All right, that's the name of the book. Tonight's guest, Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us. He's not talking about space junk. He's talking about the storm triggered by, well, maybe triggered by Donald Trump. That's what we're going to discuss. Whose fault is this QAnon? What is QAnon? Where is it going? The full title of the book is The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. So those of you who listen to this channel know that we cover this QAnon phenomenon all the time as objectively as possible. We take calls from QAnon true believers and we follow their thinking to see where it goes. So at no point have I been dismissive of the topic. I decided, hey, this is not going away. So I want to be the most informed I can be on this topic as it evolves. So let's go ahead and go right into the description of the book so you know where we're coming from in this conversation. And if you want to chime in, if you want to ask questions or comment, you're going to be given the opportunity here. Just go into the chat at any of our live chats. Just go to darkmatter.radio. Okay, again, the subtitle is How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. So let's start with this. In The Storm is Upon Us, Mike Rothschild takes the readers from the background conspiracies and cults that fed the Q phenomenon to its embrace by right-wing media and Donald Trump, through the rending of families as loved ones become addicted, to Q's increasingly violent rhetoric, to the storming of the Capitol and on. As the phenomenon shows no sign of calming despite Trump's loss of the presidency, with everyone from baby... Hey, Michael, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Excellent. I'm glad that you were able to call in right away. We just started going through the premise of your book, and the subtitle pretty much says it all. And I informed the listeners tonight that they can leave their comments, they can chat in the chat boxes here on any of the video feeds and ask questions. Many of the people who listen to this channel, just so you know, have actually followed QAnon and actually believed that there is some kind of was a great awakening. And so I'm glad that we were able to finally get in touch, because in the last week, as you know, this whole subject has been, I think, revitalized by a few things like McAfee and his Dead Man Switch, Donald Trump's latest posts. So I wanted to get into all of that. So why don't we just start? And if you could briefly introduce yourself to our listeners, Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us.
Sure. So my name is Mike Rothschild. I'm a journalist who covers internet culture, fraud, scams, conspiracy theories, and the like. And I've been following QAnon really almost since the very beginning, since January 2018, when I started to see tweets with pictures of John McCain and Hillary Clinton wearing orthopedic walking boots. And they supposedly not because they'd actually injured their feet, but because they had been arrested in a secret purge called The Storm. And I thought that that was amazing, and I really wanted to know a lot more about it. And then I started to get a little bit troubled by certain links that I thought that it had to these long-running affinity frauds. And I write about these quite a bit in the book, these things like Nasara and the Iraqi dinar, these Intel-driven financial scams where there's a guru who has this supposed secret knowledge of a great event that's about to come, And in those cases, they were clearly scams. I mean, these were selling non-existent financial bonds or selling the basically worthless Iraqi dinar, which was then supposedly going to revalue and make all of its holders millionaires. But with QAnon, I got concerned because there were links there to extremism and to violence, and I thought that something that didn't sell investments or get-rich-quick scams, but instead sold the good feelings that you would have when your enemies were brought to justice, I thought was very troubling. And
Yes.
I kind of haven't stopped being troubled by it since.
Yes, that's what differentiates QAnon from other, quote, conspiracy theories, is that this does have a violent end. And for people who aren't aware, and maybe you can elaborate on this, the Great Awakening happens after all the bad guys are executed. So we're talking about a French Revolution level bloodbath, are we not?
Yeah, that's basically, I mean, the very first Q drop posted on 4chan at the end of October 2017 was that Hillary Clinton had already been arrested and that there would be riots that would take place once that revelation came out. And you could find out that Hillary had been arrested because the Marines and National Guard were going to be called up to crush the civil disobedience. And since then, it's just had a very violent trajectory. There's social media ideation all over the place of QAnon followers talking about, should she be hanged or should she be shot? Stuff like that. And then, of course, you've had the actual crimes committed by QAnon believers. You've had multiple murders. You've had child kidnappings. You had an incident of domestic terrorism outside Hoover Dam. A lot of crimes that haven't quite made the news. Vandalism, stalking, things like that, all driven by this unhinged belief in QAnon. So there is a very troubling edge to this movement.
So let me ask you this then. Does Trump have plausible deniability? Like, he doesn't exactly come out and openly endorse it, but does QAnon have his tacit endorsement, in your opinion?
I think it does. I try never to guess what Donald Trump knows or doesn't know or thinks or doesn't think. He's a person who's very difficult to psychoanalyze that way. But Trump has retweeted QAnon believing accounts well over 300 times. And this started really almost a couple of weeks after the first drops. There was a post by this guy who went by MAGA Pill, who put up the presidential accomplishment list. And Trump retweeted it in beginning of November 2017 and was like, wow, this is only the beginning of what we've done. And as it turned out, MAGA Pill was a sort of an OG QAnon evangelist. They'd put up a blog post about how this was the greatest military intelligence operation of all time. Now, of course, MAGA Pill later soured on QAnon and sort of disavowed the whole thing. Which is sort of typical for the way a lot of these promoters work. They get really into it, and then they tell you that they were never into it. But yeah, Trump has shared these memes and shared this mythology. I don't know how he saw it. I don't know if he went looking for it or if his team put it in front of him and said, hey, why don't you retweet this? It'll wind up the liberals. I don't know about that, but he's definitely given his approval to this, first by retweeting it and then by not denouncing it when the media asked him about it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, at the 1/6 event before the riots, Don Jr. was out there speaking, and he used the number 17 in a very specific way in one of his speeches there, and people cheered. So to me, 17 is an obvious and clear QAnon dog whistle because Q17. So it kind of seems like the people around him were egging this thing on. And then you have individuals around him like Lynn Wood, who is openly calling for, Lynn Wood, General Flynn, all these characters, Alex Jones. But in particular, Lynn Wood was calling for Pence to be hanged that day. So it just seems like Trump's in the middle of this, and it's hard for me to see how he's not a driver of it. And the QAnon followers, do they seem to think that Trump is communicating to them directly?
Oh yeah, that's a whole huge part of QAnon is Trump is bypassing the sort of traditional levers of the media to communicate directly with his faithful, and he does it through these coded statements and these Twitter typos and misspellings, and so they'll think that some word being stopped being spelled with an extra P. The P stands for something, and they'll go to a Q drop to find what the P stands for. And it's very much it's like finding the face on Mars, or finding reading chicken entrails to tell you what the future is. You already know what you think. You're just working backwards to justify why what you think is coming true. And Trump, whether he knew it or not, was very good at that.
Well, it's interesting how the Q drops stopped in December 2020, and I thought, okay, well, if nothing happens by January 20th, they're going to have to hang it up. And then some said, well, no, the real date for the new inauguration is in March 4th. And so they kept pushing it back, and I thought, this can't go on forever. But now, anytime I look at QAnon posters, they'll say, no, actually, the QAnon drops from 2018 relate to 2021. So does it seem to you like they can extend this thing indefinitely?
Oh yeah, that is a huge part of how movements like QAnon work. Disconfirmation, things going wrong, prophecies not coming true, predictions fizzling out. All of those things are actually proof that the predictions were right. They're just not going to be right in the way that you thought they were right. And that started with Q very quickly. The first 150 or so QAnon drops were very clearly about this event that was supposed to happen, the storm. It was supposed to be Hillary Clinton and Podesta and Obama and George Soros and all of these other people being snapped up by this clutch of sealed indictments and hauled off to Guantanamo Bay. Well, that never happened, and it was never going to happen. But the Q faithful by that point had gotten themselves so lathered up about this whole thing happening that when the date that Q set, which was sometime in mid-November, came and went, Q started talking about how, no, they didn't mean a purge of America. They meant a purge in Saudi Arabia. And you could tell that because of this reference to Alice in Wonderland and this number that was used over here. And it was clearly BS. This clearly was the very beginning of Q making it up as they went along. I mean, it was all made up as they went along, but really making it up as they went along. And the followers by that point were so into the story that they just went with it.
Well, you said making it up as they go along, and that does seem to be the case, but it does seem like everything they're doing is templated off of previous panics. Like when I first heard these claims that the Democrat and the Hollywood elitists were drinking blood, I thought, this sounds like blood libel or the satanic panic all over again.
Yes.
Do you feel like this is just repackaged older conspiracy theories?
Yes, that is absolutely it. One of the reasons I wanted to write the book was to kind of demystify QAnon. I think when it really blew up publicly, I think a lot of journalists who aren't familiar with that, with conspiracy theory culture, thought that this was all brand new. Nothing like this had ever happened before. There was no way to really talk about it because it was totally out of our experience. And I thought to myself, this is not brand new. None of this is brand new. This is all parts of other things. You got a piece of blood libel, you got a piece of Pizzagate, you got a piece of the dinar scam. It's a thousand different things that go into this. And what I really wanted to do was strip off that sheen of being new and being, cutting edge, and get down to the component parts and really break those down as things that we've seen before. Things like the satanic panic, things like the blood libel, things like the adrenochrome hoax. All of those are things that go into QAnon and are repackaged and repurposed to be something that looks new. But when you really know those parts, they're very easy to identify.
Yeah, exactly. And, there was something you put in the book. You wrote, the Gospel of Q, the closest thing to a founding document for scriptures for Q are the Q drops themselves. And you totaled the number of drops. And you put here that there were more than 60,000 more words than in the New Testament. So that's a lot of content for them to pour over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of content. And one of the things that really makes QAnon, gets people really involved in QAnon is what I call busy work, for lack of a better term. There is a lot of sort of fussy decoding to do. You go through each one of these drops and you find all of the potential hidden meanings. And of course, because the drops don't really say anything, they have any number of hidden meanings. I think there are some people who look at these as puzzles or riddles. I don't think they are puzzles or riddles, because a puzzle looks like something. You put all the pieces together and it's a picture. And there's a right way to put it together, and then there's a wrong way to put it together. A riddle has a solution. Q drops don't have that. They don't have solutions. There's no one way to interpret them. So that's why you're able to interpret a drop one way on one day, and then 6 months later something happens, and you can completely reinterpret the same drop in a completely different way. It involves sort of endless busy work and decoding and trying to pin down what this is supposed to mean. And in reality, most of it is not supposed to mean anything.
Busy work. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. What I see with a lot of the people who are promulgating this stuff is that they're crowdsourcing their own news and solving puzzles every day. For example, you may remember in Tennessee, there was that RV that exploded in downtown Nashville. It's Christmas morning.
Yes.
And the guy who blew it up, Anthony Quinn Warner, and before it blew up, there was this broadcasted voice saying, warning, this is going to blow up. And the QAnoners that I followed said, well, clearly this is a warning from Q. A.Q. Warner. His name was decoded that way. And that's the kind of thinking that I see that drives this stuff. It's very crowdsourced.
It is incredibly crowdsourced. And what you have is you find the result, you find the conclusion. And the conclusion is the work itself. So you find whatever the guy's name is, and there's going to be a hidden meaning in it. And if it's not that, it's going to be something else. Oh, I saw people baking that explosion, minutes after it happened. People were trying to figure out what it was. And of course, we still don't really know exactly what it was. And that is the biggest driver of conspiracy theories of all, not knowing. And our brains do that. And it's completely natural. We all do it. We look at something that doesn't have a good answer, and we want a good answer. So we create a better answer. And something like that happens, and it's a petri dish for conspiracy theories. And, in reality, the guy's name had nothing to do with it. Why would it? But when you believe that everything that happens is part of this secret, silent war going on between good and evil, and this war is being fought everywhere from the cutting edge of cybersecurity to secret codes in people's names and in pictures of dogs. You interpret everything that happens through the lens of the movement and of the war. And if it wasn't something that happened with him, it would be something else. They would find a way to tie it all together. They always do.
Right. I found a quote. Here's a quote from your book. You said, Q believers see it as a plan to save the world. A plan being carried out by Donald Trump, his hand-picked advisors, and his millions of digital soldiers. So they see themselves as digital soldiers who are fighting a proxy war. And so I can see why they feel like this should take a front row seat in their life. And what has been your experience looking into how QAnon affects people's family lives, how divisive it happens to be?
Oh, it can have a devastating effect on people's family lives. And, I'm sure that there are plenty of people who subscribe to some of the mythology of QAnon and have, completely normal family lives and relationships and jobs. And this is just something that they enjoy doing on their off time. And that's fine. This book is not about those people. Those people are fine. I don't worry about those people. The people who I do worry about, and I talk about some of these people, are the people for whom this becomes their existence. They push away everybody and everything that is not part of QAnon. And it is very cult-like in that respect. There is an in-group and an out-group. The in-group is the community, the people who are going on this journey with you. The out-group is everybody else. And maybe that is somebody who doesn't think much of it, or maybe that's somebody who actively mocks you, and you don't want to be mocked. You don't want your beliefs to be made fun of. And so you push that person away. And I've talked to many people who have cut off contact with their Q believing loved ones because it completely consumes them. It becomes everything that they talk about, everything that they do. They start to feel unsafe around those people, and it is a serious issue going on right now in this country.
Well, you had some polling data here. You said, going beyond Q itself, a 2020 poll by NPR found a third of Americans believe in the existence of the deep state, pulling the strings of international politics. So, what are your thoughts on this deep state construct? Because I've questioned from the beginning, is there even a deep state? Has this been established, or is this just a euphemism for Democrats? I mean, what's your thought on that phrase, the deep state?
Sure, and it's interesting because that phrase, the deep state, used to have a very specific meaning. That term came from Turkey in the mid 90s, and there was an incident where, and I want to say it was 1996, but I could be completely wrong about that. There was a car accident where a senior government official was in a car accident, and riding in the car with him was a high-ranking police official and a really well-known terrorist. And they were all going off somewhere together to some secret meeting. And this term, the deep state, became the euphemism for this kind of state within a state that was acting like they were fighting terrorism, but was really working with terrorists. Since then, that term has completely lost all of its specific meaning, and it now just basically means people we don't like who are in power. And the idea of the deep state, as it's popularly thought of, really is no different than the 1990s concept of the New World Order, or the concept of the Illuminati, or the Trilateral Commission, or the Council on Foreign Relations, or the Bilderberg Group. It's this kind of shadowy group that's doing something bad to the bulk of the population, and there's nothing that we can do about it. And the deep state is just another version of that, and I'm sure something else will come along to supplant that. So that's really where that comes from. And when QAnon believers talk about the deep state, they're basically just talking about people who are not like them. And it really doesn't have a lot of meaning anymore, other than it's a very, very vague definition.
Exactly. And I find it another example of how conservatism doesn't really exist in America anymore, thanks to Trump, because the conservatives used to be like, limited government. They weren't looking for big state solutions.
Sure.
But now they're trying to purify the state, which is what they always accuse the other side of trying to do, of trying to perfect everything. And so I think it's really interesting, too, how the conservative movement has almost been eclipsed by this desire to take control of the state. And it's a very statist thing when you look into, as you've pointed out, their end game, or what they see as they see this as an actual desirable goal, saving the world by, executing the bad guys, which again, that's not how we normally do things. That's a complete inversion of our normal process. And it's a fascinating thing that they've managed to sell people on this. And my first experience with QAnon was a friend who was into it. He told me, he said, there's going to be a point in the future where the National Guard's going to take out the deep state, and it's going to be broadcast on TV, and all of their crimes will be reported. So it's a very doomsday type situation, the storm, ultimately. And so what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that there is a point where the digital soldiers are going to be activated to actually go after their political enemies, or do you think this is just a mythology?
Well, I think you're right. There's a real sort of doom and gloom among QAnon believers. Like if you go on their social media, they sort of, it's very sort of double-sided. On one hand, there's this like utopianism of like everything is great and we're winning all the time and everything is going to be awesome, and the bad guys are going to get taken out and we're going to have utopia. But then there are also just simultaneously some of the most miserable people that you will ever be around. There's threads on a bunch of different Q social media. Some of it's gone now, but people talking about all of the relationships they've lost and how they spent Christmas by themselves because nobody in their family wanted to hear about QAnon anymore. There was one post that went really viral a couple of years ago of a guy who made like a Doritos and bologna sandwich and was like, I'm celebrating Thanksgiving with my Q family. And it got just dumped on mercilessly. There was another thread of people who talked about all of the pop culture they can't enjoy anymore because they're awoke now to QAnon. But I do think that there is danger in this idea of being a digital soldier. You are fighting. Not just, you're not fighting over land, you're not fighting over money, you're fighting good versus evil. You're fighting to save the souls of children. You're fighting against they look at it as a 5,000-year-old Luciferian cult. And when you start to believe that you are fighting against that, that's a fight that you can't afford to lose. And the thing that really scares me is not the sort of rank and file, miserable, lonely QAnon believer eating their bologna and Doritos sandwich and sitting there in silence. It's that small group who thinks that they are personally fighting the sort of monstrous deep state. And one of the things that I really found in the book is that the crimes committed by QAnon believers are not crimes of anger. They're not sort of lashing out indiscriminately. These are people who really believed either they were in danger, children were in danger, or America was in danger. And it becomes very difficult to do anything about that person because they're fighting their own battle in their head. And you don't know it's a real battle until they've shot someone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my biggest fear.
You're talking about good intentions. Their intentions are good. It's like the well-intentioned people, but their means that they allow themselves because they have the moral high ground are actually terrible. And they get the moral high ground because they have this belief rooted in things like Isaac Cappy's claims. Isaac Cappy, actor,
right,
who fell off the bridge, whatever the case was, that was taken by QAnoners as a sign that he was telling the truth and he had to be taken out. And that kind of faded for a while because his dead man switch never surfaced. Well, later, last summer, right before the election, Lynn Wood when he was chanting about hanging Pence, he brought up Cappy and he said, let's do this for Cappy. So they try to create a martyr out of Cappy. And I noticed in your book, you remarked on how they were creating a martyr out of Ashley Babbitt. Another example of that. What's your take on this martyrdom of Isaac Cappy or Ashley Babbitt? Are they really martyrs for a cause, or is this disingenuous by the QAnon crowd?
I think it's very disingenuous. The Isaac Cappy, it's a very sad story to me. This was a guy, and I've watched some of his videos. He made a lot, and I haven't seen all of it. But the stuff I've seen, there's something there that is not right. He is clearly struggling. And obviously I never knew him. I couldn't diagnose him, even if I did know him, I couldn't diagnose him. But he's clearly unwell in a lot of these videos. And what bothers me is the exploitation of someone who is clearly unwell. Nobody in his circle stopped to get him help. Nobody in his circle said, hey, I think, hey man, I agree with you, but let's dial it back a little bit. Let's take care of yourself too. No one did that. And instead he took his own life. And there wasn't anybody, I guess, who was able to get to him and say, don't do it. It's not worth it. And instead his death was exploited. And I feel the same thing is happening with Ashley Babbitt. I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ashley Babbitt, but at the same time, using her death to advance this narrative is really irresponsible to me. This was a person, and yes, she was, at least to me, was a very misguided person whose death was completely needless, but she was a person. And there's no self-awareness. There's no looking inward of, hey, maybe we went too far with this. Maybe we need to re-examine how we look at the world and how we take in information. It's just that the narrative just never stops. And you're always building on the narrative. And she and Cappy become just another step on that ladder of narrative to tell this story. And I find it very sad.
Yeah, and you're right about exploitative. And so for a group that considers themselves to be fighting a war against evil, QAnoners do pass on a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and lies in the form of manufactured evidence or screen caps of tweets that turn out not to be real. And I always found that to be questionable because I thought if they really had a case, they wouldn't have to manufacture evidence to paint people up in negative light, specifically with a lot of their accusations about various celebrities. And I don't see a lot of walking back when they're proven wrong. One thing you alluded to are the ankle bracelets. And every time there's ankle bracelets, we're told, well, that person is about to be executed and they've been replaced or something along those lines. But time rolls on and Hillary Clinton's still with us. I still see Anderson Cooper and Tom Hanks. No sign of them disappearing. Yeah. So these prophecies aren't coming true. And that's something that you actually covered extensively. As far as the record of QAnon and their prophecies, what you said was more false claims than an insurance scam. Care to elaborate on these prophecies?
Sure. One of the things that Q changed up very early on was the drops became much less specific. They stopped being about certain things that would happen on certain days at certain times, and then they just became vague pronouncements of things that were at some point going to happen. And some of these were so vague and so non-specific that they could really be interpreted any possible way. And I look at it through the analogy of darts. You know, if you throw 1,000 darts at a dartboard, you're going to hit a few bullseyes, but that doesn't make you a professional darts player. Q never really got anything right. Q talked about these great events that were going to happen soon or next week or big week coming, but that doesn't mean anything unless you say what is going to happen soon. How will we know that it's a big week? What are the booms? How do we know that they've happened? How do we prove these claims? There was never any of that. So nothing Q said was a testable claim. You know, certainly not when you get past the, Hillary Clinton will be arrested on November 3rd. I mean, that's a testable claim. I guess every November 3rd it's a testable claim. But just saying big week ahead or Tuesday, that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything. Those are just words. And people give them the meaning that they want to have. But Q never made a claim like that actually came true because they weren't claiming anything.
Right, too vague, and for them to attribute any kind of prophetic value, it's mathematically, no, it hasn't been proven to be in any way accurate. And I'm glad you went through all of those because some people think, well, it's mathematically impossible for this not to be someone close to Trump. And they run with that, and they're able to find verification everywhere. You had mentioned on Christmas, you had QAnoners alone with their Dorito sandwiches. And you might have seen this. I think it was Christmas in 2019. The QAnon narrative was that JFK Jr. was going to show up in the Christmas parade in the Santa Claus costume. And at first I thought it was a joke, but have you come across this story about the return of JFK Jr. Along with this Q Great Awakening?
Oh, yeah. That's one of those things that I don't exactly know how it got started because there's never been a Q drop about JFK Jr. faking his own death. There was one that alluded to Hillary Clinton having had him killed in 1999 to ensure that she could run for Senate because he was thinking about running for Senate. Well, he wasn't running for Senate. He was talking to people about possibly doing it. He also, he made pilot error, and that happens a lot with light planes. Like this is not a mystery. But the JFK Jr. thing grew out of that one drop into JFK Jr. has been for 20 years and is going to reveal himself at the exact right moment and take his place alongside Donald Trump and renew the Kennedy dynasty. Q never said it, and in fact, Q once did a question and answer session, and we specifically asked about JFK Jr. and said, no, he's dead. Even there are some things that even Q doesn't want to be part of, but there's actually quite a bit of Q mythology that was never in a drop, and just kind of stuck to the community. The idea of adrenochrome, the oxidized adrenaline secreted by terrified children. Q never talks about that. That term is never mentioned in a Q drop. Now, it does get mentioned by one of the previous Anon accounts, and I talk about those accounts quite a bit in the book, and there's one that really had never been written about before. This guy who called himself Highway Patrolman, and he was an Anon on 4chan who pretended like he was a high-ranking, state police official in a border state. And one of Highway Patrolman's claims that he'd intercepted a shipment of adrenochrome worth $100 billion or something. And 4chan just laughed him off the board. They thought it was so stupid. So we saw those claims get repurposed later on down the road, not by Q, but by Q promoters. So at some point, Q is not even necessary for QAnon, the movement, to thrive. And we've seen that now because there hasn't been a new Q drop since December. And I don't think there's ever going to be another one.
No, I don't think so. There doesn't have to be. My observation has been that there are enough influencers in there who can reinterpret the word of Q, and they can probably do it into the future. And it's really fascinating to me how they've become almost like verses, and they're lining them up with the dates, and they're saying this is a prophecy, the future proves the past. That's one of their things they say, one of their slogans. The future proves the past. You've come across that one. What are your thoughts on that? Is that just an exercise in bias confirmation?
Totally. It is what the great sociologist Robert Lifton called a thought-terminating cliche. It's a little phrase that you can use to end the discussion and end your need to think about things further. And we all do that. That's a very common linguistic technique. I mean, when you say something like, well, it is what it is, that's a thought-terminating cliche. That's not bad. It's just, it's an easy way of saying there's nothing I can do about this. So, let it go. But Q is full of those things, and you will see them all over Q drops, the discourse of QAnon promoters, things like where we go one, we go all, trust the plan, future proves past. These little phrases that assuage the doubt of believers. So if you're wavering on, is this really going to happen? Are the arrests ever going to come? Is Hillary ever going to be punished? You think, oh, trust the plan. When you see a QAnon believer who does something that you're not supposed to do, you think of them, well, they're not one of us. Of course, that violates where we go one, we go all, but it's not exactly a movement that is internally consistent. You have a way of rationalizing every single thing that happens, and those kinds of little catchphrases are really good at that.
Right, correct, and that's one of the things that's been very consistent. They can never be proven wrong. There's always some out for them. And there's something you put in your book here about the proofs, Q proofs. Proofs provide just that for believers, evidence that Q and Trump are intimately connected, that there's no way anybody could post that without that connection. So they're operating under the presumption that this is high-level intel and he's connected to Trump and this secret mission. And now Trump is no longer in office, but he's still trying to wield some influence. And I noted on your Twitter feed, you commented on one of his tweets where he asked, who killed Ashley Babbitt? And your comment on it was basically that it's disturbing for somebody with a heavily armed cult of personality to be demanding the identity in this case here. And that just happened. Any thoughts on that? Do you think that's a very dangerous thing for him to do at a minimum?
I think it's extremely dangerous. I mean, whether or not, whatever your interpretation of what happened on January 6th was, to me at least, I feel like the Capitol police officer who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt was defending himself. I mean, take the context out of it. There was a mob setting on this guy, and he defended himself. He stood his ground. And to me, his name is not a matter of public record. This is somebody who was doing his job. And for Donald Trump, for Donald Trump to be asking who this guy is, who did this, is putting him in the crosshairs of this movement that has proven time and time again that it has violent intentions. This guy, if his name is ever made public, he's going to have to go into hiding. And I think we can all agree that that's not the way things are supposed to work. We are not supposed to find people that we disagree with and attempt to destroy them and send them running because of a torrent of death threats. And that's exactly what's going to happen if his identity is ever found. And he should know that. I mean, he really should know better than to do that. But, either he does and he doesn't care, or he doesn't.
That's probably why he got kicked off of Twitter. A lot of people claim censorship to gain clout or sympathy, but a lot of it is just they're crossing certain lines there when it comes to publishing content to a mass audience. And that's why I wonder, how does this guy get away with plausible deniability in this whole scenario? When it comes to the Capitol riot on 1/6, Jacob Angeli, the 33-year-old who wore the Viking hat and carried the spear, He's using, I think his attorneys are calling it the dumbass defense, where he's claiming that he was overwhelmed by Trump's messaging and couldn't resist it. Do you see some of these rioters as victims of conspiracy theories, or do you think that there's something else motivating them, hatred or something? I mean, what's your explanation?
No, I don't think these people are. Sure, I don't think these people are victims at all. I don't think that these were brainwashed zombies who were just doing what their leader told them to do. You know, you can say that they got caught up in the moment, that they maybe took leave of their senses, that that they disassociated in that moment when they broke into the Capitol. I mean, you can talk about that, but ultimately, getting on an airplane and flying across the country to attend a rally where you're going to persuade the vice president to throw out the election results, that's a choice. That is an informed choice that you make. That is a decision that you embark on. That's not the act of a sort of brainwashed cultist. That's a person who has a goal in mind and wants to do everything they can to achieve that goal. You know, I know that some of the defense that Angeli is using, well, he can't be a bad guy. He stopped one of the rioters from stealing a muffin. I mean, this is the thought process here that, well, it can't be me. It's not my fault. I tried to do the right thing. It's all these other people. But at the same time, how do you differentiate at some point? Like, you broke into the Capitol. You weren't supposed to be there. You were trespassing. That you did something not awful while you were there does not mean that you weren't there illegally. And so what I would love, and it's really shows how conservatism has inverted during the Trump years, is some sort of personal responsibility by some of these people, is not making up stories that it was Antifa or undercover FBI agents, but saying, yeah, I did this. I had a goal in mind. I wanted Pence punished for his apostasy, whatever. Take some responsibility for what you've done and own up to it. And that's what conservatism used to be, and it's not anymore. And I think that we see that in the sort of continued justifications of the people who stormed the Capitol.
Well, I certainly don't like the idea that they can just say, oh, it's because they're mentally ill and they're susceptible to conspiracy theories, because then it becomes an angle to attack free speech, the free flow of information, and conspiracy theories or conjecture itself. And I would rather discuss than censor this material. And that's one of the reasons why I read your book. And for anyone who just joined us, we're listening, or we're speaking with Mike Rothschild, the author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. Now, I did have somebody in the comment here, Mike, who asked if you get a lot of questions because of your name. And another person said, Rothschild is part of the Q operation. You care to address that? Do you get a lot of that?
I do get a lot of that. I am not related to the famous family, not in any way that I know of, and I'm not part of the Q operation. And if I were part of this, extremely wealthy string pulling family, I would not be writing books. I would not be debating people on social media. I would just be enjoying my money and, collecting art and fine wine and living on a yacht or something. I wouldn't bother to do this. The really, truly wealthy people of the world, the people who really do make the power elite, as it were, they don't feel the need to justify their every action on social media. They just do it, which of course is one of the big problems we're going through right now. But no, I have no connection to the Rothschild banking family, and the vast majority of what you hear about the Rothschild family is nonsense anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of those, and I was talking to some friends about this earlier, about how a lot of this QAnon stuff seems templated on the past. And it seems like a lot of the blame and scapegoating of the Rothschilds has been moved to Bill Gates and the Hollywood elite. It's more like they've just kind of transferred their bad guy to another group that's more relatable and easily identifiable, and you can see them on Twitter and Facebook. And QAnon is very celebrity obsessed, which is also very fascinating, because it pretty much suggests that everybody on the political left is guilty. And I would ask QAnoners who call in, I would ask them, So Hillary Clinton drinks adrenochrome. Does Donald Trump? They would say no. And I'm supposed to believe that this practice is partisan. So that's how you can, that's to me, that's just a giveaway that
Right.
this is just way too partisan to be anything other than a massive libel and slander campaign.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, this idea that the global power elite has been doing these horrible things to us for thousands of years. Oh, but not this one guy. You know, he doesn't do that. I mean, come on. That is the epitome of the logical fallacy of special pleading. You know, you sort of make up an answer that explains things the way you want them to be explained. But there's a huge obsession with celebrities in QAnon. You know, Tom Hanks, Patton Oswalt, Chrissy Teigen, you know, certainly political figures, but also like the director James Gunn. I mean, they find old out of context tweets and bad jokes by these people and repackage them as like, oh, they're admitting to their pedophilia in public. That's not really what actual pedophiles do. I mean, the actual pedophile is like the guy working for Joe Paterno for 40 years, who, you know, it was sort of an open secret, but nobody could really do anything about it. I mean, the actual pedophiles are in the shadows, and they've perfected exactly how they do what they do and how they prey on people. They're not, you know, making jokes about it on Twitter. They're just doing it. And it takes decades to find these people and suss out their crimes. You know, they're not publicly flaunting it. That's not the way this works. And so in so many cases, QAnon is really just sort of a fundamental misunderstanding of how the world works. And it pictures a world that only exists in the way you want it to, rather than the way it actually is.
Yeah, it reminds me in many ways, the whole narrative itself, it reminds me of eschatology. It's like, in a way, they're waiting for the Great Awakening, where the seals are opened, which to me sounds biblical, opening the 7 seals or whatever. But in this case, it's the sealed indictments. So we find out who's guilty, who's innocent. We can have the judgment, and then we can have the Great Awakening. And now you mentioned Nasara. This is the utopian side that people may not be aware of about QAnon. What is the big promise at the end of the road here for QAnon when they beat the deep state? What is this Nasara for people who haven't heard about it before?
Sure. And this is a fascinating subject to me. I could talk for quite a while about this. Nasara was an economic proposal that was written by this guy named Harvey Bernard. And Bernard had a very utopian idea of the way the U.S. economy and really the world economy could be rewritten. And it involved the elimination of consumer debt and a return to the gold standard and all of this very sort of pie in the sky money stuff. And he printed up 1,000 copies of this book, Nasara, and he sent it to basically everybody in Congress and every major media figure. And this was in the early 90s, I think. And of course, none of it went anywhere. Like nobody, Nasara never became law. It is not the way we live now. But Nasara was incorporated into an already running scam that was called Omega. And Omega was the brainchild of this guy named Clyde Hood. It was this sort of small-time grifter in Mattoon, Illinois, this little town in downstate Illinois. And Clyde Hood reinvented himself as a Fortune 500 investment banker who had access to prime European banknotes. And he was one of 6 people in the world who could access these notes. And for an investment of $100, you could buy a prime European banknote. And then you could roll it over, and you could roll it over, and roll it over, and roll it over. And finally, there would come a day when the prime European banknote would mature, and you would have millions of dollars. Clyde Hood and his inner circle of maybe about 12.5 people got filthy rich off this. And Mattoon is a very small, not a very wealthy town. And these people were driving 100-year-old cars and building mansions. There are stories of sacks of cash that are so full they would fall apart when you pick them up. There was a lot of money going around with this. One of the victims of Omega was this woman who lived in Yelm, Washington, named Shani Goodwin. And Shani Goodwin also had a talent for grifting. And she took the mythology of Omega and welded it to Nasara to create this mythology of this vast amount of trillions of dollars that was being held hostage by the dark forces. And there was a white hat group that was fighting this dark cabal. And at any moment, these trillions of dollars in prosperity packets were going to be released to the world. And if you knew about Nassara, and if you were on Shani Goodwin's email list and you sent her money, you would have the first access to this money. And Nassara is still going. And this is something that peaked in about 2004. Shani Goodwin died about 10 years ago, at least 10 years ago. But there are still, right now, there are Nassara Facebook groups, there are Nassara Twitter accounts. There were people who thought that the CARES Act was actually Nassara being passed. There are people who are still devoted to this. And it is a utopian economic system that will make everybody rich. And of course, they don't understand that if everybody was rich, then money doesn't mean anything anymore. It has no value. So that is one of the things that you see in QAnon, is this kind of endless optimism for this great world to come. And the only thing that's different about QAnon is that it's not about money. And so you can see people on the hook forever, and you're not doing anything illegal. You know, a bunch of the people with Omega were indicted. A bunch of the people with Nassara were indicted. And that's the difference with QAnon, is that it is really endless at this point.
Right, because they're selling hopium. That's all they're selling. And I've been using that
Right.
phrase. I heard that phrase, but it seems to fit because, and I find it dark to be hoping for a doomsday. It's not that bright, but yeah, at the end, everybody gets free money and lives happily ever after. And what's more, I hear talk of technology being released. That Space Force was Trump's way of getting a lot of the suppressed technology that the elite were keeping from us out into the open. And people have even connected Donald Trump's uncle to Nikola Tesla. And they make connections between Trump,
right,
hidden technology, time travel, all of this to be released when Trump conquers the deep state. So yeah, there is this Great Awakening does have a very utopian vision for what comes after.
Yeah, and it connects back to these previous, fringe culture totems. And somebody like Nikola Tesla is a perfect example of that. There is a connection between Donald Trump's uncle and Nikola Tesla. During World War II, John Trump, who was a physicist, was working for the FBI and working in their, one of their offices working with kind of cutting edge technology. And it was John Trump's duty to go through Nikola Tesla's end of his life papers and see if there's anything useful in there. You know, Tesla died really in squalor. He was living in a hotel and he was consumed with OCD, and he was making these just crazy inventions of death rays and things like that. And John Trump went through these papers and basically wrote a memo that said, there's nothing here. This is the ravings of a madman. And of course, the Q believers, you say, well, he had to say that. He couldn't allow the FBI to get the technology, but he memorized the technology and he passed it on to Donald Trump so that Donald Trump could implement it. I mean, it's just like completely off the wall stuff and doesn't really interact with the real world at all. But this is the world that these people live in, that this is not a new thing, that this has been going on for centuries and for millennia, this battle between good and evil. And so everything gets sucked into that and pushed out through that prism. So you can take anything that happens. You can take, Nikola Tesla's deathbed rantings, or you can take John McAfee's death. You can take anything that happens in the news and bake it to fit within this framework. And what it is it's an endlessly self-sustaining universe.
Okay, with the McAfee in particular, so there was an element there where I can understand why they tied it in, because right after he died, the letter Q pops up on his screen, and he has already been connected with investigating Epstein Island with a drone. So many believe that was him. So you have that, but then people said, well, his computers were over in the condo in Florida that collapsed. So they add on to it. But what do you think about the core thing here? McAfee having Q put on his Instagram. That's the kind of thing that makes me think QAnon will never go away. Because how do you debunk that?
Right. Yeah. I mean, when you look at McAfee, and I think McAfee is a really good example of somebody who's like Isaac Cappy, clearly troubled. I mean, you watch the videos they've made, you read his social media posts and the bizarre, grandiose claims that he made, and you can tell something is not right there. This is not a person who has a healthy relationship with the world. And, he had just at that moment, he was already in prison in Spain, and his extradition was going to go through. He was going to be extradited to the United States for tax evasion. Here's a guy who's looking at probably a fairly substantial prison term. His life as he knew it is over. And I can completely understand why this is somebody who said, I'm not going to live that way. I'm going to go out on my own terms. And, whether there's a bribe to a guard or whatever, I mean, we may never know that. But it's not difficult to see why he would take his own life. And at the same time, it's also not difficult to see why he would continue trolling people after he was dead. And I don't know who ran his Instagram account, but clearly he had some kind of a social media team. Now, whether that person did that of their own accord or whether there was some instruction to do that, I have no idea. But clearly that is just trolling from beyond the grave, knowing that when this goes public, people are going to be talking about this. And people are going to be talking about you after you're dead. They're not going to be talking about why you're going to prison. They're going to be talking about this thing that your team put up on social media. And it's kind of brilliant as sort of performance art. It's also really sad, but as just a piece of social media era performance art, I think it's brilliant.
Right. Well, I have found a few instances where McAfee was kind of insinuating that he was Q. And at other times, he insinuated he was the guy who was setting the drone over Epstein's island. So what's your take on this Epstein Island thing? Is it connected to Pizzagate, and is this connected to reality, or is it mostly mythology? What's the real story here, in your opinion, with this Epstein narrative that they broad brush everybody with?
Sure. Yeah, and when the news of Epstein's death broke, I was sitting there. I think it was a Sunday, and I was like, "This is going to be the Super Bowl of conspiracy theories. Everybody's going to get in on this." And of course, it's completely understandable why. Here's a very powerful guy who is in prison, and people who are in prison are not supposed to be able to take their own life. That's just that's what prison is for, to protect you from doing that, so you can be tried. And of course, then it starts to come out that the cameras weren't working, and the guards were asleep, and then all this other stuff. And for me, at least, I look at this and I ask myself, what is the simplest explanation for this? What is the explanation that requires the fewest people, and the fewest things to go right? Maybe he got knocked off in prison by the Clintons, or maybe by Trump, or maybe by whoever. But it's also pretty likely, and I think more likely, that this is just a rundown prison where the cameras probably haven't worked in a long time, and where the guards are probably making minimum wage and don't have a lot of motivation to stop this guy from doing this. So, could he have been murdered? Sure. But is it more likely, at least to me, that he took his own life, seeing what was going to happen to him, seeing that he was going to have to face his accusers in court? That, to me, makes much more sense. The island is the same thing. It's creepy. It's weird. There's a weird temple with a gold dome. That's creepy. I get why that's an object of people talking. Now, a lot of the stuff that Q is talking about with tunnels and hidden cameras and rituals and none of that's ever been proven. It doesn't need to be. We knew what Epstein was. Everybody knew that he was a criminal. He'd already done time in prison. Everybody knew he was a creep. I don't think anybody knew the extent of it, but the idea that Q discovered all of this, and Q is the reason we were talking about Epstein. No, the reason we're talking about Epstein is because a guy who deserved justice was about to get it and denied it from us. To me, that's the story. The story is Epstein escaping justice, not drones and tunnels and rituals and stuff like that.
Right, quite a lot added on there, and it's important to separate the mythology from the actual Q drops. And a lot of this mythology, as we've described and discussed here, is very much crowdsourced. And your book really does put it all into, I believe, the right context to understand what this movement is. And so the full title of your book, it became a movement, a cult, and a conspiracy of everything. So I wanted to talk about the cultic aspect a little bit here. For one, we have the religious side of it. A lot of these people do believe they're fighting a war of good versus evil. And then there's the other side, the online community and their echo chambers. how do you think people break out of this? Because I saw at the end of the book, you had a lot of words to say on the topic of cult mind control and deprogramming. Do you think that this is something that will require systematic deprogramming for a lot of these individuals to actually get off of this hope for this eventual revelation or awakening?
Well, I want to say, first of all, that term deprogramming is really not, it's not what most people in the sort of cult extraction field use. I mean, I know there's a lot of debate about what this really is. Is it a cult? Is it not a cult? Is it brainwashing? Is it not brainwashing? To me, I find that when people hear, terms like deprogramming, like brainwashing, even the term cult, and I really struggle with, do I even include that in the title? Because I don't know if QAnon really is a cult. It's cult-like in a lot of ways, but then there's a lot of ways that it's not quite like a cult. I think that the thing that we have to do when we have somebody in our lives who is really, really sucked into this is decide whether or not we want to do what we have to do to help that person. Is it safe? Is it realistic? If you have a QAnon believing family member who has become violent, who has become racist, anti-Semitic because of this, who is aggressive, and who you genuinely do not want in your life, there is no requirement to have that person in your life. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to try to help that person. If you don't feel safe, don't do it. But if you do want to do it, if you do feel like there is somebody in your life who is maybe starting to waver a little bit, like you can tell maybe in their social media or in the conversations that you have with them, if you are talking to them, that this is maybe not working for them anymore, what you can do is present yourself as a safe harbor, a person who will talk to them non-judgmentally, and not even about QAnon, not about politics, just shared experiences, memories that you've had together, things that you've enjoyed together, ways that you can connect without the churn of social media. Try to unplug that person. I talk to a lot of experts in this field who say that this constant churn of doom scrolling that we're all in is really terrible for us. And it's really helpful for all of us to be able to unplug every once in a while and just get out into fresh air and have a conversation with a real person, a person who who is face to face and safe. And then you also have to learn about what it is they believe. Get to understand what about something like QAnon is so compelling. Why do people get so deep into it? And if that person really is starting to waver, and now they think that you are a safe person to talk to, who's not going to mock them or judge them, then they really will reach out to you if they really do want to start to get out of it. If they really do feel apologetic about some of the actions they've taken, then you can do it together. But it's very slow, it's very agonizing, and there's no guarantee at all that it will work. And it's very difficult to find former QAnon believers who will talk about this stuff on the record. Many of them are embarrassed and feel ashamed at what they've done and how they pushed people away. But it is possible to help a person out of this one-on-one. Now, large-scale de-radicalization, I don't think that's even possible. Certainly not with something like QAnon in the social media era. It has to be one-on-one. It has to be sort of day by day, and it's very grueling.
Well, there's no more Q drops, as we discussed. It's been more than 6 months since they've heard anything, and so a lot of it's grasping at straws. And I keep thinking, okay, this has got to lose traction if nothing happens, nothing concrete. And then you have individuals like General Flynn at these, he went to this QAnon, it wasn't specifically QAnon, it was a Patriot gathering, I believe it was in Austin, where he kind of flippantly answers a question from the audience. He fields a question and they say, can't we just install Trump? And he pretty much said he doesn't see why not. Same with Sidney Powell. So a number of characters out there, the Pillow Guy, Mike Lindell, they have all said Trump's coming back in August. Now, these individuals, I think, are primarily responsible for the continuation of this Q narrative. What do you think? Are these the three main players? Are there any others?
Absolutely. These are some of the biggest players. What Flynn and Wood and Powell have done is really take hold of this leaderless story. And, one of the biggest problems in the QAnon community right now is that nobody's in charge of it. Nobody's directing it. And on one hand, that sort of sends all the followers scurrying in every which way direction. Now, it's also good to me. It's not a problem because this is a point where somebody could take control of this movement and use it to specifically direct violence. And that has not happened, and that's very fortunate. But these folks know exactly what they're doing. They know how much faith the QAnon movement puts in them. They know how much faith the QAnon movement puts in Donald Trump being the real winner of the election, and everything that's happened was all necessary in order to really prove all of the fraud. You know, you hear the phrase in Q-land a lot. It had to be this way. Trump had to appear to lose in order to win. And of course, I ask people, well, why couldn't he have just won? You know, they never have an answer for that. It's always about it's always about exposing the corruption, which I guess you have to pretend to lose in order to win. And these people know that. People like Mike Flynn, they know how devoted the Q movement is, and they have exploited it. They've massively exploited it. You know, Michael Flynn has $5 million of legal bills he has to pay. And in QAnon, he has a movement that is more than willing to give him money to do that. You know, Lynn Wood is the same thing. Sidney Powell is the same thing. Giuliani is the same thing. Maybe they're not out there quoting Q drops, but they don't have to be. They're throwing out the terminology of the movement that lets people know that I'm one of you and I believe the same things that you do, and I've got the power to fix it. And it's very dangerous, at least to me.
I think so. I think they're playing with fire, and I think there is a financial incentive. I find it very fascinating that Mike Lindell has $2 million worth of masks he can't get rid of because they're not good enough to meet CDC standards, and nobody wants to buy them. And I'm like, okay,
right.
Obviously somebody here some people here are definitely making some money in this. Now, I have some questions in the chat section from people. Clockwork 113 wants to know your thoughts on some other conspiracies. He says, "What's your take on the Mandela effect?" Any thoughts on
the Mandela effect? Sure, and that's what that is our sort of collective misremembrance of things, and it's named after people who could swear up and down that they watched the televised funeral of Nelson Mandela, except Nelson Mandela didn't die then. He died, fairly recently. But people who are like, oh, I was a kid and I saw Nelson Mandela's funeral. Well, you didn't. You think you did because your brain has told you that you did. And the Berenstain Bear books are the same way, or that Sinbad movie that doesn't exist. I think it's a Sinbad movie.
Yes.
But the Mandela effect, I think, is a really good example of our brains really being kind of terrible at retaining information. And, we all sort of we tell people, well, I know what I saw. I know what I remember. Well, what you remember may just not be accurate. What you saw may be completely misinterpreted or something that you have turned into something else. I mean, we are all kind of terrible at remembering things for how they actually were, but we're great at remembering things for how we think they were. So I think it's a fascinating, sort of brain chemistry subject.
Yeah, I agree. I looked into it and I read about the eyewitness testimony, just the research on eyewitness testimony in general and how unreliable it is, and also how powerful the effect of consensus is on our beliefs. And I think this kind of relates to the QAnon thing, because I know a lot of people who believe in the Mandela effect and they hang out together. And if you don't believe it, they call you an NPC or a troll and they kick you out because they don't want it debunked. And I kind of feel like the QAnon community is almost like the Mandela effect community, where it's a self-reinforcing echo chamber.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's the kind of thing where, you believe it and you don't want to hear any differently. Totally. And eyewitness testimony is always unreliable. There's a great example of this in the Flight 800, the plane from New York to Paris that crashed in 1996. And there's always been a conspiracy theory that was shot down by a missile. And you have people like eyewitnesses who have sworn in FBI affidavits, like under oath, that they saw and then that they heard and then saw the missile hit the plane. Except that is literally impossible because that violates the laws of physics. But these people swear they saw it, and you can't tell them that they didn't. So what you're left with is just a piece of testimony that is totally useless because it's impossible.
Right, exactly. it is a very fascinating topic in general. I think also because it has all these spin-off theories, like it connects to CERN and it connects to the idea of simulation theory. I think it's a fascinating conspiracy theory or alternative interpretation of the facts. But as far as conspiracy theory goes, QAnon, I think it's kind of an outlier. And I kind of resent, in a way, the fact that it kind of broad brushes everybody. Like, for one thing, QAnon is really big on the Space Force. And in that Q&A you alluded to, he said that the Earth is not flat. So this would take the flat earthers out of the QAnon crowd, which makes sense to me because the QAnon thing seems more political than metaphysical or getting into the nature of the world. But to get back to the word cult that you used in your title, this is where I find it to be culty. It's the online community that it doesn't even matter what your beliefs are or what convinced you. You're in the group now, and you just turn on your phone and you're there. That's the part that I agree with you that we're dealing with a cult, just a culture. It's not a dangerous cult necessarily, although the media is trying to paint it as such. But anyway, what are your thoughts as far as tomorrow? Donald Trump has a rally, and he's been inviting people, and I believe he even has some QAnon influencers with media passes. Do you think he's going to continue to stir the pot to roll this narrative forward that there's a war on the deep state?
Yeah, I saw that just today. One of the big QAnon influencers, this guy Jeff Peterson, who goes by In the Matrix, is going to be there as a press member, which is like bizarre. The Trump rallies, it's like I kind of don't even pay attention to them because it's always the same thing. The claims, much like you, the claims are always really vague. There's no details ever presented. It's always just sort of the same platitudes and playing to the greatest hits. And of course now the crowds are smaller and there's no Air Force One, and it's honestly just a little sad. I feel like it's still it's dangerous just because of all of the everything that's going on and sort of the violence in this movement. But to me, it's like that's not the thing that I'm worried about. Like, I'm not worried about him going out there and like activating the Q army. He's just going to go out there and say what he says, and his most devoted fans are going to love it no matter what. And it is cult-like, and I think you get that a lot with QAnon, where there's an in-group and an out-group, and there's a jargon, and there is a pushing away of non-believers and a punishing of apostates. I mean, that's very cult-like. There are ways in which QAnon is not a cult, is not a traditional cult. There's no charismatic leader. There's no Jim Jones who's like word is God. You don't have that with QAnon. And I feel like when you say the word cult, people get certain connotations that aren't always useful when dealing with QAnon, but at the same time, like, it looks a lot like a cult. Even people who are scholars in that world were sort of struggling with how to look at it. And, people that I interviewed for the book were like, I really don't know what this is. So, yeah, it's that term is very loaded, but I think it does apply in a number of ways.
Well, you've used the term religion. Religion, in a sense, I think it becomes, or rather, a movement, but I've used the word religion. I've seen other people use that in a sense that it's like a total worldview, but it's like it's a political religion. And in many ways, it seems like they've templated, maybe deliberately, they've templated their political narrative onto the book of Revelations itself. And I've thought this for some time because they're always hoping for the end, and it's a rolling prophecy. And you can find this with many prophecy cults where they can prophesize the end of the world, and when it doesn't happen, the faithful will find a reason to stick around, and nothing can ever really end that. No amount of contrary evidence will ever undo it because they can just explain it away in some way. So, this is, again, the side of it that I think is somewhat culty, but as far as their charismatic leader, they've got Trump, and Trump's own biographer said that he's going through his Fat Elvis stage, and I think he even called it sad, as you did. And I'm like, okay, well, if Trump exits, what becomes of QAnon? Like, is this the end of it by your assessment, or do you think that there's going to be someone else who can keep this thing going, like majority Green or Matt Gaetz, these characters, or Flynn, do you think there are any people out there who are going to manage to keep this going post-Trump?
That is the question. What happens to a movement that has a messianic view of Trump when the messianic figure is not around anymore? I have no idea. I think about it. I think about that a lot, and I don't know. Now, I think that if Trump were to officially kind of anoint a successor, where he brings Matt Gaetz or whoever up on stage and say, I'm not going to run again, but this is my candidate. I'm going to support him with everything I've got. He upholds the MAGA values, whatever. That would be a little bit different. But right now we have no idea if Trump is going to run or not in 2024. And I sort of go back and forth on, of course he is, and then of course he isn't. So I really don't know. But I think that there are figures in that world who are charismatic enough and beloved enough to pick up the mantle. And I think Flynn is definitely one of them. He's absolutely beloved in that community. He knows exactly what to say. He has that sort of military background and sort of the homespun American values. And of course, he was a victim of the deep state and the Mueller witch hunt and all that stuff. Marjorie Taylor Greene really could do it too. She's very charismatic. She's very attractive. She's a woman. I think that really helps. She's a businesswoman. She is an outrageous button pusher. That's what she was doing before she got into politics, was just trolling, and she's great at it. So I think that she absolutely could do that. Beyond that, I don't look at Matt Gaetz as being all that charismatic. I don't look at somebody like Ron DeSantis as being all that charismatic. Ted Cruz is never going to be that guy. Mike Pence is certainly never going to be that guy. So I would say of the figures in Trump world that I keep an eye on, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and Michael Flynn are the two that I could see becoming the successor to that messianic role in QAnon.
Got it. And one of the things you said here, people came to QAnon because of the pandemic, and they stayed for the stolen election conspiracy theories. And that's a great point. People had a lot of free time. It was an election year. And so I think it was a great opportunity for people presenting this information to have a captive audience. So on the stolen election conspiracy theories, where do you think that's going? Is this all just ginning up discontent, or do you think they actually have any sort of intention of overturning things?
Well, they can't overturn it. The election is what it is. You can say what you want about it, but Joe Biden's the president. The electoral votes were certified. The process played out as it's always played out. He was sworn in. He's got the nuclear codes. He's the president. So whether or not you want to believe that doesn't matter, because he is. But I think that the QAnon promoter community has really latched onto this idea that Biden is not the real president. And you can get people to believe that because they want it to be true. It's the same with so much of QAnon in general, is this idea that it's true if I believe it, and it's my truth. And you can't tell me what my truth is, only I can. And of course, so can Lynn Wood, apparently. But I think they're going to ride the stolen election as far as they can, and they're doing it right now with the Maricopa County audit. There's no indication that there was any particular fraud in Maricopa County or anywhere else. There never has been. There's always a few votes that get thrown out for whatever reason, but never to the extent that they think is going to happen. And where it all falls apart for me is that there are no details offered up of how this is all going to happen. How would Trump be reinstated when there is no law that allows for that? How is this extraordinary thing going to happen? Who is going to make the decision? How does this all work? And they never tell you how. They just tell you that it's going to happen. And that's where trust the plan comes in. There's no mechanism for this to actually take place, but it's going to. So just trust it. Because it'll be fine. And that is a movement that is very malleable and can be exploited in any number of ways. So I think they're going to have quite a long time of prophesying that Trump will return to office, And then at some point, it will become clear that he's not going to, unless he runs in 2024 and he wins, which is entirely possible. And of course, then they will, vindicate themselves, even though what they believed was going to happen didn't happen, and will, sort of have to start all over again.
Yeah, and that's a great point. They'll feel vindicated even though they didn't actually accomplish what they were supposed to. And this is something I comment on frequently. In 2015 or 2016, or when this thing started to really pick up steam, this deep state narrative, or I guess 2017 was it, with the Save the Children thing, where they wanted to save the children who were being trafficked for adrenochrome. And I thought, well, that was 2016. This is 5 years later. Now we're talking 2024. At some point, it's going to be save the disaffected teenagers. Like, they didn't save the children on time, if that was the objective. So, yeah.
Right.
It's not a credible story to me anymore if it extends that much further into the future. But anyway, your book does quite a lot, I think, for bringing this thing down to reality. I think you've done a great job of going through all of the claims and how they've arrived at their different conclusions, and you've separated the mythology from the actual Q drops, which have already stopped. So I want to ask you, where do you want people to go purchase your book from? Do you prefer we go to Amazon, or you have a link that I think I have on your Twitter page? Is that where I should be sending people, for people who want to read The Storm is Upon Us?
Yeah, there are any number of places you can buy it. Obviously, if Amazon's your thing, go for it. If you want to support your local bookstore, that's great too. Whether by going in person or bookshop.org is a great resource for that. You can get it as a Kindle. You can get it as an ebook. There's any number of ways to get it, and I really appreciate people who are maybe more or maybe less skeptical about QAnon reading the book, because I think it will put a lot of things in perspective about this, about where this came from, how it is being exploited, what about it is true and what about it isn't. Why do we believe things like this in the first place? And I think that's useful for anybody to have. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm there at RothschildMD. I talk about all this stuff quite a bit. This is a really important subject, because it's not just about QAnon. It's about how we process information and how we allow it to influence how we think and what we do. And I think we're really all just figuring this out as we go.
Absolutely. And I think it's a great book. I recommend anybody who was into Q, believed in Q, even if you still do, I would say recommend it, because it's an incredible study. And it's also a great example of how groups can be influenced, how demagogues can reach certain groups with certain messages and almost put them under a spell. I mean, I think we're looking at a very effective alternative reality game being played out in front of us. And it's a fascinating study. So I'm going to send everybody to darkmatter.radio as well, where we have a link to your book. I have a couple more questions for you, if we can keep you for another 7 or 8 minutes here and just make it a 90 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Commenter here says, ask him if he thinks Q sent Kyle to Kenosha. Now, the background there is QAnon. Of course, Q has the number 17 attached to their symbolism. So you have Kyle, who's 17. He has a white hat when he shows up at a Trump rally, and then he goes to Kenosha. So his question is, do you think that Q sent Kyle to Kenosha, or have you come across that claim?
I haven't. I haven't seen a lot of the connection between Kyle Rittenhouse and QAnon. I don't think Q is sending anybody anywhere, and I haven't seen in his social any particular mention of Q. He intersects with a lot of those same people, like Lynn Wood, but I don't think there's any particular connection there that I've seen.
Right. Yeah, Kyle's an interesting character. I'm trying to figure out, is he just caught in the middle of something? I've been following his mother's pleas to get justice for Kyle or get him help, because Lynn Wood more or less exploited the kid's situation, kept him, I think, locked up a little longer to raise money, and it looks like a mess. But then I find other accounts where Kyle's at some bar hanging out with Proud Boys who seem to be doing some kind of initiation for him. So what are your thoughts on Kyle Rittenhouse? Is he innocent, just trying to defend a neighboring city, or do you think he's something of an activist or somewhere in between?
Well, I question why he was there. I mean, this is a kid who had to cross state lines to go to a counter protest. He wasn't in any danger. His city wasn't in any danger. I don't know why you're going there. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, it's clear what he thinks is going to happen because he's got an AR-15 and he's wearing rubber gloves. I mean, I don't know if that's intent to kill somebody, but I don't know what his intent was. I don't know why you put yourself in that situation, why you take that kind of risk. That's the question that I've had over and over about that incident is like, why is he there? What is he doing there? He's 17. It's a school night. What stay home and do your homework. Why are you in the middle of this? What do you hope to accomplish? And I'm fascinated by what is eventually going to happen when his trial takes place, because I find that to be really the most fascinating aspect of that whole incident.
Yeah, it really is going to be an interesting case. And yeah, that question came up because when we were following this story, a lot of QAnoners did indeed attribute this to, this was a white hat operation. And this idea of Q sent anybody, I don't think Q sent anybody anywhere, but the guy who led the Capitol riot had the sign, Q sent me. So no, Q doesn't send anybody anywhere, but people can, I guess, act in the name of Q. It's a fascinating topic. I'm glad I've had you on for this long. I have a commenter here says they just ordered your book. I highly recommend it.
Awesome.
And again, thanks for taking the time. We've had you on a good amount of time, and I'll put a link on darkmatter.radio to the Twitter account of yours to get the book, and also to the uploaded podcast, so that you can share this around and other people can hear this and hear what you have to say on the topic. So again, thanks a lot for your time. Anything else you want to leave us with here, Mike?
No, that's it. Just take care of yourselves. It's a difficult time right now. Everybody's sort of under constant stress, it feels like, and I really encourage people to just take care of themselves and try to unplug every so often, and all the madness will be there when you come back on. So everybody just take care of yourselves.
Yeah, great point. Commenter here says, Q sent my brother to the funny farm. He's probably joking, but it underscores your point. Take some time off if you get caught in any of these echo chambers, so you don't find yourself believing these strange things from cryptic voices from who knows where. Thanks again for your time, Mike. Have a great night, and I'll be in touch via email.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Thanks.
All right, everyone. That was Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. I'll put a link at darkmatter.radio. Mary Smith says, thanks, Michael. I didn't know anything. Yeah, if you didn't know anything about QAnon, this is the way to find out. You have to talk to someone who's done the deep research, because a lot of it is partisan attacks or simply ad hominem, suggesting that these people are motivated by hate. And that really wasn't the topic here. It's not a hate group. It's not a racist group. We're talking about a political conspiracy theory that's a combination of things. I mean, it's almost a religion. His description is perfect. A movement, cult, and conspiracy theory of everything. Nothing like it. It's probably the result of, 2020 and everything that followed from that. I mean, it's a fascinating topic. Anyway, thanks for joining. Subscribe below if you haven't. I'll put links, darkmatter.radio, in the chat. Definitely support the author and write reviews. That will help their book get more traction. Have a great night, and I'm going to return to the 24/7 stream, and whatever podcast is in the roster will take over. This is Bow Down Babylon by Empress Infinite.
Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. You got to face your limitations. Babylon weeping your corruption. People got no time to lose.
All right, thanks for joining. We're going to be going through some voicemails here. We've got voicemails from 2 weeks going back. I believe going back as far as June 11th, and it's 7-3. So, sent out some live notifications. People should be arriving here shortly. I'm going to take care of that and a few other things. Hello to the chat. How many of you were here last night for the Dark Matter After Midnight with the author of the... It's an well, it's not anti-QAnon, but it's a QAnon book, but it's not a pro-QAnon perspective. It's more of an objective analysis of the movement / cult. Very informative. But it's go time. If there is anything to the cult, and it always seems that way, it's always go time. It's always about to happen. But right now, I think it's true. Right now, it's actually about to happen because Trump's out right now in Florida. He's stirring the pot, asking questions about Ashley Babbitt, and that's a very complex thing. I mean, think about it. Who killed Ashley Babbitt? That's what Trump tweets out. Well, not tweets, he puts out on his own platform. But those of you who are aware and appraised of the truth of this whole operation know that that was theater. Nobody died. So there's not only not a martyr, but there's no victims because there was no insurrection. But the truth doesn't really matter in this context, and I think we all understand that by this time. Here's the latest from Trump. He's going to be making an announcement in New Jersey on Wednesday, and he's going to talk about protecting the First Amendment. So we'll see what that is. I'm still waiting to see what happens in Florida today. There was an event out in Boston. Wakefield Reading residents asked to shelter in place as armed standoff closes I-95. I was looking at that to see if anything would happen, but nothing happened as far as there wasn't really any kind of gunfire. Nobody got killed. Nobody got shot. But there was something worth examining here, and I think it has to do with, and it'll probably have to do with guns. It says here, as you've heard, there are a number of guns, and we're working on identifying these individuals. But it's armed individuals. So it's a Second Amendment thing, we'll see. It has to do with possibly even the fact that the group had some sort of ideology behind them. I think it was, here it is. The suspects are part of a group called Rise of the Moors. Now, I'm not very familiar with this group, but in my experience, most, if not all of the groups that we see out there are led by feds. And when is that not true? It's true with the Proud Boys. And that's coming into play right now as Kyle Rittenhouse is being looked at very closely because of his relationship with the Proud Boys. So if you remember when he went to that bar and he did the AOK sign, well, the AOK sign is no longer okay, as you all know. Well, that's being held against him. And it turns out the people he was hanging out with there were part of the Proud Boy group. So the mass media is saying, oh no, he was associating with racists. But to me, it looks like, no, he's associating with feds, which kind of underscores the idea that Kyle has been controlled opposition all along, that it was never an authentic thing. And personally, I'm not going to believe the Kenosha events to be as televised and live streamed until I see evidence convincing enough to sway me away from the notion that this whole thing was just a psyop. There's so many holes in the story. In particular, I guess the only thing that would convince me would be the arm of Gage Grosskreutz. You know, if we see that bicep intact, we know it was a hoax. And to date, he has not emerged to show the scar. And supposedly 90% of his bicep was shot off. And I'm sure many of you saw the the footage, and we hyper-analyzed it because it could have been a squib. And if you're not familiar with squibs, a squib is basically a blood bag put beneath your clothes that pops on film. Tominoid says the word Babbitt entered the English language as a person, business, or professional who conforms unthinkingly to middle-class standards. Yet we were discussing this character yesterday, and not only that, but these characters, like this character at the riot, the Babbitt, was wrapped in an American flag, like quite literally. So yeah, they were definitely fighting for these prevailing middle-class standards. And I think that this also shows that the authors of the event of 1/6 were very well read. I mean, if you look at the iconography, the symbolism, when the guy with the Viking helmet and the animal skin cape and the other guy steal the podium, you look at the scene and it looks like the fall of Rome. It looks like they had highly literate references all throughout the event, plus the jokes. I still think it's a joke that the person with the Gadsden flag, "Don't tread on me," got trampled. I think that these are little inside jokes for the script writers. These names are all chosen very advisedly, and we've discussed this at length. Most of the names that we see, in particular, I like to point out Chauvin. How much clearer can you get? The Proud Boys, if you didn't know, are proud of what? Being Western chauvinists. So Derek Chauvin represents that side in this dialectic, the side of Western chauvinism. He's the indicator that, no, this is going too far, this is wrong, this is oppressive. So they chose the name Chauvin. Like, these aren't real people, these are lifetime actors. And that's one of the main things to take away from this form of assessing the media. Not taking for granted that everybody's honest and who they say they are. It's just basic spycraft and deception. And people who don't take that into account are naive. Echo Charlie says the Kenosha hat trick was a thing of wonder, highlight of the 2020 riot season. Well, if it was real, and this actually was very telling. Like, where do you stand on this? Whose side are you on, Kyle or the mob? Real or fake? Let's just take it as a thought experiment. Let's say Kenosha was fake. And you have 3 days of riots. The police are standing down for political reasons. And if you watch the footage, and let's just assume the footage was all... I mean, look, if it's a hypothetical, in this hypothetical situation, people were getting mugged, beaten. There were shootings. There was a lot of destruction. That wasn't fake. The question is, how do they insert an operation into the middle of it? A highly, an extremely well choreographed and very meaningful psychological operation, one that just drives the narrative. How do they put that into the middle of, actual riots? And I'm starting to think maybe it's not that difficult. It's just closing off a couple of blocks, maybe inserted footage. But anyway, real or fake, where do you stand on it? Because the story is he decides to go stand up for a neighboring city. And he does just that. And he doesn't actually attack anybody. It's all self-defense, even though he brings a weapon. So his critics say he shouldn't have been there. But what they don't say is the rioters shouldn't have been there. Do you realize how many of those rioters were bussed in from out of town? And this is the case with all of these events. So to criticize Kyle for going there without criticizing the rioters for going there reveals, well, you're on the side of the mob. If you're on the side of law and order as opposed to the chaos of the mob, then yeah, you would probably have to say, well, the vigilantes, the militia, filled in the power vacuum. And that's what it looked like. Restless Bear says, I don't have a hard time believing Kyle was real. It was an easy thing to happen during those riots. I didn't either. And the one thing that I still can't get around is the bicep. That's the thing. Because that is one of the finest examples of special effects I've ever seen. In fact, we talked about this for weeks in our Discord channel, where a lot of people are predisposed to just call it fake, but I wasn't satisfied with that. You can't just say it's fake and walk away. You didn't give us a burden of proof, and it caused us to do a lot of research into squibs, into special effects, into things we may have overlooked. But no one to date has actually provided any definitive evidence that it was fake. We have a lot of questions, and it is very questionable. Is it fakeable? Well, that's the thing. Is it fakeable? And my answer there is yes. And I was leaning towards real until Lynn Wood stepped onto the set. You know, Lynn Wood, the attorney from, I think they call him Attorney of the Damned. He represented the Ramsey's parents. But when that individual entered the scene, I kind of thought, okay, this has got to be spectacle. And then Donald Trump goes to Kenosha, drops off a $42 million check. And I'm wondering, well, could this have just been a theatrical production to help sell his election? You know, sell the Purge narrative, like from the movie The Purge, where America is going to go to hell quickly if we don't get a law and order president back in. So I'm more inclined to think that Kenosha was just a movie, more or less, superimposed onto the real thing. But look, if I find out it was real, I'll give props where due. I've been saying for some time, someone needs to go find out. I'm not saying dig up any graves or twist any arms, but I don't think it'd be difficult to find out. And that's the thing. It's not on me to find out. It's on the person who's asserting the whole thing to be fake. Restless Bear says, I think they took advantage of a convenient situation. That's the other possibility. It's likely that you do have the real riots, but then you have the instigation. You have the agitators, the agents, the provocateurs. But then you could have an entirely pre-scripted, choreographed sequence of events inserted into the middle of it. Echo Charlie said Donald Trump wanted to win Wisconsin in 2020. Right. Well, there's a few other things about Kyle you should know, too. It wasn't like he was just watching YouTube videos and he saw the riots and he said, I have to do something. His background was training with the police as young as 14 years of age. He was involved in fundraising and trying to foster inter-community communication with the police departments and the people in their neighborhoods when he was like 16. So he was already an operative, if you ask me. He was already an operative. He was trained for this. And there was something I thought was kind of interesting that night in Kenosha. A number of things stood out to me. In one scene, a police officer walks up to the militia individuals, and Kyle's among them, and he says, okay, we're going to push them down this way. Talking about the mob of people. And he hands Kyle and the other a bottle of water. So they get bottled water. And I thought, well, you know, it could be something innocuous as giving them water, or it could be a sign to say, it's clear, scene is clear. We're going to go with the operation. We've closed off the set. The actors are going to come at you, and you're going to do your thing. So I'm open to the possibility that we looked at a psychological operation. I mean, you know, the Derek Chauvin event was fake. I mean, the name is not a coincidence, and the correlation to Proud Boys, and the way that these events are symbolically, and in many ways, it's not just symbolically. There's subtexts that are pretty much overt, where they're linked to other events. You know, the death of George Floyd and subsequent events has been linked symbolically to 9/11, to Rodney King and those riots. Well, Kyle's on trial, so that's going to be something to be following over the next few months. What happens with Kyle Rittenhouse? You know they're going to point out double standards. Like, how did he walk away from the scene holding a weapon, whereas anyone else holding a cell phone would have been shot? You know, they'll try to play it like it was some kind of an example of privilege. And there is the possibility that Kyle is an innocent patsy, more or less, caught in the middle of a bigger scheme. His mother, Wendy, would kind of suggest this, unless she's an actress. And I'm saying this because she's trying to suggest that Lynn Wood manipulated the situation and exploited Kyle, kept him in jail longer to raise more money, and apparently Kyle and his mom, in their defense, they're out tens of thousands of dollars. They're trying to find all kinds of money that was due them, but went to all these other individuals who suddenly got in front of him and his cause and made him into a bit of a hero for a little while. But that bar scene is very fascinating to me, because at the bar scene that I mentioned earlier, I think it was called Pugsley's. So he's at the bar doing the AOK symbol. His mom's there, which is why it was legal for him to be at a bar. And they play this song from the movie Aladdin, Proud of My Boy. And that's, I believe, the Proud Boy theme song. So, again, it's all looking to me like a Fed-run operation. And Kyle, innocent, caught in the middle, or an actor. Again, I'm leaning towards actor. The only thing that will ever change my mind, and if you want to change my mind, you're going to have to go out to Kenosha and twist a certain arm. I'm not going to say whose. A Trump supporter warns CNN reporter of, quote, civil war if former president is not reinstated soon. Now, this is from thehill.com, and it's also a CNN reporter, so there's no reason to assume the person they're speaking with is a real person. But if you look at social media, you can kind of see the vibes and how people do think this is a real thing. He didn't lose. I know he didn't lose, one woman told O'Sullivan, indicating she believes the claims that widespread voter fraud led to an unfair election that swung in Biden's favor. He's coming back soon, and you guys are going down, a Trump supporter identified as Ron said, sparking laughter from the others in his group. The military knows it was a fraud. He won by over 80%. He's coming back in the middle of August. So that's about 6 weeks from now. Again, this is all backed up by things that have been said overtly and insinuated by people close to Trump or in the periphery there. Individuals like the Pillow Guy, Sidney Powell, General Flynn, they kind of seem to be doubling down on it. O'Sullivan asks, what happens if that doesn't come true? And the response is, we're going to be in a civil war because the militia will take over. A self-described member of the 3 Percenters who attended, now that's another one too. The 3 Percenters is a group that was added to a terrorist list in Canada. So in Canada, 3 Percenters are terrorists. Anyway, it says at least 6 members of 3 Percenters have been charged with conspiring to attack the U.S. Capitol. One woman told O'Sullivan she believed that it was completely staged. And I believe that. In fact, I know that to be true. And until there's evidence to the contrary, I have no reason to not think that to be true. The so-called insurrection of 1/6 was a lot of cameramen, camera women or whatever, and theatrical photographs being taken, people being walked around, let in. It was not an insurrection. But you do have a lot of shady characters who showed up with weapons in their hotel rooms, and they're being arrested. And so they're painting this up to be, this was meant to be an insurrection. They were trying to take over. They wanted to hang Pence. But it all hinges on the testimony of a few very questionable characters. People like Jake and Jelly, the guy with the Viking hat, who claims that Q sent him. And I talked to the lead Q investigator yesterday in that interview on Dark Matter. And, he said, Q doesn't send anybody anywhere. There is no Q sent me. But I want to point this out, though, because my thinking on this whole Q thing, and this is why I feel like it's a very important topic, is that everything we're experiencing now is part of a template. And I think that we're just reliving what happened after 9/11. So you have 9/11, and then you have the post 9/11 world. And the post 9/11 world was characterized by smaller attacks, the Patriot Act, civil liberties being curtailed. You had pro-war and anti-war. You know, this 19-year program based on eliminating this worldwide ubiquitous threat, which is gone now. So the new 9/11 for this next 19 years, I believe, was COVID, which kicked off on 3/11, the date the pandemic started. And since then, you can see how the narrative has changed to where now instead of radical Islamists that everybody's learning about, that we have to get educated on, the new threat. Like after 9/11, suddenly everyone had to become an expert on jihadis. Well, now the new threat is the QAnoners. And that's why I think it's interesting that the information about the group is being so, it's proliferating. You can't avoid it. And it's all obviously disinformation, but it's one of the dominant stories. You know, this QAnon story. And the reason why I believe is this is a massive public misinformation campaign. So the public will accept the existence of a new threat, and it's the white Al-Qaeda. This is the plan. And I think it's a template. And as I said, it's all templated. Like after 9/11, you had certain changes that we went through, certain issues arose because of this new threat. And we're seeing the exact same thing. And in many ways, QAnon is the Quran for the white Al-Qaeda, the vanilla ISIS. And one of the things I learned in that book, The Storm, is that the QAnon drops, if you total them up, it constitutes a larger body of work than the New Testament. Okay, let's see. So there you have it, your new terror threat. We're just kind of waiting. And I'm seeing some interesting things kind of popping up here. If you look at the Metascript perspective, you know, a lot of building collapses, some kind of collapse-epidemic. Like, what's that about? And also the way that the collapse in Miami looks, it certainly recalls the Oklahoma City bombing, to my mind, which is a callback to the Turner Diaries. A very significant book there, the one that inspired Timothy McVeigh, because that book has made a comeback in recent days because of the 1/6 insurrection. I want to bring up something kind of random here. Someone had tried to suggest to me about a year ago that Steve Carell, the comedian, is actually playing the role of Alice Cooper. And so I have a picture comparing them. And so that's gone around for a while. That's not a new one. You've probably seen this. There's a number of reasons why it's not there. But anyway, then I have seen people making comparisons of Jill Biden and Alice Cooper. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you got to draw a line somewhere. You can't say that Alice Cooper looks like Steve Carell and that Jill Biden looks like Alice Cooper. And then you put Alice Cooper, Jill Biden, and Steve Carell together, and you don't have a match all the way across. Because you couldn't say Steve Carell and Jill look anything alike. So it kind of debunks itself, but I just thought I'd put it out there. Not the same. Although I did find a picture, and I think it was posted by... Yeah, it was actually posted by Alice Cooper himself, where he held up a photo, or a meme rather. He framed the meme comparing himself to Steve Carell. I'll see if I can find that post. Oh, look. According to FEMA, the best way to prepare for hurricanes, get your vax.
Can do to our communities and the importance of having an emergency plan and taking the steps to ready yourselves, your family, and your community.
You can take simple steps to prepare for hurricanes, including getting a COVID-19 vaccine and building a ready kit with items and documents you need in case you need to evacuate.
All right, get your vax and then pack your bags. Good advice. Right now, though, another one of the stories that we cover here quite often, or this ongoing development, is the attack on conspiracies, and that's the purpose of QAnon. I think the whole purpose of QAnon was to infiltrate the not conspiracy but alternative media and broad brush everybody. And I see that it's worked quite well, because now they can set a precedent and say, hey, conspiracy theories used to be a laughing matter. You know, look at the flat earthers, look at the Bigfoot believers. But now conspiracy theories make you dangerous. Sort of like religion. Oh, religion's fine, but we can't have radical religions. You know, this argument, this slippery slope argument that is used against religion can be used against the free flow of information itself. And that's what I think the ultimate purpose here is. I think it's about thought control and about censorship. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic, in my opinion, was a convenient excuse, just a cover, something to do in order to give them the opportunity to cure the infodemic. And the infodemic is the real thing. That's the information that contradicts the powers that be, the ones that control the media, and it's the real conspiracy stuff. Not the fake conspiracies that they give the masses to mock and laugh at, but the real questions. All right, let me go ahead and go through some voicemails. We have quite a few. Like I said, this probably goes back about 2 weeks. So let's just go through go back to 611.
Hello?
Okay, I think he calls back.
Hey, Tim, it's Steve Bergman calling from Canada here. I called in and talked on your show last year, and we had a good 3.5-hour interview. I'm curious why you didn't upload. I know your YouTube channel got deleted, but I'm curious why it didn't get re-uploaded on ips.com or whatever your website is. But look forward to chatting again soon. Looks like you're just wrapping up this show, so hopefully I'll catch you next time. And I got a whole bunch of new information. However the flow of the conversation goes, I'm sure it'll be a good one. So keep up the great work, Tim, and hopefully talk soon, buddy. Cheers.
Okay, and to answer that question once and for all, because it's a very tricky thing to have multiple things going on, live streams, audio streams, forums, Discord, social media, and having everyone on the same sheet just doesn't happen very easily. So what I've done is I've redirected infiniteplainsociety.com, and it takes you to a simple page that has links to everything I listed. So 24/7 stream is right on top. The forum is next. Latest on SoundCloud. Listen now on the 24/7 player. Gab TV, DLive, Minds, Odyssey. And I just updated these things. A Twitter account, podcast feeds. So the podcast feeds, if you click this one, this will take you to a list of all the different platforms that host Infinite Plane Radio, and you'll find we have Spotify, Radio, Public, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Google Podcasts, Breaker, Apple Podcasts, and I believe we're on Amazon. My point is, if you subscribe to any of these feeds, you'll get the latest. And if you want the video, I'll usually put the video link in the description. And we also have the video links posted at that infiniteplainsociety.com. So, and if you didn't know, on SoundCloud, even though it's an MP3, I upload them all as video. So you can download it and you'll get the video. Echo Charlie says, why can't they just do a subliminal vax campaign? Right, exactly. Well, that's part of it. See, I happen to think that it's all a psyop. It's all meant to, it's a schism. It injects a schism into society. But the psychological operation is all about the boundary. So you got borders with your nations. You have your home, your front door. And you have your skin. Like all these different boundaries. And the threat of the needle going through the skin with an unknown taps into some primal fears, I think deep fears, fear of the unknown. And of course, the trust relationship that you have with government, I think, determines your relationship to the vax issue. And that's what they've been playing off of. So I think that they wanted it to be a polarizing thing. That's why they didn't just give it to us as a pill, or just, hey, if it's convenient, just go pick up this pill because there's a bad bug going around. No, it's got to be this injectable. I think it's all a psyop. It's not a real transmissible pandemic that we're experiencing here. It's just a war game based on this hypothetical thing, like a demon that possesses. But that as long as you accept the premise, you're kind of stuck with this dilemma. Do I take the jab or do I not take the jab? Those of us who don't believe aren't really stuck with that dilemma. But the jab thing, the jab question, it's almost like, are you saved? You know, or and this is again, it's a personal choice, because this choice has everything to do with your role in society. Do you feel like you are accountable to everybody else enough to efface your individuality a little bit, give a little bit for the community? So it gets people to do their part. I saw this tweet earlier today where an individual said, I got my vaxes, I wear the masks, I carry my hand sanitizer, and I still caught COVID because somebody didn't do their part. So, you know, the anti-vaxxers are pretty hateable at this point, because the ones who are obedient still get punished for what the disobedient ones do. And this isn't all that dissimilar from certain religions, you know, like the Calvinist Baptists and others who, in their explanation of their particular view on Christianity, they see that God's judging the world because of the sinners. And you can't just let the sinners do their thing, because you get caught up in this dragnet that when God floods, well, the flood doesn't really discriminate. So they kind of resent the ones who are triggering God's wrath. And it's not that dissimilar from global warming, where in much the same way, the non-believers are held to be responsible for what the believers are living through. That's where you get Greta with her, how dare you? You know, how dare you screw up the world? Okay, this is the tweet that I referenced. So apparently I don't have a cold. I tested positive for COVID. Yes, fully vaccinated. Yes, wear my masks and carry hand sanitizer. So far, things are manageable. Mostly, I'm just mad that despite precaution, someone around me wasn't doing their part. Angry face emoji. So somebody else got him sick. He stayed clean. He got vaxxed. He's masked. He probably has a space junk helmet on, but somebody didn't obey. Some Trumper, some conspiracy theorist, some vax hesitant, super spreading bioterrorist. And this is an important point too. The left, the pro-vax, they would be pro-mandatory vax far before the right would, because they're pro-gun control, which is about government mandating, you know, your self-defense be relegated to the authorities. So, you know, it's about power relationships. And so they're mad because not everyone's doing it. And this is typical of religions. They can't just have their own faith and live and let live. No, they won't be happy until everybody's converted. And this is one of the themes behind the last major PSYOP, 9/11, where the terrorist ideology, when you get into it, the idea is that you can't have your second coming, you can't have your paradise until you've killed all the non-believers, the infidels. And that's what we see here with all forms of utopianism. So the anti-vaxxers, the non-vaxxers, you're actually considered to be infidels in this new paradigm. And the new religion, which most people, including most of your friends, family, and neighbors and coworkers are all part of, the new religion is a combination of Islam, Christianity, scientism, and Judaism, all mashed together. And the space program itself has given all of the faiths a new heaven. It's the new religion. The new Bible is essentially the smartphone. And here's the thing. Right now, we're living through, I believe, a mass curation process where now everybody has the Bible in hand. That is the authority. This is the authority on reality. You have the book that tells you everything you need to know about creation, your life, your role, what is forbidden, what is acceptable. The new Bible is the smartphone, but the problem is it has too many authors. See, in the Bible, you have one author, it's God. And you have a few spokesmen, men, and that gets the message out with the fewest amount of signal attenuation. It's a clear message. As clear as they could have gotten it, but you see it's not perfect. But the smartphone, the new Bible, this will be perfect. Once they curate it by eliminating all the heretical information, all of the conspiracy theories. And that's what they're working on right now. And I think that's where the Q story fits in, because they are giving the powers that be all the excuse that they need to take greater control over the content that we have access to. Now, if you look at the screen, this is from the NATO event, big witches convention recently. And what you're looking at is the digital monolith. And this is from the Charlie Kirk show. The image says, "Watch the world elitists ogle bizarre NATO monolith." So you have a digital monolith here. And we have discussed this at length. The symbol of the obelisk, the symbol of the monolith are synonymous. Only the monolith is also, I think, more about this monolithic worldview. And that's what they're praising right here. So it's a monolithic worldview. The digital screen on it says combat climate change. In the new religion, God's wrath is actually climate change. Because most of the people in the New World Order religion don't believe in God or the flood myths. But you give them a flood myth with science attached to it, you call it climate change, and they believe in it. Oh, by the way, happy birthday, climate change. Climate change turned 33 last month. But the significance of the digital monolith, this is what I wanted to get into. Because I've been saying, ever since we started hyper-analyzing Stanley Kubrick's film, that the screen, your smartphone screen, is the monolith. And this is the screen through which your reality is filtered. So you're being given a curated view of everything. And of course, if something gets in that they don't want you to see, they eventually censor it. And if you retain that information in your head, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a super spreader. And you have to have that information removed. So the lexicon of epidemiology applied to the spread of misinformation is very intentional, because they have been setting us up for this, for thought crimes. Because thought crimes, mind viruses, are transmissible and they lead to destruction and death and terrorism, etc. They had people accepting this premise for 9/11, where, oh, you have some Quran verses, you've been radicalized, let's dump some water up your nose until you confess, and we get these mind viruses out. We contact trace to see where you got them. So contact tracing actually started then. And I considered it to just be a new inquisition. Who was meeting with the devil? Contact tracing, who associated with who, and could they have picked up the devil virus? Well, it's the same thing here. The eradication of conspiracy theories is about the purification of your handheld Bible, the internet. The world of information is being curated as rapidly as they can digitally burn books. And that's what they're doing. They're just deleting stuff and replacing it with acceptable stuff. And they're preventing people from finding the wrong information in the first place. So it makes sense to me, though, that if we're going to take the monolith as a symbol for the curated worldview, that they would now be worshiping a digital monolith. Because it's no longer analog. They don't have to go send out their agents to go burn books or burn individuals. No, now you just delete the information and you censor and ghost and shadow ban the individuals. Problem solved. And I think that's the message here of the digital monolith. All right, let us continue. I have a few other things I want to go through today. So this is just a short opinion piece. A few things, actually. Let me bring up this one first. This is from the Daily Mail. So there's an organic food shop of QAnon believers, and it looks like they were targeted. So this is another example of, I think the public's getting used to seeing QAnons getting arrested. Started with 1-6. In fact, the author of the book, The Storm, wanted to reference the criminality of QAnoners. I didn't want to go there because I don't want to broad brush any group. Because the same individual, the same people, the same sympathies won't criticize Antifa, for example, and their myriad of crimes and violent offenses. But people are being accustomed and conditioned to accept that, yeah, it's normal to see QAnoners and conspiracy theorists being arrested. It's a strange thing that's going on. And I'm like, wow, look, organic food shop peddling dangerous COVID conspiracies. Its store's owners are arrested after refusing to serve customers wearing masks. Do you remember a time when wearing a mask into a store might get you, I don't know, the cops called on you because only robbers wore masks? Well, now we're in the phase, the post-reset phase, where, society has gone cannibalistic. It's self-looting. And it's appropriate that we're all wearing, or that they're asking us to wear masks. And here we have these store owners don't want masked individuals in their store, and for that they get arrested. But they're called dangerous. Well, you don't have to go in there. There are other stores. Nobody's forcing you to go into a store owned by people who have political opinions that are wildly different than yours. You don't have to. It says the store's social media pivoted from 6 years of posts about healthy eating, as seen here, to conspiracy theories. Right. And that's another thing, too. Conspiracy theorists are said to be immersed in their own universe. These conspiracy theorists are dangerous because they are constantly immersed in their echo chambers. But nobody ever talks about mainstream media extremists, which is the norm. I mean, mainstream society has been totally conditioned to think that they have everything right and that their fears are legitimate, and acting on those fears is rational. But I'm like, nah, it's actually the case that the mainstream is in a cult. In fact, it's a doomsday cult. If you believe what you're supposed to believe, truly, you would be wearing a helmet right now for space junk. You would have so many fears, you'd probably never leave quarantine. Okay, it says here, June 29th, 2020, they started posting anti-vaxxer quotes, which rapidly escalated to posting several times a day with QAnon-style memes of COVID and U.S. election conspiracy theories. So you see this rapid escalation? This is the slippery slope. Like, oh, one day he listened to Alex Jones. The next day he heard a flat earth video. And next thing you know, he's shooting up a synagogue. Like, they always have these slippery slope stories. It says QAnon is a discredited far-right conspiracy theory that claims a cabal of satanic cannibalistic pedophiles run a global child sex trafficking ring and conspired against Trump while in office. The caption on the shirt says, "Everybody needs to rally. We need to wake up." At the last rally, I believe, in Ohio, I heard somewhere that they weren't allowing you to wear Q shirts, which I think is just capitulating to the MSM. You're going to let the MSM dress you? If they tell you to take the Q off your keyboard, are you going to take it off your keyboard? Here's an opinion piece from politicsusa.com. Opinion: armed rebellion threats confirm Trump is a national security risk. Now, these are the stories that the public will accept to be real. I'm telling you, this is the new ubiquitous terror threat, and this is probably going to be protracted for the next 18 years. This is going to be the new radical Islam, vanilla ISIS, and we're watching it, I think, unfold. I think it has to exist in the mind of the public first, and it's almost there. The insurrection planted the seeds, but I think we're waiting on another PSYOP, an OBL type thing, another Timothy McVeigh to step forward and instigate something. Because look at these opinion pieces. This is what people actually believe. It says, there have been plenty of warnings that Trump represents a clear and present danger to the national security of the United States. After the events of January 6th, there should have been a government-wide effort to silence the treasonous Trump, but there has not been. There have been ample warnings and threat assessments from intelligence communities that he's a national security risk, but little is being done to stop the maniac. Now, this is an opinion piece from Politics USA, but I'm reading this because it reflects what I believe the majority will accept. The top counterterrorism official at the DHS, John Cohen, says Trump's delusion about reinstated in August could lead to political violence in the United States. On Friday, MSM host Nicole Wallace was speaking to Mr. Watts and commented, "It's jaw-dropping that the disgraced, twice impeached ex-president's utterances are now a national security threat on a daily basis. It's remarkable that it continues on. It's also remarkable because it's significant online. Think if you're a believer in this conspiracy and you've seen everything from QAnon to January 6th and the inauguration, how would this not lead to violence over time?" So this is from the DHS, and they're talking about these rallies in Ohio, and they're suggesting that these are clear threats, and they call it the big lie. The big lie is what they call the notion that Trump didn't lose. They don't even call it election fraud. They say, oh, it's the big lie, and they're trying to just push it to the side. But if you've listened to Trump in Ohio, if you've listened to any of the people around him, no, actually, it does seem to be the case that they think he'll be reinstated. So it says, according to conservative journalist Charles Cook in an article for the National Review, quote, "I can attest that Donald Trump does believe genuinely he will be reinstated this summer. I can attest, too, that he's trying to recruit journalists, politicians, and other influential figures to promulgate this belief. This is not a fundraising tool. This is not an infantile bit of trolling or a trial balloon, but this is a fact." The opinion piece goes on to say, "It's obvious that Trump supporters take it as a fact that treasonous Trump will be reinstated in August. And many of them are ready to take up arms against the government if this fails to come into fruition." It says, in a free society, it's difficult to muzzle fanatics and underlings like Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So anyway, this is just an opinion piece, but I think this pretty much reflects how the masses see this QAnon thing, which is completely fallacious. It's a straw man. Just like the flat earthers they show you on TV are always the worst examples you could come up with. It's the same thing here. I've never met one of these violent insurrectionists they show us on TV. Echo Charlie says, healthy eating and yoga is the gateway. Yes, that's something that they've said too. Healthy eating and a belief that everything is connected. These are the things that define the yoga crowd, and the yoga crowd are said to be very susceptible to QAnon. The yoga crowd was called out last summer by the BBC for having a conspiracy problem. I think it's because they breathe too much. They're the ones who are just obsessed with the stuff, the air. Like, breathe in, get more of it. So, of course, the NWO, who's trying to cut down on our carbon footprints, would want to, clamp down on the breathers. All right, let's go through. I got some more voicemails.
Hey, Tim. Just wondering if we could auto-hoax the cyber attacks that are happening quite often the last few weeks. And I just noticed today at UMass Lowell, they went under a 2-day lockdown or cancellation of classes and due to cyber attacks. And I don't know. I just think my overall opinion of it all is that they are preparing us, like seeding the words and vocabulary into our diet of reading, so then when it actually happens, we know it. Just like in November and December, they talked about insurrection in the news, but in another way, and then they actually made it happen in January. So I don't know, food for thought.
Good call, and appreciate the message there. And the cyber attack threat, EMP threat, these are all things that have been wargamed. And everything they wargame, they do in reality, or what we call reality, which is an alternate reality game, if you really look at it.
Hi, my name is Alex from Ring Central Team of Experts, and this is a courtesy call to check whether you guys need assistance on your...
Oh, no, actually, we're back online. Appreciate that.
Hey, Tim, check this shit out. I just live in a little podunk town in Missouri, and they had their little Republican, I don't know, fundraiser yesterday. Who shows up? The McCloskeys.
Oh, the McCloskeys. And the McCloskeys stepped out of the cover, out of the book, The Turner Diaries, right off the cover, into the world in 2020, 42 years from the publication of the book. The McCloskeys, the Turner Diaries, these are all very important figures right now in the zeitgeist. In fact, I've been doing a bit of Metascript analysis this morning, and I was just looking at the year 1969 and the parallels between 69 and 2021, especially with regards to the space race. But there's also a bit of helter-skelter, and a lot of this has been foreshadowed with the McCloskeys and the callbacks to the Turner Diaries, which we'll get into. It all does connect. So anyway, this individual is describing how he's out there in Missouri, and he came across the McCloskeys.
What the hell? I just want to tell you that they're paying them to run around to all these Republican fundraisers. Everybody getting their picture taken with them.
So they want to get their pictures taken with a couple that became famous for pointing guns at marchers on their street. Now, this was I guess the climate was a little chaotic. There were riots at the time. They knocked the fence down, but their house wasn't being broken into. Nobody stepped on her lilies. They didn't touch the lawn. So they come out with an AR-15, and she's got a gun, like a golden gun, kind of held sideways. It was just a psyop to say, hey, look, wealthy couple, no kids, giant mansion, very insecure and violent. Then you have the peaceful marchers, and they're in a city where they have a very high homeless population. And so the gated community has to confront this. So this is all theater, and I believe the McCloskeys are playing into it. And if you take a selfie with them, well, you just took a selfie with a couple that appear to be templated off of the cover of the Turner Diaries, the inspiration for white nationalists everywhere.
It just makes me laugh.
Okay, another voicemail from the same individual. Oh, this should be good. This is the Pac-Man one, I think.
That's all I got.
Yeah, this is the one.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about the Pac-Man world record because I saw that the highest score you could get for Pac-Man is 3,333,360. Then I started doing research on it. It was achieved by Billy Mitchell in 1999, and seeing that he faked the whole thing, and it was all certified by Twin Galaxies because he was a part owner in the company, and so they had a bunch of fake world records. The biggest one being Billy Mitchell with Pac-Man, and then he started trying to sue a bunch of people talking about it. Man, that's all I got.
Okay, so let me take a look at that.
Okay, so I wanted to...
Yeah, it does seem to be. The game's maximum score, 3,330,360 points. The Ballad of Pac-Man King. Yes, I'll look into this. And as you know, the number code always tells you stuff. The video games have been an integral part of this PSYOP entertainment complex In fact, the most influential game of all time was Space Invaders, which was released 42 years before COVID. And the number 42, Outer Space Invaders, these things are always connected, but the video games have it all. I have a collection of video game covers, like one called Warp Speed. Like, think Operation Warp Speed. And the video game from decades ago is about driving around delivering vaxes at the end of the world. And the cover art has these meteors or something coming from the sky, space junk. And the space junk, and it all looks like COVIDs. All right, let us continue through the messages. I want to get through all of these. Here's another one from...
Hey, Tim. Can't wait till you're back. I got some real gravy here for you. If you could look up the U.S. Navy released footage of of course they're going to release footage of the 40,000-pound bomb explosion that triggered an M3.9 quake during a shock trial on the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford. So I don't know if you can see this video, but it's about 30 seconds showing the, whatever you're looking at. And I think it looks fake. I mean, I've never really started seeing things the way you do. And it's pretty funny. I actually think it looks like they just twisted some video game engine. And it's like I think they're trying to get us accustomed to seeing their new level of CGI. And that's messed up. I don't know if I can see it or if you can see it, but let me know. And anyways, that's it.
I'll take a look at the M39 trial on the USS Gerald Carrier. I'll look into this because our worldview, I believe, is more or less, and I found what he was talking about, it's informed by video evidence. And is video evidence? Well, television lies. A photograph is a lie. That there's a level of mediation that the mass minds have gone through, our minds have gone through. A lot of us have pulled out of it, but if you're still in it, yes, you have become acclimated to accepting obvious CGI as evidence of something real. You haven't ruled it out, and it matters. It matters in the aggregate. I mean, how many fake things have you accepted on bad evidence? And how does this, in the big picture, form your worldview? It may seem innocuous. You're like, oh yeah, I believe that I saw a video of space junk landing near, I think the last one that we saw was out near Seattle. It was space junk. The other one landed in the Indian Ocean. But anyway, so you don't question it. You just passively accept, okay, space junk's real. Well, then when they amplify the psyop a little bit and they have space junk knocking down condos, well, you're not going to be in a position to say, no, they're just faking it to put us under space junk lockdowns. And a few years ago, you may not have believed that they could have done COVID lockdowns based on something like, with such a low kill rate. But I think space junk lockdowns, climate lockdowns, these are all things that they would like to have us go through, and they will accomplish this if people don't question the computer models and the simulations. So the caller brings up a good point that, yes, we have been conditioned to live in a simulation. Okay, I have a few other voicemails I want to get to. Okay, let's see what we have here. Canada. Okay, a couple old ones here. I'm looking through. I think I have another one. I went through this one yesterday. I have an individual who's pretty mad about the debate with McToon, which is another discussion in itself, and we'll go over that separately. Because there isn't a debate to be had here. I mean, try to imagine, like, if you believed in, let's say, simulation theory. Debate simulation theory versus heliocentrism. It's like you're not even in the same ballpark here. It's not a debate, nor is asserting that the world is flat, is that a reality denialist position? Because reality denialists would say that what we see isn't there. But nobody's disagreeing on what we see. We're disagreeing on the interpretation. And the interpretation that leads you to believe in outer space as presented includes the filter of their video evidence. So you have to look through their screens. You have to accept that to be real. And I kind of wonder, too, this moon landing thing, right? For decades, the moon landing hoaxers have been called out as the kooks. And it kind of moved on to flat Earth. And the more I look at the flat Earth topic and debate, well, look, I don't think you can debate flat versus round. I think it's fallacious. But you can easily debate moon landing, real or fake. You can. And so that's where I think we should be focused, or where I want to kind of focus, is on what we can debate. And I think that the flat Earth debate has been inserted, or is being inserted, in order to, I think, take away the credibility of people who could actually credibly criticize these space agencies and their hoaxes. Like, how are you going to be in a position to criticize the Mars bases or the lunar bases if you can't defend your, quote, model, if your credibility hinges on that? Why are you going to defend a straw man? And the model that you've been given to defend, and I say given because it just showed up one day, is full of holes. And it presupposes that it says a lot of things. Like, it presupposes that, that this evidence means, therefore, that we're enclosed. There's no more land. So the model we've been given automatically rules out that the world's any bigger. And I think that's a problem too. There are so many problems with the model we've been given. It's not defensible. And then also you have the biblical baggage attached to it. And you can't bring a Bible to a conversation about flat Earth any more than you can bring a Bible to a conversation about climate change. Now, let's talk about climate change. Well, let me get my Bible because I think God's doing it. Here's my verse. This one here says, oh, the sodomites make God mad and he will send the floods or turn you into a pillar of salt. It's like, no, I'm sorry, but that's not evidence. It's not evidence for climate change. You can't use the Bible for evidence about the shape of the world or the animals on it or anything. It's the source isn't admissible. And so no globe believer or even globe defender, none of these individuals debating would disagree with that. They would say, yeah, the Bible has no place because you can't trust it as an authority for a lot of reasons. And I would say this, and this is where they won't agree with me, that the screen that they get all their information from, that is the Bible of the day. And that if you accept everything that comes through the screen as absolutely true because it came from that authority, well, then you're in the same position as the people pushing the false biblical model. And it's false because it hasn't been conclusively proven. Even if it turns out to be accurate, you don't have a model right now. There hasn't been any investigation, no new evidence for either side. And you won't ever see any attempts to unite on this and explore, because they don't even want to have doubt. What they're doing is I think they're mostly attacking the idea that the people who doubt establishment science can actually have a point in the first place. They don't want to admit that you have any points. You know, when I talked to this McToon, and one of the first things we discussed was the ISS, I brought up how they have an arm, and the arm was hit by a piece of space junk. The piece of space junk ripped a hole in the arm above its elbow. That's what they reported. And so I said to him, okay, you find this to be interesting? He said, yes. And I said, well, the mission was called Celestial Immunity. So isn't it interesting that the ISS got vaxxed? And I believe he laughed at that, but then changed the subject. But my take on it is that, no, this is not just a coincidence. This is not just a way of telling a story based on a random occurrence. No, the fact that the ISS got, for the first time, hit with a piece of space junk in the arm above the elbow on a mission called Celestial Immunity tells you that this is a propaganda operation. That alone is so discrediting. So we're not in a place to debate because they can't defend the space station, and they won't even try to defend it. They want to keep you focused on the Earth's curvature. Do you know the curvature of the Earth? And can you see too far based on your vantage point? And then you include their formula that includes the assumed radius of the Earth. There are so many assumptions built into it, but you can't say that the flat Earth quote model exists and that it's competitive with the globe model. Because the globe model, if it is a lie, then it's going to fit your expectations. Same thing with the ISS. When you look at the space station, the footage that is from the inside, or the spacewalks, well, if it's not real, what you're being given is meant to fool you. Every question will have an answer. Every observation will have a false explanation. I mean, the naivety of the people defending things like global warming and pandemics and even the globe itself, the naivety is what kind of astounds me here. In a way, it's no different than the nature of those who are faithful in their religion. I would call them MSM fundamentalists. In the MSM, the mainstream is what comes through the screen, and it's beyond simply the mainstream news. It includes entertainment. It includes all of your comic books, video games, really all media that gets published falls under this. And if it doesn't, it's usually getting censored or marginalized. I have a video here, Crisis Shakers. I've been seeing a lot of these show up, and when I see videos like this, I think we're looking at a psyop, the other side of the COVID psyop. So if you remember last year, people were dying of COVID everywhere, and you saw the actors on the screen. Well, now the anti-vaxxers have their victims.
I'm Skelton, and I'm very real. And unfortunately, this is also very real.
So she says, I'm very real, and unfortunately, this is real. And it's a video montage of people shaking and saying that they got the vax. Now, they're not at the hospital. They're not talking to the doctors. They're not getting big settlements or payouts. You're not going to see them on the nightly news. No, they go to Instagram. They shake it up. They shake their money makers right on over to GoFundMe. Help people who have been injured by the vax. This person here says, I pray that everyone keeps donating to help with the circumstances. Like, yeah, keep throwing the money at them. They're raising $50,000 for these 5 crisis shakers. That's the term I coined today, crisis shakers. Hey, if any of you watched South Pole's Saturday Night Live parody, there was a skit that was mocking Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and their rocket envy. Well, look what got posted today. This is a comparison of Blue Origin and the rocket that's going to go to Mars. This space race thing is all reminiscent of 1969. You have a lot of competition between these, and it does turn out that, yes, Jeff Bezos is going to space with his brother. However, Richard Branson's going to get there first. Richard Branson has already started his countdown. If you follow his Twitter, he's going to space on 7/11, the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. Interestingly enough. All right, let me go through the rest. I think I have all of the voicemails covered. I want to double check. Here's Richard Branson talking about going to space to check out the customer experience.
I am so proud to have this remarkable crew of mission specialists and pilots by my side as we fly to space. I've always been a dreamer. My mum taught me to never give up and to reach for the stars. This July, our dream will become a reality.
This July, our dream will become a reality. I mean, you see how reminiscent this is of 1969? This is why you have to read the Metascript. Go to the metascript.com if you haven't, because there is a templating going on to our reality. And if you can see it in the big picture, then you'll see the nuance. And 2020 summer was templated off of 68s. And we were looking, last year I was saying, if this is their methodology, if this is their MO, then next year we're going to see 1969. We're going to see space race, rockets to the moon. We're going to see another Charles Manson, and who knows what else. You just go through the history books and see. And in many ways, we do see this rhyming of history right in front of our eyes. So I find that to be very fascinating that on 7/11, the anniversary of Skylab, we've got Virgin Galactic going to space. Another kind of interesting occurrences here. Statues of Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth II have been toppled, desecrated, and damaged in Canada. In the same day, I see a statue of Princess Diana go up. I've also seen a video of simulations showing satellites being taken down by the Chinese military. And someone sent me this. This is Call of Duty Season 4. And you have imagery of satellites being taken out of orbit. It's just one of the things we'll be covering soon. Anyway, if you're concerned that anyone you know is becoming an extremist, I have a link here. It's from Facebook. It says, "We care about preventing extremism in Facebook. Others in your situation have received confidential support. How can you help?" Facebook and Twitter are both trying to stop extremism at the source. So if you know any extremists, make sure you go report them to Facebook and other social media giants. All right, thanks for joining. This is Where's the Curve by Chief Crow. Subscribe below and get the replays, podcasts, and also infiniteplainsociety.com is now a hub with all of the links that you could possibly need.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheep's in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. No.
Okay, thanks for joining. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms Auto Hoax. I'll put a link to the song in the chat. You can get links to all the music played at Infinite Plane Radio. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. That's the new hub. Phones are open right now, 833-311-1984. And I'll go over a few topics. It's kind of open phones, open topics. Open phones for open minds, but we're also very tolerant of closed minds. So if you're closed-minded, and also if you hear the gunfire out there, it's just fireworks. It's not. Sounds like a war zone. Okay, again, 833-311-1984. The people out there are celebrating their freedom. It's not as ironic this year since people aren't wearing masks, except for the ones who voluntarily wear them. And I find that the anti-masking position is now kind of in a funny way, because if you're opposed to the masks, don't wear one, but the people who want to wear them still can, and we're really not obliged to stop them. And I think all along it's always been not anti-masker, you've just been anti-mandatory masking. And that's how you know they were trying to brand you and impugn you by saying, oh, you're an anti-masker. It's like, well, no, you're pro-face, or they're anti-face. If you're going to go with labels, the mask Karens were anti-face. And many of them still are. But no, in truth, you were just against the mandate. And as it's been lifted, you see people just dropping it. And I still do see people here and there. And I find them to be interesting. I'm like, well, okay, they watch a lot of TV. If you're that scared, why are you leaving the house? I used to avoid people on purpose, just by, for lines, avoiding traffic. I would do things at night. Like, it's not hard to avoid people, but if I thought I could die and I have to wear medical protective devices to go outside, I wouldn't go around people. So I think they're very brave, we'll say that. The brave people wearing the masks, conquering their fear. It's like, wow, you broke out of quarantine? Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I chose 311 because the present zeitgeist, which gets an update every so often. So after 9/11, we had the post-9/11 universe that we lived in for 19 years. Now we're in the post-3/11. So if you've been paying attention, 3/11 was the date that they declared the pandemic. It was the new 9/11 for all intents and purposes. That's where all the predictive programming pointed, as it did with 9/11. You had a lot of preparation for that particular date. Only 3/11 wasn't hyped the way 9/11 was. So looking at it through that lens, you can see, okay, well, the next 19 years, we're going to be in this new universe. So it's the post-3/11 world, post-COVID. And not post, because it's not over. It won't be over. What's also interesting, and this is one of the topics, is that they've reinvented the previous threat of radical Islam, but now it's the radical QAnon. It's quite literally that, as you'll see, as you've probably noticed, that the radicalizing verses of the Quran have been replaced by the radicalizing verses of QAnon, and now you've got vanilla ISIS everywhere. White Al-Qaeda. And I put the 1984 in the number because that's the year it's always going to be. I don't think Orwell was warning anybody about how things could go wrong. I think he was just describing things as they are. All right, here's a couple of the topics I wanted to get to tonight. One, I want to talk about this Metascript again. We're often talking about the zeitgeist that we're in and how it's guided. that's the thesis of the book, The Metascript Decoded, is that there is guidance, that there is a bit of news bending, a projection of agendas decades into the future by framing the news, framing the entertainment, framing the movies to lead the mass mind to specific conclusions, like drills in the mind. So anyway, last summer, and this is one of the things we talked about extensively, last summer, 2020, was templated off of 1968. And that was reflected in a number of ways, which we talked about. But I was thinking, well, is this the MO? In other words, if 1968 is being used as a template for 2020, are they going to follow this? Are we going to see 69 being reflected in 2021? And sure enough, as you've noticed, 1969 has kind of resurfaced with the talk of the race to the moon, the space races. And there are a number of space races going on right now. Races to the moon, races to space, competition between the space CEOs here in America. Then you have the Chinese and their race to Mars. Then you have Tom Cruise and his race to film the first movie on the ISS. So this has all been against the backdrop of the crypto talk, which kicked off with Elon Musk and the Dogecoin to the moon meme. So this to the moon talk and its association with these space personalities has been pretty prevalent if you're just looking at the zeitgeist here. So I'm looking into this 1969 and I came across something very interesting. So one of the things that we noted last year, 1968, aka 2020, you had these peaceful protesters. And they were called peaceful. That's just how the media framed them. And it was kind of perplexing. I'm like, are they just gaslighting us? Why would they keep calling them peaceful when they're stopping cars, fighting in the streets, burning things, breaking things, even if they're only damaging property and not killing people all the time? It's not peaceful by definition. But this got me thinking, okay, well, this could be part of the script. And so here's where it ties in to the past. So 1969 was when the peaceful hippie types became violent. At least this is exactly what Charles Manson was talking about. And by the way, when Charles Manson became a cult leader, he became a cult leader after he was released from one of his stays, and I think he was 33 years old. Cult leader Charles Manson became the 33-year-old. Anyway, this is one of these stories I wanted to get into today. The story of Charles Manson and Helter Skelter and its relationship to 1968, 1969, and how it seems to be kind of reflecting today. And we'll get into this. I have a bit more to talk about on that. But before we get any further, I also want to comment on this. Richard Branson going to space in 7 days on 7/11 happens to be the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. Richard Branson is competing in the space race between these space popes here, between Bezos and his brother and Branson. Let me go ahead and go through your comments before we go any further. One Step Too Far says, did you see the cop kill the guy who stopped the mass shooter? No, have not yet. Have not yet. But go ahead and post a link and I'll go over it. So let's go ahead and get into this. My main point is this. Charles Manson had this prophecy about this race war. And he was trying to instigate it, interestingly enough, with a psyop. That's what they were doing. And he imagined in his head that the Beatles album, the White Album, was communicating a message to him. And this is what he was communicating to his cult followers. So you have this this album that he's reading all kinds of significance into. And so the song Revolution Number 1 is the one that he interpreted. Much like QAnon, you could take messages and interpret them in any way. with this particular, with the Manson cult, they interpreted these Beatles songs in very self-serving ways. So they took Revolution Number 1 to mean this, though, that it was a transition from peaceful protests to violent revolutionaries. That this was basically what he was suggesting, that they had, that he was there to kick off this revolution, which he called Helter Skelter. Now, here's one of the lines in here is, well, this is what his interpretation was, that they were in the end of days, basically. Now, Helter Skelter, this song, Revolution Number 9 is another one. Revolution Number 9 is just noise. It's machine gun fire and oinking of pigs with the word rise being chanted. I mean, I find it to be unlistenable. I think it's garbage. But the fact that Charles Manson was basically creating a psyop, a false flag, blaming these murders, real or fake, I think they're probably fake, but blaming these murders, scapegoating blacks in order to kick off a race war. It's like he should have just gone to work for CNN. I mean, that's a very Jussie Smollett type of operation. But that's what they were doing. Anyway, I find it to be very curious, very interesting material. And again, I'll get into why, and it has to do with this Reflections of 1969 in 2021. And that's one of the things I'll be returning to as we get deeper into this. In fact, I've been updating some of our mind maps. Other things to talk about. A few other things. This is Big Think. We are all conspiracy theorists. Trump's rally just ended, and Salon just put something out a little while ago. Donald Trump's real legacy, the weaponization of alternate reality. It's funny, like the media has no self-awareness. It can talk about how putting people into an echo chamber of conspiracy theories can make them violent, or they're in an alternate reality. They're being manipulated by demagogues. And it's like, what do you think you're doing? Most of the hate crimes are instigated. All of the wars are supported and instigated by MSM. It's not the conspiracy theorists causing the problems. But we talked about this earlier. What we're actually seeing is a mass purification. It's a holy war. It's a holy war, and they make it look like they're trying to, clean up the surfaces of things that could, germs and viruses. They want to sanitize things, but no, they're trying to clean your minds. We're looking at a global brainwashing operation. I've been saying for some time that the pandemic was really just a cover for getting rid of memes and ideas. In other words, they're fighting an infodemic. The infodemic is real. The scamdemic is what it is. I mean, there's hardly any point in really going deeper into that. Also, just so you know, tonight we're going to be adding more music to our 24/7 live stream. I'm also going through archives. So if you have any requests, if you have any tracks you haven't heard in a while, we're also creating videos for some of these tracks to put them back into circulation. And I'll be playing a couple of those tonight. In fact, let me go ahead and take a quick break while I make sure my phones are on. The number is on the screen, but this is a track from One Step Too Far. This is Moon Man. Be right back.
I roll a Ada in a book, they ask me what that took. I manipulate mathematics, roll up on a math book. but you're getting shook. I'm shaking bacon. All these looks that you be making cause offenses that I be taking. So watch it before you make them. Shooting stars and asteroids. The night sky is fantastic, boy. Making straight galactic noise when flashbacks hit from acid, boy. And every time a flashback hits from every single acid hit, I remember just what happened when the last few times I had a bit. Anyway, let me get back to the night sky. Where you're looking, you'll find me when I die. So fried, oh my, I'm burning a bunch of lies. This shit, it ain't never harsh. In fact, the shit is always kind. So I made a game plan to stay landed on the moon. Leave me stranded dancing in my moon pants and chanting about a new sense of sense that I'm free from urgency and nothing could be hurting me. And when I walk, I'm hurdling. Gravity's now absurd to me. I'm on the moon, man. I can't stay on the ground. Just call me moon.
All right, that's a sample of one of the new tracks, of a few others. And of course, I'm also going to make an effort here. And if you're listening, if you're one of the contributors to Infinite Plane Radio, I do want to have short interviews, maybe introductions to some of these tracks from some of our artists. So I'll have them call and we'll pre-record some interviews, etc. Maybe even take questions, which is one of the things we can do with this phone system. We can take third-party callers, fourth party. Not that I care to. You know how it devolves so quickly, especially when people are vehemently in disagreement with one another. Okay, so I have a few things here I want to go through as well. This is something that might give some hopium. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, how's it going? I called a few weeks ago with the Sharp Power Economist magazine.
Oh, yes. And I
remember?
Yes, the Sharp Power Economist magazine cover from December of 2017. And I talked about that a few times because it says the new sharp power of Chinese influence. And I'm like, new influence? That sounds like flu or influenza and then Chinese. And so, yeah, that was a great find. And you also pointed out some of the video games, the video game covers. Like
Yeah, I have a few others for you if you're interested, too. I just came across recently. And I was wondering, too, if you ever looked into the... I think his name is Larry Salona, the guy who wrote the obituary on Kubrick.
No, actually, I haven't looked into it, but I think somebody had mentioned something about the date of the obituary. Why don't you fill me in on that one? Because I think that was a really important point.
Yeah, like when I called, it was just like off the top of my head. I didn't have the information available, but I went and looked it up after we talked. And so he worked for The Guardian, obviously, because I thought it was like The Times for some reason, but Kubrick was living in London at the time. So this guy named Larry Salona, he was like the main obituary writer for The Guardian, and he wrote Kubrick's obituary. And Kubrick also had this exact writer write the obituary for the woman who died in Eyes Wide Shut, and even says Larry Salona in the film. And then another interesting thing about that is Larry Salona is an anagram for Royal Lancer, so that's kind of an interesting point too. And if you want to look up like an interesting video about this, there's a channel called Collative Learning. And he has a video called "The Plot Thickens," and it's about this topic.
Awesome. I'll look into it. And if you care to, infiniteplane.media is the forum, and I'm having people post links there, and we have a lot of people looking into it. And yeah, that's a pretty solid one there because there are many indicators that Kubrick's death was faked. That it was. I mean, he's probably dead. I'm sure of it, age-wise. However, his theatrical death, and of course, the release of his last movie being timed with the Apollo anniversary, everything about it suggests pre-planning. So the fact that it's encoded into his movie, which is a key plot point, the death of that particular character, doesn't surprise me.
Right. If you wouldn't mind looking up something, there's a Time magazine cover that I think really plays into the whole, everything is scripted thing. And it's from 2008, I believe, and it's called Why the Economy is Trumping Race. That should come up on an image search.
Okay, here we go. Why the economy is trumping race. And I think I remember seeing this one, and this is the one that has President Barack Obama with the devil horns and divided into black and white and color. What is it about this cover?
Well, it's got the word Trump in it, so right there, it's like black and white Trump, like pushing the race issue.
Got it. I see that. Yes, absolutely. And that's something about Trump that I find very interesting and telling here, because if you want to think he's rogue, go ahead. But there's no one I can find more hardwired into this metascript than Donald Trump. In fact, today is the 36th anniversary of Back to the Future. And that movie, of course, Donald Trump is in it. He is Biff Tanner, the inspiration for Biff Tanner. And it's loaded with predictive programming for 9/11, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, for sure. No, Back to the Future is crazy. And to add on that too, the Biff Tannen character is a conglomeration of Trump and Elvis, which ties into the Jurassic Liars theory.
Totally, yeah. I mean, if you took Elvis and Trump and you just merged the two, you would arrive at Biff Tannen, and they did that on purpose, I believe. I think it's all intentional. That movie is very significant also because of the time travel and the numbers in that movie. It was released in 85, but it like Trump there's all kinds of references with Donald Trump to time travel, always involving the number 85 and 58. I mean, even Trump Tower is 58 stories high. There's so much about that movie. In fact, I have some links on it. So, no, I always appreciate when you find examples of predictive programming like this, because it just tells us, yes, we're looking at a stage.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard of the movie Daybreakers?
No, what is Daybreakers?